This is a special Majority Report news presentation. The midterm elections 2022 in America. Now, with me and Emma and Matt and Bradley.
Oh,
and then
getting
maybe
comfortable.
Pareene will show up
in the state of Nevada because of that.
Oh, God, turn her off. Jesus. Let's see. Me, Emma, and Matt and Bradley. And we're also expecting maybe Alex Pareene come in studio. And my sister is going to supposedly bring meatballs in. I don't know. Keep an eye open.
Meatballs and pizza. It was very Italian.
Very Italian evening.
The vegan coalition.
I think she's also bringing in a vegan one, too.
Oh, okay.
Or
well,
a vegetarian, maybe.
They get upset with us.
John Benjamin may join us, but probably not. He has trouble finding things. And we're also, we're going to probably drink a little bit. Emma, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. We can call this the Majority Report Situation Room.
That's right. Folks, we have assembled really the equivalent of like multiple networks, cable television networks worth of analysts and numbers crunchers who are crunching on our behalf.
And you can't see because he's off camera, but Matt is wearing the Steve Kornacki outfit.
That's right. Actually, what Matt is doing,
just got back from Staples.
He's actually watching the different, networks, and that's how we have harnessed the power of those networks. So we just want to say up front, thank you to all you, cable television people who are going to provide us with our updates. Of course, we'll be looking at other places as well. We should tell you right now, I've seen enough. Welch is going to win for the Vermont Senate seat. That is vacant. I've seen enough. Apparently, with no votes in, they're already declaring him the winner.
Yeah.
Tim Scott also. It was so close. I had no idea that he was even going to be running.
I know. Wow. 0% in, but we know that they're going to win.
Right. The big thing that we're looking at, again, I guess Iowa, the polls have closed, right? Did you give me that sheet? Oh, you're trying to print it out right now? Send me a link, too, in the meantime. Maybe I can. But Iowa is the first congressional district. Waiting on that one is supposedly like one which might be a little bit of a bellwether. The only thing I could say is, and we're going to be talking to, we're also going to have
Iowa
Weigel
closes
on
at 9.
soon.
Yeah.
And Daniel Nichanian is going to be on. And Heather Parton is going to be on. And we may even try and hook up with the Surfs at one point. Like they're,
oh, yeah.
Who knows what could happen? Or maybe just the whole thing falls apart. So I don't know. Good news with really the 8% reporting, but it's, it's Atlanta. There's no way, who knows? Here, let's dip in and see what John King is saying.
In this huge bucket of votes, can I ask, how is Raphael Warnock compared to Stacey Abrams, who's running for governor on the very same ballot?
So this is a fundamental question we will go through tonight. In Atlanta, where you have it's the largest population center, it's 10% of the statewide vote, and you have a significant African-American population, so the Democratic base. So you see Raphael Warnock at 75.3%. Remember the raw numbers too. Sometimes the raw numbers matter. 209,000.
Okay.
And then you come over
75
and 209. You come over here 71 and 198. So again, this is early, but if that holds up, that's a problem for Stacey Abrams.
But that means, just to translate for our viewers, that means that there are people who are going into their polling places and voting for Brian Kemp, the Republican, and then on the Senate race voting for Raphael Warnock, the Democrat,
or the Libertarian, but yes, certainly going elsewhere.
Right.
Democrats who are voting for Senate and then not voting for Stacey Abrams, whether they leave it blank or whether they're voting for Kemp or Shane Hazel. That's something at the end of the night we'll be able to add up Kemp math there and compare it to see Kemp running. There's your number right there, though, 64,796. So just shy of 65,000 so far early in the Senate race, and you see Brian Kemp at 79,000. So Brian Kemp is getting more votes in hugely, overwhelmingly Democratic Fulton County than the Senate candidate. That's an incumbent Republican governor. The panel was talking about it earlier, whose brand is strong in the state. And again, if that holds up, if Brian Kemp is running there, you say 28%. He's getting whooped in Fulton County, but that's not a bad number.
Yeah.
If then he has to again. The suburbs around Atlanta are likely to be blue at the end of the night. The question is Brian Kemp strong enough? Because almost all of this is going to be red.
Two of the phenomena that we're going to be watching all night in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere is comparing how these candidates are doing with how Trump and Biden did in 2020 and whether there's outperformance, and also ticket splitting.
Yes.
Because that's going to be relevant in Georgia. It's going to be relevant in Pennsylvania. As we stand by for more votes from Georgia and Florida and other places, polling places in 3 more states are closing very soon, featuring 2 very important U.S. Senate races this election night. It's just getting started. Brew some coffee.
All right, there
Stay
we
with
go.
us. We'll be right back.
So there it is. And John King did not do the most helpful thing was, what are the benchmarks from 2018, let's say, or from 2020 that what did Warnock get in Fulton County in 2020? Let's maybe somebody can look that up, and we'll get a sense of what the number is that Warnock needs to hit in Fulton County to at least be on par with what's happening in 2020. Now, with that said, also you're going to see a vote tally number is going to be lower because presumably more people are voting in a presidential election than they are in a midterm election. But theoretically, your percentage should be, at the very least, matching 2018. Maybe you might need it even more because presumably, again, midterm election in a Democratic area, you're going to have less Republicans show up, theoretically, because there's less of an interest. I don't know.
At the very least, we do know that in Georgia, early voting has exceeded 2018 levels by a significant margin, and they're on pace to, I think, get 4 million votes. I have to go through my notes from other days because I wrote that down. But
they were over 5 million
for the presidential. But I think that
they were over 5 million this year. The presidential was only 4 something.
Wait, maybe I have this here. Yeah, more than 2.5 million ballots were cast through Friday. 5 million total voted in 2020, and 4 million voted in 2018.
Right. Okay.
So it's going to be more than 4 million, probably less than 5 million.
All right.
Right.
Well, I guess we'll see on that.
I don't know how helpful that is, but
Let's see. And we're what time are we? Or do we have Matt? Dave Weigel.
Weigel's here.
Oh, he is here. Oh, okay, great. Let's bring him on.
Gotta take a break, right?
We got to take a quick break, and then we'll have him on. We are back. Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report, joining us from the newly launched Semaphore, Dave Weigel in his Americana newsletter. Dave, Semaphore, why? What does that mean?
What for? What for?
What does semaphore mean?
It's about flag signaling. We actually we had a meeting with Nancy Pelosi, and she wanted to prove that she knew what it was. So we saw Nancy Pelosi was doing this and doing an imitation of flag signaling. She knows what it is. Everyone should. It's like we're signaling the way to the truth and the news and all those sorts of nice things.
All right.
I mean, what's a Picayune? What's a Times Picayune anyway? What's anything?
That's actually, if we had someone on for the Picayune, I would have said I had the exact same question. All right. So, okay. What are you looking for? You've been, I don't know how many of these campaigns you have covered, but more than most. And what right now, what are you looking for as like to get some sense of the way things are going?
Yeah, I am looking for Virginia and New Hampshire results, specifically the second district of Virginia. Everyone sort of ripped off Dave Wasserman's homework on this, but he's good at homework. Like the second district of Virginia is a +2 Biden seat, where Lillian Laurie was on the January 6th commission. The 7th district is Abigail Spanberger. It's a more Biden-friendly seat, and she had a kind of less ideal Republican opponent. And then you've got the 10th district that is Jennifer Wexton. It's a huge Biden landslide seat, and we're kind of waiting to see, okay, did Democrats, what level are Democrats losing? Are they losing a +2 Biden seat? They'll take it. If it's a +19 Biden seat, there's a lot of stuff that's in trouble.
He's breaking up. We need to throttle him down, guys.
Just waiting for Republican election day votes to come in, and like I'm not analyzing anything with Florida, for example, until we know that. Like we don't know if they blew out their turnout numbers.
All right, sorry, we lost you a little bit there. So you had basically saying that if Spanberger, if the Virginia 10th goes, then it's a like a red tsunami almost level stuff, because it's such a big. If Virginia's second lose by a little bit, a +2 Biden district, not that big of a deal. It may be, Republicans may take control, but they're not necessarily. And if Spanberger wins, that suggests that there's not enough sort of, I guess, secular Republican wave to overcome a bad candidate.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. You can hear me now. I just have these things.
Yep,
okay,
sorry.
Good. It's probably my fault. That's a good way of summing it up. And a lot of that we will not know. We know Republicans around the country got really hyped up about how you can only vote on election day. In Arizona, that they're even saying vote as late as possible. And the idea here, and I heard Republican voters say it, is the fraud machine, which is in George Soros's basement. Which he sublets from Sam Bankman-Fried, but that's another story.
Dude, it's in Germany.
Or in Germany, yeah. So the fraud machine has produced enough votes where the only way that Republicans can stop it is by surprising them. I mean, they've all been like Mike Lindell pilled. And I'm being a little bit dismissive, but not really, because I remember I was in a Republican office in Texas, and the guy came in, and I was a reporter, and they knew I was a reporter, and he was just like, remind everybody to vote early and vote late, so they don't know how many votes they have to steal. Like that is why we're watching election day turnout, and that's a lot of races are depending on that. It's such a cliche, but it's true because of this extra strange new Republican factor.
And also my understanding is that the other part of that plan is to sue the hell out of places to try and disqualify as many early ballots as possible. That's happening in Pennsylvania, where they have disqualified, I don't know, thousands of ballots because it didn't have a date on it. But of course, this happened before the election, and presumably you put a date on the ballot to ensure that it got there before the election, right? I mean, it's a technicality.
Yeah.
And if you know that it's there before the election, you could certify that it's there before the election. It seems ridiculous, but
you summed it up really well. Yeah, the fight over those ballots in 2020 was, it's 3 days after the election when we have no idea what this ballot's from. If you have a ballot show up that day and everything else is valid, then that's right. It is a ballot that showed up before the election, and those are the sort of lawsuits that I'd really recommend Jonathan Tamari and the reporters in Pennsylvania on top of this. Like, this is a moving target. This is something Democrats are worried about, progressive groups are worried about, not just the lawsuits, but what are Republicans going to do to slow the countdown of ballots they think are bringing against them. They're pretty. I mean, they're pretty blatant about it. They're pretty blatant about how they just don't trust mail ballots. Anything they can do to disqualify them, they think they're doing everyone a service.
I should say really quickly, we have just some breaking news, but Rand Paul has been, no, that's not a celebratory thing.
Oh, I was just going to do this.
It's even a little too.
They called it for Rand Paul like 30 seconds after the polls closed.
Oh, well then, screw me. I don't know. I messed up. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to mess up the flow of the conversation. Keep going.
I mean, it's still true.
Yeah.
No, that's important. It creates a sense of like newsroom excitement here to break in like that. That's good. We're just, folks, it's the beginning of the night. Nobody's drunk enough yet.
We're settling in.
Work.
No one has had a drop yet, but soon.
Oh, that's not true.
Oh.
But Dave, what I got to say, what is fascinating to me is that there are a lot of, I think we have evidence that Donald Trump doesn't believe that the election was stolen. I think there's a sense that the vast majority of the Republican leadership does not think that the election was stolen. But the base of the Republican Party is out there voting early and late because they think that they're doing some type of like head fake on some central, like, I don't know exactly how it's supposed to work, where the ballots from Texas somehow get, bounce off a server in Germany and they come back in, they get acid washed somewhere. And then they're true believers in, it's flat earth shit.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying. I was referring to voters and saying this is a thing that has clearly been discussed by Republicans on the ground for 2 years. I guess my first inkling that things were going to get weirder than they were even before the 2020 election was reporting in Georgia during the runoff and finding no Republican voter who was willing to say that Biden would be president. That attitude has carried on. So that's what we're watching tonight is what did that attitude do in places where Democrats felt very good. They got early vote out. They got absentee votes out. How many Republicans were waiting till the last minute? We don't know yet.
And there's no like weather issues anywhere, right? It seems like
there's a little bit. There's in California. There's rain in Southern California. Which if you've met a Southern Californian, please tell them what rain is. They don't know. They don't know. They're not acting it. And in parts of rural Nevada, like Elko, it's kind of snowy. Nothing that has been reportedly slowing down turnout, but that's everywhere else. It's been pretty nice and temperate.
What's happening? Somebody wants me to ask you about Evan McMullin before I forget in Utah. No, any chance? Very slim chance. Like that is a mail voting state that has not seen the same level of. There's some Republican paranoia. There's actually a race that Democrats are worried about is Salt Lake. There's Salt Lake County clerk race where they hope that there's not a bunch of Stop the Steal voters turning out and electing somebody who agrees with that. Because Salt Lake County is now split up because it's the most Democratic part of the state. But no, you have the Democrats. They just lent their support to Evan McMullin. He's running his own independent outreach campaign. Democrats are helping a little bit, but that will stand out because you're not going to have the exact same partisan breakdown in that state. You are going to have. If I was in the state 3 weeks ago, McMullin is running as like a Mitt Romney Republican. He's running as an anti-inflation, anti-Biden Republican, but one who did not debase himself and go from saying Donald Trump should step down as our party's nominee to I love Donald Trump. He's like the Captain Moroni from the Book of Mormon. Like that's been the campaign. Is like, hey, if you're Republican, you can vote for me. This guy's kind of schmucky and I'm not, so put me in.
Dave, just go on. Sam.
I was just going to say I'm all in favor of Democrats, in some way helping a perceived crappier primary candidate. But the difference between Evan McMullin in the Senate and Mike Lee in the Senate is really just the nature of the ridiculously. Like, right? I mean, the vote is going to be exactly the same.
It'd be like Senator Bill Kristol. It would be a fairly hawkish on foreign policy,
right.
Fiscally conservative Republican, but one who says, I love all the stuff we did in this party except for the Trump stuff. Can we not do the Trump stuff?
You're going to get less co-sponsored bills with Bernie Sanders on like Yemen, for example. But Yeah, I mean, I am curious though. I know you're short on time about what your sense of Tim Ryan versus JD Vance is, because polls close in 5 minutes in Ohio, and that is the one race where I feel like there's been the starkest difference in campaigning. Like I just feel like Tim Ryan has run an excellent campaign, but is the state too red for there to be a ton of hope there?
Uh, yeah, I think it is. That's one that a lot of people will couch and say could be a surprise. I try not to dunk on reporters doing fun stories. There have been a lot of fun stories in Ohio about Ryan trying to rebuild the Democratic Party's image, basically doing what Sherrod Brown does, but like a little more in your face because he's not as well known as Sherrod Brown does. But every indication is just that the current partisan slant of the state has returned, and Ryan was trying to blow out the turnout in around Columbus, around Cincinnati, around Toledo, like around the cities, and then do better in Eastern Ohio, like Eastern Ohio, especially Northeast Ohio. That was Democratic. It stopped being Democratic. Southeast Ohio was super Appalachian, counted just like West Virginia, switched really hard Republicans. Every indication is that just stayed in place from 2020. So Ryan would be losing by the margin Biden lost by, or worse, 8 points. But that is my sense there. I hadn't been there for a while. Look, at all these races too, like the material fact over all this is that Democrats had a good summer because they raised a lot of money and spent on the air and introduced their candidates, and that was their strategy. Let's introduce our candidates so that we have a cushion here. Like we have like a and then what started to happen was Republicans got hundreds of millions more from the PACs, as Democrats knew they would, and went very hard negative. And that changed. I mean, that changed coverage. I was covering crime partly the way I was because I knew it was such a huge part of the Republican playbook this election. And if you were worried that there was not enough negative messaging about Tim Ryan, you were not by the end of the election. There definitely was. They poured it on.
Well, same here in New York, and you have the Estee Lauder heir donating tons of money to Lee Zeldin. Like, is there value in that in switching for Republicans putting in money at the 11th hour while Democrats kind of peaked earlier in the summer and probably rode that wave? Just in terms of fundraising, maybe like something to be learned from this is flood the airwaves, especially closer to the elections. Keep your powder dry to that point.
I don't know if you can change the strategy because this is unless there's a recession like there was in 2008, which cut down some Republican funding. In that it really did. There were a lot of rich people in that election who were going to give to new political organizations like I think Priorities USA at that not Priorities USA, Progress
Turning Points.
Well, not Turning Point, but this is irrelevant. There were different PACs at the time, and some of them were lose money. If you have enough economic prosperity where there are very rich people who can drop $10 million, $50 million into a PAC and not sweat it, you're going to have all the money you need for these PACs. Yeah, Democrats had it too. Democrats will end up having been outspent by Republicans, but not by that much. And this election, the estimate I was seeing today from Open Secret, Center for Responsive Politics, is this is like 2.5 times the spending that we saw in the last midterm. And if you live depending where you live, you saw it. I was traveling around the country, and there were states, Arizona, Michigan, every place that was close enough for both parties to fight over it. You were talking more than $100 million on both sides, which is more than you would see in a presidential race 8 years ago. Like that level of that. So I don't think there's anything barring like an economic recession or like a crash or like 5 conservatives in the Supreme Court get food poisoning and Biden appoints 5 liberals next week. I mean, I don't see what else you could do. Like this is the reality you have right now, where there's infinite campaign spending.
And I mean, I guess Emma was saying, like, does it make sense to deploy it later as opposed to earlier? But that's a tough thing to say, right? I mean, because there is value. I know that we've had value in defining the candidate early, and then it's hard for them to come out of it. I don't know how you could define, let's say, Herschel Walker any different than he is. It really is just a question of like, maybe you develop this relationship with Warnock. I don't know. I mean, I guess we're going to find out how, just the value of that money. But we certainly saw it in the context of like that APEC associated PAC when it came in on those primaries. It really blew stuff up.
Yeah, that's a great example. I mean, the entire progressive strategy for changing America was getting in early, having a ground game, some independent expenditures. I mean, the Justice Democrats did do it in 18, they did it in 20, and they did it this year. And what happened was, if the bear is poked, if AIPAC decides to come in, they can say that's adorable. Here's $5 million beating up your candidate.
Right.
And that works. I mean, that's still it's because it's not just a question of, oh, it's TV. It's for old people watching TV. That shows up when you're watching YouTube. That shows up on Facebook. That shows up when you're reading a website because things are targeted to that. And it shows up in your mail, which a lot of people throw out. But that has been a real shock for people. There was I think AOC's expression was, she has a couple. Message beats money, and they've got the money, but we've got the people. We've got people. Well, yeah, but money's really valuable. I mean, like, money can buy things, and that has been happening. I mean, we're not going to get Pittsburgh for another half hour, which it might count pretty fast, but we will see. Just Summer Lee, a left-wing Democrat who probably was going to do a little bit worse than John Fetterman and Shapiro, just spending $1 million when the Republican was spending almost nothing. That matters. That we're gonna not find out. We're just going to get proof of it.
It seems like, and I just want to make sure this is coming directly from the AP. It's that polling account saying this, but that Hassan is up with 2% in 61%, Bolduc 37%. That might just be some, I don't know. Is New Hampshire able to count before? Like, it's not a Pennsylvania situation, right?
They're able to count. But really, I mean, when we get these numbers, Dave, we got to know, like, where is these numbers coming from, right? Because otherwise they're sort of meaningless. If we don't know that a Democratic area is in, we need to compare apples to apples, which is, Concord, New Hampshire, or wherever it is. These numbers came from there, that type of thing.
Yeah. So this looks like a fairly like a Democratic leaning vote right now, period. So I think this is the stuff that's kind of skews Democratic. It's also from Democratic areas. So in New Hampshire, you've got about a third of Concord, which is Democratic. And New Hampshire's a good race because Maggie Hassan only won by like half a point, no less than a tenth of a point her first term. Concord, when she won in 2016, she won the city by 23 points. She won this batch of a third of the ballots by 42 points. So if the city continued like that, which we probably won't, then she's doing much better in 2016. I mean, the first votes that came in were overwhelmingly Democratic. The only one that looks kind of normal is Rochester, which usually goes Republican. Is usually pretty close. A third of it's in. It's going Republican. It's pretty close. But we don't know enough yet. I mean, I'm kind of boring people who follow me on Twitter because I'm waiting for a couple of counties to just finish so I can say, okay, now that we've got 90% in this one county, here's what it means. But we're not there yet.
Dave, you're not boring anybody. You're teasing them.
I'm on Twitter. Oh, that's right. I should
you're
do
boring
these.
them. You're teasing them. That's the way.
I should do a standby for news. People love those things. When you just stand by for news, and then 3 hours later, I can tweet something.
Exactly. I'll tell you that nails me every time. Let me ask you this. So 2 or 3 days ago, Trump is in. Where was he when he did his? He's in Pennsylvania, and he's put his poll up on the screen because he's there ostensibly for Oz, but of course he's there for himself. And this is where he drops the Ron DeSanctimonious nickname. And I think he pulled back the next day. Like, they basically said, dude, you're literally shitting on the guy who's, he's running for office in this election. Mm-hmm. He's not just. How much, is there any way to sense, or do you have any sense of like what the conventional wisdom is that, like, did Donald Trump showing up and talking that way, like, did that shave 0.01% of the vote off of like Republican candidates? Like, because I know that they have not let him in Georgia because in Georgia, there's this real sort of like anti-Trump sentiment that seems, somewhat dramatic. That's why you're going to see Kemp and
Raffensperger. Well, just like the Republican brass in Georgia is vehemently against him for basically legal reasons.
Right. And so, like, was there any way to get, is that something that we'll see maybe in exit polls, or anybody will have a sense that reminder of Trump in some way depressed the Republican vote or juiced the Democratic one?
I'm not sure that that it did, because Republican turnout was pretty high anyway. Not everything Trump says translates. Just speaking of Twitter,
I'm not saying that it hurt DeSantis. I'm talking
sure.
just like generally, like, oh shit, like Donald Trump. I forgot about that dude on some level. If I vote for Walker, I'm voting for Trump. That's my point.
I think it had a little bit of an effect there at the last minute, because Democrats were. Look, this is a weird dynamic in this election, is that Republicans tied themselves to Donald Trump, or they won primaries by being supported by Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is not popular. Like the last NBC News poll, I know all the polls going election day, Biden was pretty unpopular. He was in like the low 40s. Trump was in the high 30s, and most folks. So there are redder states where he's less unpopular, but in Georgia, I will see if they're to what extent you can poll the voters here. It's not like. Would he win a rematch with Biden there? Perhaps. Is he that popular? Not really. Like Brian Kemp is more popular. Republicans were not running as let's restore the Trump, the Trump administration in their TV ads. They're not like running away. But yes, that mostly helped Democrats. They really had trouble getting. And this maybe they just are constantly wishing for things that are going to come back and hurt them. That's possible. They really do believe that just every time people see Trump because he's so unpopular, they get that kick that says, well, I'm unhappy, but not let's bring back Trump unhappy. But I don't think that there's enough time or attention paid to him to really affect that.
That's why he probably justified to himself, like, I can do it. I can do it the night before. That's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I mean, what else should we know at this point? Outside of like, the votes. Is there, do you anticipate, let me ask you this. How much exit polling can we anticipate from this?
Not a lot. I mean, there was less investment in this. How would I put it? Like, there's less investment by a lot of the networks. I was looking at just the public exit polls. It's really only a handful of states that have a couple races, like every race is worth watching. So your New Hampshire, Georgia's got some. We're waiting later in the night. We're going to see stuff in Pennsylvania. Not like a presidential election, not even like the 2018 election. I think you're going to see less. You're going to see less of that. So
why is it just because there's no cash out there for that?
Yeah, it costs money, and this, frankly, most people just without paying a lot of attention could guess. Well, I'm sure Republicans are going to do pretty well. So We're going to get less data than we would, because you don't need to slice this electorate to figure out where things are going.
I mean, come on, dude. Can't Semaphore drop a little cash for this? That's the way you make a name. I'm not,
You gotta spend money to make money, is what I've been told.
We got it. Let's do this.
Well,
hold on. We gotta do our election sound drop thing. Go. Okay, there we go. And that's Emma with the news break.
Right, yeah. News break. 14% of votes in. New York Times says Raphael Warnock, 59.7%, 38.8%. Richmond County a lot reported, Fulton County as well, so that's to be expected. But there are some like deeper red counties that have reported as well. I'm not sure exactly what that means, Dave, but that's why you're here.
Dave, when we see those numbers, are those the early voting numbers? Have they counted those? What happens in Georgia? You must have like a little book with all the rules in it, right? I mean, Pennsylvania, they can't count until the end of the day, right?
Yeah, no, Georgia can count earlier than that. There is, it actually got a lot faster than it used to. So we're probably going to get 80% of these votes counted tonight. The first stuff is a mix of mail and early, and that is so it looks better for Democrats largely because they're a lot more of, just simply because Atlanta came in. A lot of Atlanta came in really fast. So I'm just looking at the statewide numbers. Literally half of the votes for Raphael Warnock right now came from Fulton County, came from Atlanta, and so there's probably another 200,000 votes for Warnock in Fulton County, but that's a pretty small fraction of what's in there. And you have just a lot of rural Georgia. Why do I agree to say that? You have a lot of rural Georgia that has not come in any way, shape, or form. So that will tighten. Like Republicans think there's a chance they could win it outright, but they were not surprised. Like if there was a period early in the night where Charles Booker was leading Kentucky, that was entirely because Jeffco came in, like Louisville came in. So that moved things his direction for a while.
And that also means that we can start to cry some type of election fraud, right? Because all of a sudden, like Booker was up, and then all of a sudden he's not. That seems weird.
Yeah, I think the rule is if you see it on TV and your team is winning and you turn the TV off, it's illegal for them to change the TV image.
Right.
Like,
that should be it.
That's the TV promise. Like, I saw it. I mean, it's just like when I'm watching, especially this season, because they're winning everything. I'm watching the Eagles and they're up, and I turn the TV off. Like, they win. I mean, you can't score.
They
after
call
I
it
stop
TV
watching.
permanence.
Yeah.
Object permanence. It's TV. Well, it's almost object permanence.
Sherry Beasley is running ahead of Ted Budd in North Carolina at the moment, and
50% reporting. That's not
No,
insignificant.
that's a
damn.
county. That's a county.
Okay.
Got to be careful of that.
Sorry.
But let's put it this way: I've seen enough. I'm calling it.
Yeah.
I've seen enough. But all right. Anything else? What else should we know, Dave? Anything? Like what is the need to know? Or you've already told us that.
I told you it's just So let's wait for if Republicans actually smash election day turnout. It's going to be from state to state. We will be confused about what is going on. I'm not hearing anything insane yet about people because I was in Arizona 2 weeks ago, and I saw people waiting near a ballot box, near a drop box, but not really doing anything. I mean, this is, if you want to be optimistic about that sort of thing, the overhyping of this idea that elections are all stolen has led to a lot of people wasting their time. But I want to be just sanguine about it. Like, later in the day, I think there is a danger to seeing in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, Republicans more likely in Pennsylvania leading early on, and despite everyone and their brother telling them what's happening in Philadelphia, then pretending that they don't know and saying, well, there's something funny here. We were winning, now we should be winning again. I would keep an eye out for that. But really, just like you have a show right now, which is good, but like I feel like only by 9 or so are we going to have enough data to really start judging things.
Well, that's okay. I mean, we're getting prepared for it, and of course, we are having to assess where the votes are coming from. So we got to figure out where do we need to add extra votes and take away votes.
That's right. So tell Uncle George.
Dave Weigel, Semaphore, folks, sign up for Americana newsletter so you can figure out what the hell is going on tonight.
And to fund Hugo Chavez and like our efforts to mess with the voting machines. We really could use your help.
That's right. Every time someone signs up for Dave's newsletter, an angel takes one vote away from a Republican on a server in Germany.
That's right.
So,
that's the promise. Thank you.
I mean, you might want to work out something a little more pithy than that, but
tighten it up. But we're working on it.
Dave Weigel, always a pleasure. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
No, thanks, guys.
All right. Bye-bye. There it is, folks. There you have the definitive. We probably should not have. Wait, Barack Obama and Mitt Romney are running against each other? No, that's in 2012. I see. Okay. I was going to say, I'm already having an episode. Speaking of episodes, want to thank Jack over at Free Range Wines here in Brooklyn and Spirits. I walked in there. I had to buy some liquor for everybody in the office, and he knew exactly what you guys like. So I found that a little bit disturbing.
Even my like very specific order, which Sam was making fun of earlier.
Yeah, and
it is a Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand. It's not that hard.
It's because you're a big fan of the Prime Minister.
Speaking of which,
kind of.
Right now, folks, if you head over to sunsetlakesebede.com, all of their products are 30% off for the next 4 hours and 16 minutes. If you use the coupon code ELECTION. And here's the deal. sunsetlakesebede.com and this program, the Majority Report, have teamed up, and they're going to donate 10% of everything, of all their sales today on all their products. Again, 30% off with the coupon code ELECTION. 10% of what they sell today will be donated to Planned Parenthood because basically women's health care is under assault in this country. And we here at the program, we're going to match that. So whatever the sales are, 10%, we're going to match that. You can visit sunsetlakesebede.com. Like I say, until midnight tonight. Sunset Lake Sebede is majority employee-owned business. They pay a minimum wage of $20 an hour. This past year, Sunset Lake Sebede donated more than $26,000. They did so to anti-drug war organizations, animal shelters, union strike funds, food pantries, nature conservation, refugee resettlement organizations. I know that we gave a bunch. We did a similar thing in giving money to Give Directly, which is, according to all the data, one of the best ways to help people living in extreme poverty. Again, this sale is today only, in the fact, like 4 more hours. 30% off. That means 30% off the, I mentioned this today. They have the Sebede and Tese gummies. And
Tese.
part of the problem with that is they're really good tasting.
Oh yeah. Well,
And then for a moment, I'm not like,
Yeah.
I didn't grow up with edibles like the kids today. And so I took a couple of, I took a couple, and I'll tell you something. That is, it was a little bit more impactful
more than you bargained for.
than I thought.
But I will
But
say, like,
they-
yes,
Sebede melatonin
yes,
gummies,
I use that every night. Every night.
sour gummies. I usually hit the tincture to go to sleep. After a meal, I'll have a smokable, a pre-roll. They have keef, they have flour, they have Sebede coffee and fudge. I mean, all the products, they're fantastic. They have even lotion. I have some right here, actually. It's recovery body lotion, unscented.
Perfect for you.
Perfect for me. So check it out, folks. Great products, great company. Third-party analysis of everything that you buy there, and 30% off with the coupon code election. Go there now. All right. So do we have some news?
Well, we have a guest.
Oh, we have Daniel Nichanian. Let's bring him on. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll bring him on. We are back. Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report, our special election coverage. Joining us now, Daniel Nichanian. He is the founder and editor-in-chief
Both.
of boltsmag.org. And also, let me just say, like, I know many people have said this on Twitter, but let me reiterate. What you do here with this is just unbelievable. I mean, it is literally like, it is such a public service. I can't tell you how impressed I am. It is a 2022 general election worksheet. You should go there right now to boltsmag.org. In fact, we'll put a link up there, and you can download it in PDF form, which I have done, but you could actually work it online, I think, too. It gives like almost every single race in the country.
Like if you're on the West Coast, go now, right? And you need to know. Or East Coast, or you're still voting, right? Some polls close at 9.
Well, it is both a voting guide, but it also is like, tell you what's on the ballot, and you can knock it off. It really is incredibly impressive.
Yeah. And it's also important even if the results at the federal level, at the national level go one way, which I guess at this moment I would probably bet on the Republicans having a better night. There's going to be so much at the local level, at the county level, that is really going to be very important. In LA, which is a county of 10 million, 11 million, that's bigger than most states, right? There's so much at the local level that might completely change the county, not completely change, but it might really change the county. And being able to have the bigger picture is also important, to be able to remember how politics work, how elections work, how power works, and the battles continue in a month, in a year, and so on. It's important to not just get entirely down or up. If the results go the way you want, there's still a lot that demands work and that demands change at the local level.
And I know there are three big races that you've isolated over Bolt's Mag that are important in terms of immigration. That if you really if that is your issue, I want to get to that in a minute. But you raise a good point. This dynamic, because I know you've been following local races. I mean, this has been like your bread and butter. For a couple of cycles. The dynamic between what happens on like a federal level versus what's happening on a local, maybe arguably a state level, but like, what is there a dynamic there, or is it that it's just local and therefore there's almost like no generalization you can make about it?
Well, to immediately go to the hard conversation, I think what's difficult about thinking about criminal justice issues where local, if Republicans win tonight, there's going to be a lot of hand-wringing on the Democratic side about the 2020 protests and the aftermath. When you think about what the people in the places where there was the most protest were accomplishing, they were often trying to change local governments, county governments, city governments. On policing, it often hasn't really changed much. On criminal justice, though, on prosecution, on other issues, it has. And we might see that again potentially today in Oakland, Minneapolis, on immigration races we could talk about. So when you think about like what people who are maybe driving the conversation on the ground or maybe achieving what they want in certain places locally, that might not be what the federal party wants. When you think about how Democrats are going to fare certain places, and it's hard to electorally and strategy-wise, it's hard to square those circles because what wins LA, which has a lot of incarceration, a lot of like very heavy abusive police, what is going to change things there is not necessarily what is going to win a Democrat in an election in rural Indiana, right? And so that's sort of where we are again today, where we are talking about the Senate, and then when we're talking about like LA County and Minneapolis and what's going to change the status quo in those places.
That's fascinating. I mean, I hadn't really contemplated because we obviously on a national level we don't hear about the success of these protests in terms of how they're implicating things like we're getting more reform prosecutors, or we're getting things like bail reform in Illinois or something to that effect. And then I guess the thing is it's incumbent upon the national Democrats to be able to figure out how to respond to that. I mean, one of the things that's interesting that's happening, I don't know how local it is because I live in New York, but Eric Adams seems to be people have decided, who knows whether it's accurate, but I happen to think it is on some level, that he is becoming the scapegoat for the jeopardy that a lot of like upstate Democratic Congress people are in because he pushed this narrative that there was like, insane crime here. Mm-hmm. And now if I'm sitting up in Poughkeepsie or if I'm sitting up like in, I don't know, New Paltz, I'm convinced that like there's crime everywhere, even though there's not.
And it's on the cover of the New York Post. And then you have donors pouring into Lee Zeldin's campaign and other Republican campaigns, just hammering that. And it's literally the most effective thing they can do in these blue states too. And I don't want the, Democrats to lose seats, but if they're going to, and they're going to blame something, that's what I want them to blame, is this sort of like failure to sort of like, okay, yeah, crime is up a little bit relative to where it was pre-pandemic, but we've just gone through a pandemic. There are ways in which to, which is a pretty rare event. I don't know. I imagine crime might go up if we got hit by a comet too, and so the question is, how is the National Democratic Party going to react to a sort of a dynamic in this country where what happens locally is going to become more important to localities because Democrats don't have the power on national level. So, abortion, marijuana, criminal reform. I mean, it could go down to like even environmental reforms and this and that are going to have to become increasingly localized as the Republicans solidify power in like the Supreme Court and maybe in the national governance. So Democrats they're going to have to figure out how to walk that line of allowing people to change their locality, but also deal with it in terms of national elections.
Yeah. And I mean, what's going to be very interesting, and honestly, one of the biggest things to watch in the next year are Republican efforts, conservative efforts to preempt what's happening in cities. We've obviously seen a lot of that, over the course of history, over the course of the last 10 years. But what we are seeing now is efforts by Republicans at the state level to remove elected officials, to just remove elected officials from office rather than just preempt them. We saw that in Florida in August when the prosecutor of Tampa was removed by DeSantis over saying he wouldn't prosecute abortions. We are seeing it in Philly right now, where Republicans are trying to impeach Larry Krasner. Interestingly, both Larry Krasner, the progressive DA there, and the Tampa DA had just won re-election in 2020, facing the sort of concerns about rising crime that you were just discussing. And we're seeing, elsewhere as well, in Virginia and elsewhere, Republicans talk about removing office. We have seen a couple of Democrats in Pennsylvania potentially side-siding with the removal efforts there. Are non-city Democrats going to go with this effort to kind of throw the city under the bus? I mean, it's going to be a lot to watch, I think, especially if Republicans gain more state-level power today, which I guess we will still see, obviously, in the coming hours.
Just tell us, we've got a couple minutes here. Tell us about the races that are so key in terms of immigration around the country.
Yeah, so the races that you mentioned is a series we did at Bolt on local races and immigration, because ICE often relies on local law enforcement to extend its reach, both in terms of arresting people and identifying people that ICE wants to arrest, and then putting them in jails at the local level to have more capacity for housing. And this often maps onto the relationships that far-right sheriffs at the local level in many places around the country have. And some of this is in blue areas of the country, or at least places that voted for Joe Biden in Maryland and Massachusetts. We really highlighted a number of sheriffs in blue voting areas that are to the far right. In our stories, we really emphasized the immigration aspect because that was what we were doing, and their relationship with ICE. But these sheriffs are part of other sorts of groups and organizations like True to Vote, the organization of conservatives that is trying to limit the effect of elections and overturn elections. And again, that gets to this idea that when we don't pay enough attention to the local level, the people who come into office, often in places that you would think are very democratic, might be these uncontested far right sheriffs, far right strongmen, or people who, even if they're not uncontested, no one's really paying attention. And that's going to come. Well, now that we're talking about groups like True to Vote that are trying to rally together local law enforcement, this all really fits together.
Daniel Nichanian, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it. I know you got a lot to do, and you've done honestly, that worksheet is just honestly, it really is a public service, and we'll put a link to it. Folks should get it now, and if you want to follow these elections tonight, this is you couldn't come up with a better way of doing it. Really appreciate it.
Thanks,
I really
Daniel.
appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, folks.
I have some updates if we want to do that.
Let's get our election sound drop.
Our Pavlov.
There we go. All right. What do we got? I'm so glad. I don't know where you found that, but it's awesome.
It really
Sounds
is.
familiar.
Good job, Bradley. So Tim Ryan up 64.9% to 35 for JD Vance with 11% in. So that's not insignificant. He has 333,300 votes around JD's 180. And I'm looking at the precincts as Decision Desk is counting them, and it doesn't seem like the red precincts around that are outside the city are being counted at a slower rate than the ones in, say, Cleveland or outside of Akron, so or Columbus as well. So I mean, that's a decent start. I don't have like the complete knowledge to make a ton of assessments based on that, but still better than not. And in Georgia, we have good news as well. 25% of votes in. Raphael Warnock 57.5% to Herschel Walker's 41%. I mean, that's not bad.
Again, it's one of those situations like, what votes are we counting in that situation?
Yeah, like in Fulton County, 62% of votes have been counted. So that's like a significant number. That's going to be
17% in right now in Ohio. Pop up John King. John, would you come out here for a second? Thank you. John, tell us what. John, just go backwards a little bit.
John King, we are just
scroll
moments away from the biggest round of
scroll
poll
him back.
closings this evening, including that.
You could scroll that
Waiting.
back.
You see the middle part here. That's
You
gray,
can
not
scroll
filled
that
in.
back.
That is Trump country.
You
in
can
Ohio.
scroll on that
Jake,
timeline,
we'll
that
watch
red
the race
line,
as we
to
go.
get
We'll
back
more
to
votes with an
Ryan
early
and
lead here
to,
in the state of Ohio. Radar screen. But you have to be cautious. Don't draw any conclusions looking at that map. Just quickly, moving over here to the United States Senate, I just want to make the point because it's the very same dynamic. Dana was just talking about this race. The Democratic candidate, Tim Ryan, is out to an early lead here in the state of Ohio. But this is, again, 100%, at least as of 2 minutes ago, 100% early vote. You'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're waiting. You see the middle part here that's gray, not filled in. That is Trump country in
All
Ohio.
right, pause it.
Jake, we'll watch the race as we go. We'll get more
pause
votes.
it. So we don't know. We don't know. We have no way of knowing how that fits in with traditional sort of like early voting in Ohio. But I've seen enough. I'm calling it for
right.
I
Exactly.
think the Democrats are going to win, and anything else is suspicious.
I would agree with that.
I agree that we should stop the count for all of these races, but for Pennsylvania, let's just keep it going for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
We should go to the live button on that, Bradley, so we're not behind the broadcast because we rewound.
Yeah,
so
back up onto that live.
Okay, cool.
And now it seems to be okay. There we go. So too early to call on the big. I mean, the big race for me that I'm personally watching at this point is New Hampshire, right? I mean, I guess this is just my own sort of like psychology that I have written off the House at this point. I think it's unlikely that the Democrats retain control, but who knows? But for me, largely because of the judiciary, retaining the Senate is really, to me, the most important thing. CNN is now, as you can see, calling the race for Ron DeSanctimonious.
Ron
He's
DeSanctimonious.
defeated Charlie Crist. And here's the thing. Let's tip of the hat to Charlie Crist because he has lost almost every single type of position you could run for in Florida. And I believe registered as in 3 different parties. Is that right? Like he did it as an independent, a Republican, and a Democrat. He lost.
He was
He's
a
like the
Republican
reverse
governor in Florida, Democratic congressman, and ran for governor.
Yeah,
I also think he ran as an independent at some point.
It's the scientific method of figuring out if you suck or not, suck ass or not, because you change every variable possible,
Right.
and if the one thing that is in common is you, and you're a loser.
He's like the reverse Tom Brady, right? Just going to the different team, but he still can't win.
Exactly. And listen, I think there is obviously a lesson for Florida Democrats there that they're going to pick up on, which is they've got to run Charlie Crist again. Because that seems to be what happens every time he loses. They're like, well, maybe 14th time is a charm. Is there honestly no one else to run for office in Florida? The Florida Democrats, I mean, here's the thing that is so frustrating about the Florida Democrats. There has been one consistent issue in America that is so sort of like go-to and reliable for Democrats that they call this program the third rail of American politics. There's nothing else that's called that. The third rail is a reference to, like, in a subway system, the third rail is the one that carries the electricity. And if you step on it, you get an electrical shock and you die, or at least you're unhealthy.
It's bad. Yeah.
It's bad for you. And that is Social Security. And I would add Medicare to that. And here you have the sitting senator of Florida, Rick Scott, has written out a plan that says we're going to cut this. And the percentage of people in Florida who go down there to retire, to live on their Social Security and their Medicare. I don't know exactly what the number is, but it's pretty high.
Hey, Biden made that point at a rally once, like 2 weeks ago. So
Like,
what are you
how does
giving
the
them grief
Florida
about?
Democratic Party not able to sort of like coalesce around that issue? It just seems insane to me.
And just speaking of Florida 13, which is an open seat, was called for Anna Paulina Luna, who's a Republican. It's a Democrat to Republican flip. So
Okay.
Oh, it is?
So we have one.
Yep, open seat. But yeah,
So there's one, what we're, down to -1 in the House. What is the number that they need? Is it 8?
I thought the margin was 5.
So they could lose 5, or I guess they lose 2 or 3. I don't know. Well, this involves math, and I can't do that.
Yeah, right.
I certainly can't do it now. 3% reporting, Fetterman is up 84 to 14%. I'm calling it. I've seen enough.
Turn off the TV.
Everybody go home.
If we see a bunch of red votes coming in at the end, that's a little suspicious, don't you think?
Totally.
Like they came out of a server in, I don't know. What's one of the countries that they love?
We are
Russia?
anticipating
Poland.
Ben Dixon in a minute, right? He's gonna
Hungary.
be-
he said 10 minutes.
all right. I'm drinking a very nice bourbon tonight.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start then. So can we just go to a one shot?
I can get it for you.
No, it's
Emma
Please.
doesn't want to be seen drinking. Let me read some IMs.
it's not true.
She's very sensitive.
Five
Brand
flipped,
conscious.
5 flipped would be enough.
5 would be enough
Yeah, for the House.
for the House. Paul Hughes. Hey guys, just voted in Rhode Island. My town had a ballot question on allowing cannabis businesses in town after we legalized. Otherwise, I did my part, eating my pride and giving the down ballot Dems my support, sending vibes to all battleground states. Yeah, I know. It doesn't feel great necessarily to vote for some of these people, but harm reduction. I have to tell you, I mean, I think it came out a little bit today. I mean, I'm increasingly concerned with like just sort of like the broad turn in this country, but also internationally. And I also am of the belief that like, incremental change begets bigger changes. And, where that one sort of like critical mass is, we don't always know. And so you keep trying to win, and then hopefully it starts making winning a little bit easier. But I'm open to better theories. Snarkorski, hey Sam and crew, it's my birthday on election day again, like it was in 2016. Nothing can go wrong. Iowa's polls close relatively late, don't they? I believe they close at 8. Oh, but I guess that might have been local time. Southern Socialist. Yay, more majority report. My cuppeth runneth over. Professional dumpster fire. Happy election night, nerds. I was 29th ballot this morning, and everyone I have asked said the poll lines were out the door voting in Pennsylvania. It's hard to assess that because, remember, 2018, Democrats broke all sorts of records, but so didn't Republicans. It just so happens that Democrats broke more records. It's part of the walk away campaign. Whatever happened to that guy, Brandon Tartikoff, or what's his name?
Straka. State's evidence.
Straka. Brandon Straka. Is he like completely underground now?
He's singing now. He's
Brandon Tartikoff was like an NBC executive, like 30,
Never heard that name in my life.
30, 40
I
years ago.
have. I don't know why.
I thought it'd be a little
No,
close
he was
to
a famous.
Straka.
He was the one who okayed SNL, I think, the first time around.
Yes, that's why, Sam.
But so I get
I
him
read the
confused.
oral history like
I get him
10 years
confused
ago.
with the
Wow.
with the failed actor, Republican, whatever it is.
Bradley has a great memory for names. Really,
That's one of
he
my
remembers
few
everything.
strengths.
What's the other one?
What
Did you say one of two strengths?
I said one of my few strengths.
Oh, one of my few. I think you said
I
one
can
of
say
my
words
two
backwards.
strengths. I'm like, wait a second, you really you've isolated this.
We have We have good breaking news, not unexpected, but
Hold.
not now. Not
Wait,
now.
let's hear that
Jake.
audio. Wait, how did Biden do in Cobb County?
Oh, sorry. I thought we
Put that volume back up for a second.
We'll get to my good news in a sec.
1,000 plus votes. Joe Biden had 56% of the vote in Cobb County. Raphael Warnock has 59%
Oh,
of the
that's
vote
good.
in Cobb County. So Raphael Warnock is overperforming, at least as of right now. Again, just a snapshot, overperforming what Joe Biden did, and Joe Biden won. So that's another interesting comparison.
It is. I just want to add one little cautionary note to that, though, as we come through it.
Well, it's all early. Is
Right.
the other thing. Is all this.
Right.
Is
In
early.
other
We're
words,
just
none of
trying
this
to
means
read the tea
anything.
leaves.
Okay.
Right,
All right.
so
Go,
here we
get
have-
back to the sound drop. Sorry about that, folks. I mean, it's interesting to see how this has worked out, but it's so difficult. And, until you start getting into around 50 or 60% reporting, you really have no sense because you need to be able to sort of say, like, where are the votes coming from? And that's what, I've asked John King to do, and he's doing it.
I mean, he listens to you.
It's awesome how the influence I have with you.
The Jews control the media.
Of course. I say, John King, jump. And he's like, yes, Mr. Cedar. How high? All right, please, by all means, do the sound drop. Oh, that means Emma has an election update.
Election update. Maxwell Frost officially headed to Congress.
Sweet.
First Gen Z member of Congress.
And a good progressive. Got,
Good progressive.
really, really solid. Going to vote the right way. Yeah.
Will be an upgrade from
Squad
Val
adjacent.
Demings.
Yes.
Squad adjacent, without a doubt. And so this is good. We're, supposedly there's up to 5 or 6 of these progressives that are going to be added. And so now you're talking about a voting block of 12 people, maybe.
Greg Kasar, Summer Lee, if she pulls it off, despite the influx of APAC money into
Yeah.
the race.
Bernie's candidate up in Vermont, and then I can't remember.
The woman in Washington.
Yeah.
Weird thing about the Summer Lee thing beyond the APAC stuff is that her Republican opponent shares the same name as the former incumbent in her seat. So they're also using that to make voters think
What's
that
the name?
they're voting they're voting for the Republican Mike Doyle, not former Congressperson Mike Doyle, who is a Democrat.
That is insane and
That was
evil,
smart.
but smart. Yeah, right.
They were like, let's first find a guy named Mike Doyle. Who cares who he is? Just run him.
I mean, honestly, Republicans are good at that. They're running freaking Dr. Oz. I mean, yeah, but they someone with name recognition, they go for that.
Yeesh. 2 kids in a trench coat. The wife and I just voted here in Milwaukee. Polls weren't very busy, and fewer than 500 people had voted at my polling place at 5:45 p.m. That's problematic. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be talking to Ben Dixon right after this. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report on the phone. Mr. Benjamin Dixon, the proprietor of the Benjamin Dixon Show. Ben, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
Sam, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
Emma's here with me too.
Hey, Ben.
Yep.
I'm eating. Sorry.
Hey, Emma, how you doing?
Where are you, Ben? I mean, you don't have to tell me specifically, but I mean, where I know you're traveling around the country quite a bit, and I think the last we talked, you were heading around. You were talking to folks in churches. And,
Yep.
Whereabouts are you? Give me a sense of what you've been seeing in terms of this election.
Well, I am currently in Florida, and unfortunately, it looks like Ron DeSantis is going to get a second term here in the state of Florida. I just got back in Florida today from Mississippi working on the cases out there, but in between time, I would spend some time in Georgia, and I heard you guys going over some of those numbers. It's looking, like you said, it's a little too early to really gauge how the night's going to play out in Georgia, but I think if Democrats have any hope, it's going to be in Georgia because it looks like Florida has really gone the way of Ron DeSantis and his new maps, congressional maps. So there's a lot going on in multiple states in the Southeast. And as you know, these are times where we're trying to decide whether or not Florida is even a swing state anymore. But with these new congressional maps, it looks like it's going to be solidly red.
What's happening in the churches these days? I mean, I think, that has always traditionally been a big source of Democratic votes, particularly, programs on Sundays and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But what's happening there?
So it's the same status quo, right? You still have the souls to the polls that are going on in most churches. Most African American churches have found a good balance of separating church and state, but also being civically engaged. So that's still going on. And I bring up that much context because it is status quo compared to the ramping up that's going on the side of Christian nationalism. So while, it's good that the churches, liberation, black churches are doing what they normally do, I don't think it's enough in terms of what's happening on the Christian nationalist side of the equation.
Yeah. There's been more and more. I've been watching and reading more and more about just how far that wormhole goes. It's pretty crazy.
It's a deep one, and I think it's really relevant to some of the election results that we may see tonight. It's kind of a turning point. The Christian nationalists have moved to a striking distance of being able to execute their theocratic fascist state. So, I know we've been talking about that for some time, but part of that equation isn't just the crazy preachers in the pulpit. It's matching those crazy preachers in the pulpit with policy changes and with congressional map changes and voter suppression. And you get those two combinations. You get the zealots out of the Christian nationalist churches, and you get voter suppression in black liberation communities. And we'll continue seeing some of the results that, I'm not throwing in the towel for the night. I think, it's still a long way to go, but particularly in Florida, that congressional map of Ron DeSantis is really working out in his favor the way he wanted it.
Getting back to Georgia, because I know you've spent a lot of time there over the years. The dynamic that's going on with Kemp and with Warnock, the idea that people are, the theme seems to be, and I think this was anticipated a little bit, but it seems to be bearing out, at least in the early results, that there are ticket splitting, that people are voting for Kemp and voting for Warnock. What's your assessment of that?
I really want to see how the rest of the night plays out. But if it does play out the way it was strategically, that's a strategy. Let me just cut to it, right? The strategy was really to bring in some voices. There was a lot of emphasis put on black men, and I'm putting that in air quotes, even though people can't see me, because there's plenty of black men who have stood up for Stacey Abrams, stood up for democracy in general, not the Democratic Party specifically, who are doing their parts. But in the last hour, we saw a major push across social media as well as advertising to discourage black men from supporting Stacey Abrams. And they tried to disguise it as though it was something that was organic, but there were massive amounts of dollars put into this, and it never fails to try to depress the vote from black men by encouraging, not even just depressing the vote, but also splitting the ticket. You had the very specific strategy out there to vote for Warnock, but not for Stacey Abrams. And that wasn't organic. That was a part of the Republican strategy all along.
How are Democrats doing in terms of reaching black voters on social media? How much awareness is there, is your sense amongst the Democratic Party that Black Twitter is a thing, or that there are, I don't know, there may be like specific social media channels that are more effective than others?
Well, I think we're almost coming to the end of that period. Black Twitter and Twitter in general because Elon Musk. But to your question, I don't think nearly enough was put in terms of actually giving tangible results. Media, paid media. They want a lot from Black folks, but don't want to give Blacks much of anything in terms of advertising dollars. There's a lot of Black media platforms out there. Roland Martin Unfiltered is just to name one. They don't get the nod when it comes from Democratic Party dollars. They don't get the interviews. And you definitely don't see a huge investment in social media. So I think the Democratic Party has abdicated its responsibility to encourage the vote from the Black community, specifically in social media arena.
And Ben, you were hold on. So I was reading this New York Times piece on sorry, I just got a little distracted.
Emma's drunk.
Yeah, not quite yet. Soon enough.
It's still early yet.
Soon enough. But I was reading a Times piece about how there's optimism for the Republicans that they can shave off like 2% of the Black male vote kind of nationwide, and they're seeing either an ability for or an opportunity to encourage those voters to stay home or either flip.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that that's where the vacuum that you're describing in terms of appeal to from the Democratic Party to those kinds of voters? Do you think that that's where it's going to be felt most acutely?
So I want to say yes and no, or yes with an asterisk by it, because I'm thinking of the Black Male Voter Project that was headed up by my good friend Mundell Robinson, who's now mayor of his hometown. That group in particular, along with a couple of other organizing groups in 2020, those were the groups that actually got more Black people out, Black men specifically, out to get Warnock and the other gentleman, his name escapes me, but got them elected in the first place. Right. So there's been a large effort, grassroots effort by Black people ourselves to rally our own votes because of the type of abdication that we've seen from the Democratic Party. So, more specifically, I feel like Democrats, they don't really want Black men voters at the level that they say they do because they're not matching dollars. And then when we see on the opposite side of the equation, you got the Republican Party who are masters. I heard you guys talking about the Doyle candidate using his name. They're absolute masters at Machiavellian techniques, to say the least. And so Republicans are more than happy to put up campaign ads to discourage the Black vote from Black men specifically. And anytime that they can cause division, one of the greatest divisions that they've always mastered here in this country since slavery was to try to divide Black men from Black women. And that's specifically what the Republican Party has done in Georgia.
Well, Ben, thanks so much for your time today. I really appreciate it. I guess we're all just going to sit and wait and see what happens with these numbers.
Absolutely. It's a wait and see game, Sam, Emma. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate
thanks,
you.
Folks
Thanks.
can check out Ben's show. We'll put a link to the Benjamin Dixon show. Really appreciate it, Ben.
Thank you, man. Take care.
Well, we might have a bit of a, not breaking news, but we have an update.
Breaking news enough,
right?
Let's hit it. Thank you.
I mean, as the votes keep getting counted, 1 minute ago, 36% in, Warnock is still commanding a 10-point lead, almost exactly.
We have seen and I don't have an updated version on this. Why don't we put, John, why don't you come in here and give us something of what's going on with the Pennsylvania governor and the Pennsylvania races. We'll just put them up in between us. Weigel pointed out there were 3 districts in Virginia to watch. One was Virginia's second, which was a +2 Biden district. The other was Virginia 10th, which was like a Biden landslide district. That gives you the parameters in which to assess how the Democrats are doing. In the middle, there was Virginia 7th, which is Spanberger. That is an uphill climb for Spanberger, but bad candidate. So the sort of like, the agnostic secular view of that district would be it's a Republican district. Can that candidate who is bad be bad enough that Spanberger can overcome the sort of natural environment that we're dealing with? It appears, and I don't know what those last numbers were, but Spanberger looks like
I
it's
have
not
them
looking
here.
good for her.
With 64% in, Decision Desk has Abigail Spanberger at 45% to Vega's 54% or over that. I'm rounding to the nearest, but like Vega endorsed by Ted Cruz, pretty conservative candidate, and I'm sure we'll see a million think pieces about how Democratic centrism is failing the party and how they need to abandon it for a more progressive agenda so they can win districts like this, because Spanberger and candidates like her are not cutting it.
Well, that of course is Emma being facetious, and we will not see a single think piece like that. However, what you take from that is simply that, well, that would be nice. What you take from that is that, it doesn't appear that things are going to go the Democrats' way. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to lose the House, but it means that if you had any sort of like hopes of like, well, this could be, who knows, every time they say it's going to be a huge winter storm, they talk about it so much, the snow goes away, and that's not going to happen. But I seem to remember we saw the Virginia 10th, the Democrats winning there, but not necessarily by a lot. And at a plus 21 or whatever it was, Biden district, you want to see that Democrat winning by more. Now, the weird thing is we're looking at right now, North Carolina. Pop this up. I mean, Sherry Beasley. Okay, you pop. Let's hear this. Can we get some sound?
Lead on election day vote, and 95.6% of it still is waiting to be counted, Jake. So obviously the Bud folks are saying, hey, that's a huge advantage category for us. And basically nothing you're looking at in the overall vote is election day vote yet, Jake.
That's an important point to make, David Chalian at the Battleground desk. So
they're talking about the North Carolina
outstanding vote.
This is live outstanding vote. So what do we know that's missing? And as David noted, so you see these big blue circle. There's a lot of votes missing in the Raleigh area. There's a lot of votes missing in the Charlotte area, up here by Winston-Salem. The blue tells you the Democrat is leading there now. Now, even in places where Ted Budd is not going to catch or pass Sherry Beasley, David's point about so much day of vote still being out there, that's where he narrows the margins, right? When that vote comes in, if it comes in like we saw in 2020, and as the polling indicates it will come in this year, and again, we'll count them and see if that's the way it turns out. But then you also see all these medium-sized, moderate-sized, and even smaller-sized red circles. There is a ton of outstanding vote in the Republican areas of North Carolina that will be election day vote, and that will be disproportionately, Ted Budd is leading in these places. You just pop one up to take a peek at it. You see Union County, he's leading now with just early
All right,
vote.
turn this
where,
the
Sherry
volume
Beasley,
down
again,
here.
a
We
lot of
got
Democratic votes.
Alex Pareene has entered into the studio. We need to get him a drink before he comes over here so that he doesn't have to pour himself a drink in the middle of a thing. We have a lot of different.
He said no.
Seriously.
You're making us feel bad, Alex.
All right.
I have whiskey in my
Let's bring
coffee.
in Alex Pareene over here.
We should go to a break just so I can set up the shot.
Let's go. We're going to go to a. Well, actually, you just stay on me, and we'll shut your camera off, and we can set that up. All right. So basically, where we are at this point, we're waiting. There's a lot of mail-in ballots that are sort of predictably favorable to the Democrats. They're putting up. There's 41% reporting in Georgia, and Warnock is up by about 6 points. Again, hard to know what percentage of those. Here, pop my friend John King up on the screen for a moment. I've asked John King to give me an analysis of Georgia. John, would you come in here?
Table right there. Again, you're looking at this. This is the Georgia Senate race, and you come over to the governor's race. The Democratic candidate in the Senate race is at 52%. The Democratic candidate in the governor's race is trailing at 49%. If you round that up, one of the challenges, we break this down throughout the night, how many Democrats are voting Warnock for Senate but Kemp for governor? We'll get more of that as we play it out. And again, you look at the governor's map as it is right now. We close here on the Senate map right now. Democrats still leading. This is what they want in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Ohio. But Jake, that's disproportionately early vote in the hour ahead.
Sam.
We will get more.
John,
We will indeed,
Okay,
because we're just
keeps
moments
going.
away
All right, let's,
from another
cut
chance to
away.
make projections.
John King, mistakenly calling me Jake again. I don't know why he did that. But joining us, Alex Pareene, ladies and gentlemen, joining us here live in studio. I like how we put that white.
I know, it's like
hand up. Wow, that's weird.
we're definitely in separate places.
There we go. Alex Pareene, thank you so much for joining us, of course.
Of course.
The host of the Politics of Everything, co-host, I should say. Contributing editor to the New Republic and the proprietor of the AP, the good AP.
The good AP, yeah.
Which you can find on Medium.
And to plug one more thing.
Not Medium, Substack.
Yeah, that one, whichever
Right,
one.
whichever
Whichever
one.
one. I've started writing for
Whichever one the libertarians own.
Popula, the journalist-supported website Popula. You'll see some of my writing there too as well.
Is that right?
Yeah, just started there.
Okay, I didn't. I
That's cool.
haven't
It's a
even heard of that.
new gig. Yeah, that's awesome. Check it out.
This in semaphore.
Anyway, I'm just here to see how my boy Charlie Crist is doing. How's my boy Charlie Crist doing?
It's going to be a long night.
Oh,
for
no,
all of us.
man.
It turns out that you know the old saying, 14 times not necessarily a charm.
Right.
No. Okay.
And, Charlie Crist has lost again, and so I would imagine we're going to see him probably nominated for national office.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be president in 2042 or something, right?
So Brian Kemp has taken the lead now, 42% in. He is up by a point or so. And 26% in. Beto O'Rourke is ahead. I mean, this is fun because we get to sort of like, we could just walk away right now.
Yeah.
And it would all be good. But I don't think it's going to be
Stop the count in North Carolina.
Stop the count.
Yeah.
You see I can see the appeal of that as a slogan now.
Right.
Stop
the count.
That's why do we need to keep counting?
Whitmer, only 3% in, but already with a 31% lead. I mean, I think she's going to really. Let's stop from it. And Shapiro with 8% in is looks like he's got a handy lead over Mastriano. Who knows what that's probably all early voting too. Let's for a moment just step back. Let's assume Shapiro wins. And let's assume Whitmer wins. I sort of feel like, and I'm saying this without any regard necessarily for their politics, for their ideological and what they're going to do or what they have done, but in terms of like the next generation of Democratic potential national figures, those two seem to me to be well situated because there's not a lot out there.
No.
And what I was struck by at the end of this, I was watching, and I will cop to not watching MSNBC very much these days. And by these days, I mean over the past year or two. But
You take orders from them.
Except when you're on.
I take orders from them. But I will watch Chris Hayes every now and then. And they did a package on all the Democrats out in the last, all the big guns out there. And it was stunning how every single person was over the age of 70.
Yeah.
They brought out Clinton. They brought Obama's not that old, but he, and Biden and Bill Clinton. And it's just, my God. There's just this vacuum in the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, there's a lot of causes for it, right? We've talked about the gerontocratic leadership of the Democratic Party for a while and how they refuse to sort of get out of the way. But I think what you're sort of seeing is it feeds into the right, like the donor base is also really old. The base for MSNBC is also really old. It's a, not just a group of leaders that sort of won't go away, but this sort of entire aging cohort that makes up this huge chunk of the party structure itself, that can't, be shaken loose. And yeah, I mean, I certainly hope that we, if anything out of tonight, we get some fresh faces to talk about. I mean, because it's the same personalities we've been talking about for years and years and years now.
I feel like Adam Curtis could do a documentary just on the age of the Democratic leadership. And I'm not convinced that it doesn't tie in to some elements of what was coming out of that generation. They're actually like arguably older than boomers. I think Nancy Pelosi is like,
I think she's silent generation. I think she is.
She's right on the cusp.
Yeah.
But
she was born 1940. Does that?
Yeah.
That tracks.
That's silent generation. Yeah.
That's silent generation.
Well,
and the boom. It was a post-war baby.
And Hoyer,
boom.
by the way, is a year older. Hoyer was born in the 30s.
Oh yeah. I mean, Chuck Schumer's the spring chicken of the bunch.
Yeah, he is. You can tell too. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
He's got a lot of energy.
Wow.
High energy Chuck.
I mean, she's photographed with JFK.
As a boy, she greeted him at his office like when he was still like interning on the Hill. Let's talk a little bit about. We touched on this a little bit with Daniel Nichanian, but you are a big follower of New York politics. Adams seems to be like the scapegoat for Sean Patrick Maloney if he loses his seat.
Yeah. It's pretty remarkable.
Explain this dynamic, because it has national relevance insofar as, the Democrats spent so much time running away from defund the police, and whether you think that slogan was effective or not effective or whatever it is, it's like don't think of an elephant type of situation.
Yeah. Yeah, and the dynamic is there's a lot at play here, because we're seeing the sort of institutional weakness of the. Well, it's funny, for a party that has such a stranglehold on power, the New York Democratic Party is pretty weak institutionally, right? Like, they don't do a lot. The people who control levers of power in the Democratic Party here are just sort of patronage people, But anyway, Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, ran on this very tough on crime, very Republican-ish platform, even though you couldn't really pin him down on a lot of policy stuff. But the sort of circular firing squad over the last few weeks has just been like, why is this election, why are Democrats just being hammered on law and order and crime over and over and over again? And the standard bearer here in the city is the one who's been pushing this narrative of complete lawlessness and chaos in the streets for, more than a year now. It turns out that when you sort of punch your own side to win your election, you harm your party's chances more broadly by sort of tarring them with the brush that you're tarring, your primary opponents with or whatever. But yeah, and then there's like the PACs, the weird fundraising PAC stuff too. Like, Adams has a lot of shady Republican pals too. But yeah, it's all turning out to be much more of a mess than I think they thought it was going to be.
And we had Weigel on. I mean, we had him on tonight, but we had him on last week, and he had an interesting point that he said that one of the reasons why there's a weird dynamic going on. And here's Virginia's 10th district, 90% reporting. This was like a plus 20 Biden district. Now the Democrat appears to be holding on, although 90% reporting in a 5,000 person vote, it's 4%. It's still pretty close. Spanberger with almost 90% voting, it's keeping it relatively close. But
5 points with 11% left. I don't know. It depends on which county, right?
Right. But I guess,
or which area of the district.
In the second district, this was a plus this was a +2 Biden district, and so it gives you a sense. She's down by 8 points. I don't know how much that they said they was reporting. So it is shaping up to be a maybe not, if you can measure from those bellwethers, maybe not like a absolute bloodbath for Democrats on the House side, but like doesn't look like they're going to retain it. Just extrapolating from numbers that we're extrapolating, like,
Yeah.
it's like a 3 times extrapolation. But the dynamic that Weigel had described was that in blue states where there is no danger of an abortion ban, it is not bringing out, it's not creating the energy that you need for the Democrats to hold off on the sort of like traditional deficit that the party out of power has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that, I mean, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. And you can see, there, I feel like there's this feeling too, and this is not based on data except for like the history of the Northeast here, but I think there's this feeling too in these quote unquote blue states where a lot of the sort of voters who have national concerns that run pretty liberal are going to feel free in an off election to maybe put a Republican in office because of tax cuts or something like that. Like that's the kind of thing that leads to like Republican governors of northeastern states and stuff like that. Like you might get people who would never in a million years vote for a Republican president who are, and I don't, who knows? I don't think Zeldin has much of a chance, but they might be like, you know what? Who cares? Like I'll vote Zeldin. What do I care?
Right. Try something different.
Yeah.
Your annoyance doesn't feel like you can play out your annoyance a little
Yeah,
more.
exactly. Yeah.
Let's listen a little bit here on some of these Ohio races and
Yeah.
pop this up.
It seems, I'll just quickly say I've been kind of looking at the New York Times coverage of it, and even though Tim Ryan still is 56 to 44% leading, it's unfortunate that Mark DeWine just won re-election. I don't know how much that helps Tim Ryan. I think it probably hurts him. It means that, I don't know if people are splitting their ticket. We'll see. But the New York Times has it leading. Did I say Mike? Or what did I say?
You
Mark?
said Mark.
Oh,
It's all right.
all right. But the New York Times has it leaning red just because of the outstanding vote totals.
There you go.
We'll see.
God, the idea of J.D. Vance, I don't know why.
I know.
Yeah.
Of all of the like Georgia, Pennsylvania races, I care about this one the most. I'm hoping that Weigel was wrong about it. Definitely made him thinking that Vance was going to take it. So
I just really can't bear the idea of like the sneering asshole caucus of like Tom Cotton, Josh Hawley, Blake Masters, and JD Vance.
Yeah.
Actually.
Well, you better get used to it, man.
it's the new kind of Republican.
Had an asshole caucus in the Senate.
The
gonna be so much free
The
speech.
Twitter algorithm is going to be like the only tweets you get are going to be from those 5%.
Yeah, right.
Because all their buddies, all their VC partners are sitting in doing the algorithms at Twitter. Let's you want to switch to Kornacki, your old buddy Kornacki?
Yeah, Steve. Yeah,
let's do that.
Your old buddy.
he used to be my editor. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
over
that.
At salon.com. This is going way back.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
wow.
Oh my God, I remember a Christmas parties at that place.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not bragging.
They weren't salon was not. Yeah, they were not the swankiest Christmas parties.
No, not the swankiest. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, we were shadow banned for a little bit. For some reason, I'm not getting that feed. Are we back? So we're on, and I'm not. Oh, there we go. All right. Something happened to my camera. Let me do that. Sorry, folks. This is the way it works on live streaming. This is the type of, this coverage doesn't happen by itself.
But we fired Emma, so she's gone.
Yeah.
right.
Well, the problem is we briefly changed the name of the show to The Majority Report with Elon Musk.
That's right. And we got shut down.
And we were promptly shut down.
And then Emma tripped on the router. And,
Yeah.
we went down, and so we basically said, Emma, let's come on, please. So we gave her the classic punishment of jogging one time around the building, and then she gets back, and then she can. That's the way we do it. That's the way we maintain some measure of discipline in the building. Next polls close in 11 minutes and 22 seconds at 9 p.m., ladies and gentlemen.
Here in New York, right? That's 9 p.m.
Oh, that's right. I guess that is important.
So, Emma's voting. That's where she went. Emma had to run out.
Ran out to vote.
So a few things. Sorry. With a decision desk reporting.
Oh, dude, you got to do the sound. You can't. That's unbelievable. Thank you.
Virginia 10, Hung Kao, the Republican candidate, has taken a small lead over Jennifer Wexton, the incumbent in Virginia's 10th district, 51-48.
Ew.
And I'm sorry, I just need to check for
That is the plus 21 Biden.
Yes, that's the district that even by the Cook Political Reports ratings was likely Democrat. So we'll see how that continues to go with all three of those races: Spanberger's seat, Wexton's seat, and Elaine Luria's seat.
I mean, it's such a weird dynamic. The difference between the difference between like what we're going to see or what we're seeing so far in terms of like the House races and the Senate races.
Yeah.
And I guess that's really, and in some ways, sort of accounts for like what accounts for that? Is it some form of is it gerrymandering or what? I mean, what is accounting for that, or is it just that like when somebody gets that amount of exposure and they're a lunatic, it's just too hard to maintain?
I think that's a big part of it. I have to say, I feel like, to the extent that the races have been nationalized, obviously a Senate race gets a lot more attention, and then it's harder to be
congressman who's had forced three different women for abortions.
Right. No, that's
It's just not going to come out.
It's not going to, but exactly. And it's going to be obviously like you're just going to hear less about it than you do about a race with a national race, a national federal, Senate level race, a state level race. But I don't know. I just like the dynamics are just, they just feel very different.
Yeah, it's strange. And I guess on some level too, like Trump is playing more in the Senate races than he is in the House races. And that skews where you get the candidates, what kind of candidates you get.
Yeah.
Let's go to what's going on in the Lake and Masters. God, if Blake Masters, I honestly.
Polls are closing in Arizona, right? And
candidates who are expecting to really have their voters come out today, tweeting again and again, stay in line. Carrie Lake tweeting, stay in line, hold the line. They want as big of a turnout as they can today. Now, when these results start to drop, and we do not expect them until another 1 hour and 10 minutes, polls do close in 9 minutes now. When those results drop, we are hearing all the campaigns saying, patience, patience. We are hearing from U.S. Senate candidate Mark Kelly, a nominee, Mark Kelly, saying whoever is leading tonight may not be the winner. That is the key. It is too early after that first drop. So all of these campaigns saying,
I guess
we're going to watch these numbers. We're going to watch.
Somebody scold us for patience.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was freaking out today. Do we have a clip of that? Charlie Kirk was freaking out about that. I don't know. The guy on with him, I don't know who it was. But saying that they weren't seeing the numbers that they were hoping to see on election day because their strategy, and it seems to be not completely uniform nationally, but I mean, I know, like, at least in Wisconsin, and there's a couple other places, it seems like in Pennsylvania, they were saying, don't come out. And we were talking to Weigel, and he said, like, in Texas, they were saying, like, either go early in the morning or go late in the day so that they, presumably, like, maybe us or Soros, or if there's any distinction, don't know how many votes we need to manufacture to steal the election. Like, Weigel was hearing this from voters, and their strategy seems to be in part like, just, I don't know, outfox the server in Germany or whatever it is, but also they're going to sue to get as many of those early ballots
like
discounted.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's Charlie Kirk this morning. You can, incidentally, you can reach him at freedom@charliekirk.com. God, what a moron. Here we go.
Look, I'm panicking because you need 10 times more votes than you have right now. And by the way, wouldn't it be better for us to panic and not celebrate? You expect me to bring champagne on here right now? I'm telling you right now, the modeling is not there.
There are three rushes on election day. There's the early morning rush, there's the lunchtime rush, and there's your after work rush. What Charlie is saying here is that first rush did not come in the numbers that we needed to have it come in.
Yeah, and we don't know it. Tyler Boyer says we are on track to lose. So look, I mean, if you guys think that's the problem, then you can stay at home and enjoy a Katie Hobbs governorship. I sure hope people start turning out, right? And look, I'm panicking because you need 10 times.
Stay home.
So
Stay
he's panicking.
the fuck
Now,
home.
who knows? Maybe that's just like some weird strategy he has to, I don't know.
This is always, I mean, this has been the what seems to be the flaw in the all the elections are stolen narrative. I don't understand how it works as a get out the vote incentive.
It's get out the vote early, or late, so that people can't figure out how many votes you're supposed to raise.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing is, and I don't know, I mean, I've just been reading this a little bit. In Nevada, a lot of early voting. Apparently the Republicans in Nevada had the same strategy. Wait for election day. Reno, apparently it snowed. And that county in Nevada is a big Republican stronghold, and so they needed a big turnout there. That is one of the sort of like the dangers, of this strategy. One of the advantages is, like, you can go in and you can try and legally tie up a lot of votes. The danger is that you are then uniquely subject to some type of weather event, which people.
Or a family emergency, or something comes up at work, right? I mean,
not great.
Right.
But snow in Reno,
you're hungover like we will be tomorrow.
It's a problem.
I do feel like traditionally campaigns have been reluctant to say, wait as long as you possibly can to vote. That's not been a message they've tried before, because it doesn't always mean. You might just at the end decide, screw it. But yeah, there's a reason that traditionally campaigns didn't try that.
All right, let me be frank with our audience, though. If you're a George Soros plant and you're coming in, that's exactly what you would say.
That is. That's
what
true.
What you just said is exactly what George Soros would tell you, to, like, sort of mock them for trying to run around our specific vote-changing gauntlet. That way it makes it look like you're confident about it when, in fact, you're sweating inside. I mean, that's exactly...
right.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, look at it. You're sort of speechless now. Right?
I know. I mean...
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. My earpiece has gone silent, and I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to hear what I'm supposed to say to that.
That would be so awesome.
So
how awesome would it be to like Alex is leaving tonight, and we just see an earpiece fall out of his?
Remember the bulge in Bush's suit? Yes. Yeah. You're gonna get like a weird shot of this of my side with like a wire running up of it.
And I can just see George Soros is just exhausted at home because he's got like 15 operatives he's working at the same time, and he's gonna be like, "No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the guy who's on the surfs."
He's like the guy directing the Oscars. He's like, "Go camera 2. All right, go."
Oh my God.
I think we have breaking news. Well, one, Nate Cohn says...
Hold on, wait a second. We need the music.
Sorry.
Yeah, we paid a lot for this.
the needle has moved to 51% for the Republicans to take the Senate. I'm joking. That's not the real breaking news. Who gives a shit about the needle?
Where's the needle at now?
Brian Kemp has won re-election.
Okay. I mean, that's not, as far as like a surprise, it's not a huge shock, but that is, it's depressing.
Yeah.
It's depressing. I mean, I wonder, and I have not been following like the local media in this race, but I wonder how much, and I'm not faulting her for this at all, because I think it was quite the case. I wonder how much Stacey Abrams was a victim of having gone through the last gubernatorial election, which clearly there was intense voter suppression.
Yeah.
And you had the guy running for governor was the Secretary of State,
yeah.
like literally in charge of protecting the vote. And she, and I believe correctly and legitimately, came out and said, like, this election was stolen. Now, this was back in 2014.
Right.
And was it 2014? When was Stacey Abrams' last election that she ran against?
It was
Kemp?
2018.
It was 2018. Okay. And so I think that it became sort of like a difficult thing to square.
Yeah, I think it became a difficult needle to thread, basically. And I, again, not that I wasn't following the local news either, but I imagine that.
Like when Kemp is being celebrated for fighting against Trump's attempt to steal the election, she is still sort of like has this baggage of saying that Kemp took, basically suppressed enough votes to steal the election from her in 2018.
Yeah.
That's a hard thing to sort of navigate.
Yeah. And those same people, even in Brad Raffensperger himself, has made jokes on cable news hits and in speeches like that. Unlike Trump and Stacey Abrams,
right.
I accept the results of the election, valid or not. They use that basically to hang it around her neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think that was difficult. Now,
that was like, now we have New York polls closing, and much to Dave Rubin's chagrin, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has comfortably won re-election.
I really think there's a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, send your money.
Look, guys, I feel like something's changing on the ground. I can feel it.
You said you almost died from COVID?
Ruben had Michael Mallison, who's a guy who's literally thinks that we should do away with democracy. He'll explicitly argue that, and he's like, "But guys, get out there because I really think AOC we got a chance. To unseat her."
Big night for Chuck Schumer too.
Oh yeah, he won re-election too, Sam.
I want to see some of those write-ins. I'm a little curious. I know of at least 2 people who voted for me in that race.
I'd be willing to wager it.
Let's bring David Griscom in via the phone, I guess. David Griscom from the show, what is it, Left Reckoning? What?
Yeah, that's right.
David, we're here with Emma and Alex Pareene and, of course, Matt and Bradley. And my sister is also here, but she's not on the microphone.
Well, wonderful. How are y'all doing?
I'm doing good. David, are you talking from inside like a terrarium or something? Is there
Okay. Maybe I should call back on my cell phone. I tried the computer rig. It might not work.
Yeah, you gotta use a microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, he can't hear him too. We got to get that. All right, we'll call us right back. Yeah, we got to make sure that the outputs are there.
I can just imagine what a person calling is saying.
Dan McKee wins governor of Rhode Island. I don't know if that was a contested race.
No, not really.
Now it's really tightening up in Georgia. Let's check out the New York Times here. Herschel Walker took the lead back. 49.1 to 49. So that's a few thousand differential, give or take. 51% of the votes in.
And you need over 50% to
to avoid a runoff.
To avoid a runoff,
Right.
yeah. Man, Herschel fucking Walker.
Right?
I know.
Right?
I mean, can you imagine? You know what I was reminded of today was that Trump's big signing for the USFL when he was trying to do his own spin-off football league was Herschel Walker.
Wait, I don't think he owned the Generals at that time. I don't believe that he owned the generals until
Hold on.
after Walker was there.
The New Jersey Generals? That's
Yes.
who we're talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
That's what they
Herschel
were called?
Walker, like famous for like being in the worst trade of all
The
time.
worst trade of all time, which I'm
Yes.
I'm celebrating, inadvertently celebrating today. The worst trade in
Are
the
you a
history of the
Cowboys
NFL.
fan?
CNN. Pop up
What?
CNN.
Are you a
Is
Cowboys fan?
No, I'm a Vikings fan.
Oh my
unfortunately.
gosh. Oh, right. I've seen that. Yes.
All right, pop up CNN here.
As they begin to count more of the today vote, election day cast votes, that's where Republicans have an edge. Boris just noted Governor Kemp stretching his lead a bit. It's the very same dynamic. They're counting election day votes now. We're starting to count them as we move through the hour and the hours ahead. Remember, Georgia took us a long time in 2020, and those runoffs were close. So now we come back here. Come back here to the Senate race, and you just look at this. This is the state of Georgia today, an incredibly competitive state, a 9,000 vote lead. You're beginning to see the map fill in. If you're in the Walker campaign, number one, you still got 45% of the ways to go. But you also see, see some of these rural counties, they're small, but we have no votes in at all. Those are going to be red at the end of the night. So the challenge is, I just want to go check up here a little bit.
We're
So you
seeing
first
different
come to Fulton
results.
County.
I'm
Senator
sorry,
Warnock
just to,
getting
to
75.
interject. We're seeing results differ from different outlets, but the New York Times has now Warnock up, right, with 57% of the votes in. So this is going to seesaw. But, man, I mean...
Let's hear what he's saying about Cobb County. I
yeah.
want to know how many...
Competitive suburb, but Joe Biden won it by 14 points. Now let's come back to where we are and look at the Senate race in Cobb County. And it's a 20-point race. So around the Atlanta area at the moment, Warnock there doing quite well in what he needs to do. Just want to come over here to DeKalb County. Again, only 7% of the vote here, though. So in Atlanta and the suburbs, Senator Warnock is running strong. The question is, where are the Walker votes coming from? So let's see. One of the challenges was, do the Trump voters turn out for not Donald Trump, right? Well, that's where Brian Kemp helps. Even though Brian Kemp and Donald Trump are in a feud, you have a Republican governor running well ahead of Herschel Walker. Republicans are coming out to vote. And in these counties where it's a small population center, it's less than 1% of the vote. So you say, well, it's not significant, but there are dozens of them. And those votes add up. This is a 28-point Donald Trump district, and there you see.
What
Herschel
King
Walker running
is
up big
saying there
margins.
is
Just
that
to
you've
check
got
on
a
the
lot of
governor's
people
race here.
coming out to vote
Governor's
against
running up
Stacey
even slightly
Abrams on the
bigger
Republican
margins
side,
in these areas.
particularly from those rural areas. And when they get there, they just vote for Walker because they're voting the down ticket. I mean, it is, this is the fake John from San Antonio on the IM said Warnock just took a big lead again. So we'll see.
I mean, it's going to go back and forth.
Yeah.
The best case scenario is avoiding a runoff and Warnock winning. The middle case scenario is us going to a runoff, and then the worst case is Herschel Walker winning outright. But
military coup, I think.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, I would have a hard time thinking either of them is going to win outright right now. Or I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what I'm talking about fully with the numbers, but it's just seems like that kind of race. I feel it in the air. Right?
Very hard to tell, right? What's going on there, and I think we'll just see. But let's take a moment, and I guess 67% in now. Beasley is now down by 1%. The same dynamic, I think, where you had early voting, and coming in first, and then we'll see. But interesting that it's that close in North Carolina, right?
Yeah,
Like
I mean it is, yeah.
Because a good Democrat on the top of the ticket on an on-year election, and I think North Carolina is very close to becoming sort of like a bluer state anyways. And now
Georgia 2.0.
Here we go. 61% reporting Warnock has now taken a big lead, 5% lead. That's encouraging just in terms of like where we rate America on its decline. And let me
that's our needle.
It's close to the doomsday clock, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that was that that is Georgia all in. So let me ask you this. All right, let's for a moment. Let's play out a couple of scenarios. Democrats. Oh wait, we got Griscom. We'll do this in a second because I want to walk through like what the shit show is going to look like a little bit because it really is going to be bad even if the Democrats manage to hold the Senate. On the phone, ladies and gentlemen, David Griscom. You may know him from the program Left Reckoning. And
tomorrow at 8:00 Eastern on YouTube.
David, are you there?
I am. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Much better.
Okay,
You sound
sorry
much
about
better.
It's one of those things when you have like a nice computer rig, sometimes it gets way more complicated to do basic things.
What's happening in Texas?
Well, it's not looking too good, but I would want to start with good news if possible.
Okay.
Greg Casar, who is Bernie endorsed, a candidate, former city council member here in Austin, has won their election. It was a pretty much sure thing, but that's a really big deal, I think, not just for the area, but also for the country. I think Greg is going to join up with the rest of the squad in being one of the most pro-worker candidates in Congress. So that's some very positive news in a night that's looking like it might not be the best one.
Well, the interesting dynamic is that that's the second progressive that we have now that is sort of like, squad adjacent, let's call them. That is one. It's possible there's another 3 or 4 pickup. When you couple the fact that like you're almost doubling the number of like really sort of like next generation, progressives, if you want to call them that, you're also shrinking more than likely the caucus. So their sway within the caucus becomes even that much more sort of like significant. And I still think we're probably a couple of cycles away from some type of like real exercise of power. But it starts to become more significant. And, it really just becomes like, do you want them to play the role of like a Mark Meadows did for the Republicans, which in many respects was sort of, I don't know. You can never apples to apples these things, but it's from a policy perspective, it's not like Meadows got much that he wanted.
No.
They kept saying no to stuff, but I don't know. What's your thoughts about that, David?
I mean, zooming in a little bit from like congressional politics, I think having some of these progressive leaders in Texas that we're getting is gonna be really important. Like maybe not as much this cycle, but for the future. Just showing people here that like there's a path to victory for progressives in Texas, and also like having somebody in a leadership role who can help, because this is somebody who's been very committed to like left progressive politics in Austin and all around. Having somebody like that as a guide, I think, is really important as we try to crawl ourselves out of the disaster that we're inheriting from our parents' generation, frankly, of the Democratic Party here that's just been in complete shambles. I think that, nationally, there's a lot of questions to figure out what the role is of progressive or Democratic socialist candidates to be in office. But I can just sit here and say, as a Texan, it's something that's very exciting for us to be able to see somebody like that get a little bit of national profile and start to show people that we can be doing something different in Texas politics.
How do you think that will influence the state politics? I wonder, when you're in a place where Democrats generally don't do well, if the success of a specific type of Democrat ends up influencing the way that the state party machine moves or not.
Well, I think this is the point about Greg being sort of a unique candidate in that he came out of, left and labor organizing here. So he's got a lot of rootedness in the community and the on the ground grassroots movements that are happening in the state. And I'm not, necessarily predicting that he's going to be, splitting his time between his congressional duties and sort of helping out grassroots campaigns. But having somebody like that as a leader, somebody who knows how to win, both locally here and now on the congressional level, I think sets us up for a pretty strong situation. Because basically what's going to happen, I don't want to make predictions too early, but it looks like it's going to be a very rough night for Democrats across the country, but very in Texas specifically. And the big question is going to be, what direction does the party need to go here, right? Does it need to go more in the Cuellar direction of sort of being, more socially moderate, kind of, right-wing Democrat? Or is it doing a kind of Biden-Beto thing where it's trying to win suburban voters outside of Houston and Dallas and Austin? Or is it more of this kind of new progressive movement that has a lot of young people in here who've been getting really involved in politics, trying to challenge a lot of the machines here? Because the Democratic Party, just like it is anywhere else, is very much a machine here. It's like a weak machine here. But they do sort of ice out a lot of progressive candidates in a lot of local elections across the state. So at least having somebody as a feather in the cap to sort of point to and take direction from, I think it puts us in a pretty strong position. I might be looking for silver linings in a dark night, but that's how I'm feeling right now.
Do you want to put up this? Let's put up this thing
Yeah.
that's happening in Maricopa County.
David, you can't see this, but I'm not sure if you heard. Republicans filed a lawsuit to keep polls open in Arizona. In Maricopa County. Here, wait, let me pull up the thread that I sent on this computer. But Kyle Cheney, who is a reporter at Politico, says, happening now, emergency hearing in Maricopa County about claims of voter tabulator issues. RNC seeking a 3-hour extension of voting hours. So that plays into the Charlie Kirk clip that we played. County and Kelly campaign says the complaint is nonsense. Voting centers have been open and operational all day with limited issues, et cetera, et cetera. We can kind of just scroll to the bottom there because the judge denied the Republican effort to extend voting hours, saying there's no evidence voters were denied the ability to vote due to tabulator issues in some counties. But like, this is the play stupid games, win stupid prizes thing, which is, go wait until the last moment to vote. So, I mean, for what reason? I don't even know.
I'll tell you something. I mark my words. You will hear about Maricopa County for the next 4 years.
Yep.
It will be, this is going to be like, when you like every time we see one of those guys from the Good Liars go out to some like Trump rally, the first thing they're going to say is Maricopa County, Maricopa County,
and ground zero for the election claims in 2020. So it's no surprise that this is where the lawsuit is originating out of.
My God, honestly, if folks, if you can figure out some type of investment scheme where you make a nickel for every time somebody says Maricopa County, you're going to make a lot of money.
It also
even
could
in this
be
inflationary environment.
It also could be an election night drinking game if you are so inclined, audience.
There you go. Around here, we don't play games. We just drink.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
is that a Republican county?
I mean, it is I think it's the county that's
Arpaio,
most
right?
It's Joe-
determinative of. Oh, go
It's
on.
Joe Arpaio's county.
Joe Arpaio, yeah.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, I guess that's why.
That's why it was
I've
kind-
heard it a million times.
That's
Yeah.
why it was ridiculous when the Arizona legislature, or at least members of the Arizona legislature, basically outsourced that cyber ninjas audit to like a Hyatt in Phoenix that was not sanctioned by their majority leader, Rusty Bowers, because Maricopa County election officials are Republicans.
Yeah.
They're Republicans.
They certified their own vote, like for Biden. Like,
I mean, it's a complete, like.
Of course they did.
And guess what? Here, keep playing that, because even though there are Republicans in control of the elections in this county, guess what they're named? The Republican chair of the Republican chair of the county board of supervisors is named Bill Gates. I kind of
You know what?
messed up the delivery, but
here's
you know.
a guy. He's a billionaire,
Right.
but he's still taking the time to do his civic duty.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, you got
This is the second time we've had tonight
two
of
double name
people using that to their advantage.
And, Bill Gates.
Well, I mean, all right. Well, David, really appreciate your time today, and thank you for bringing us. I mean, it was like the Kazar thing is a bright spot.
Absolutely.
It's something to be excited for. But yeah, check us out tomorrow night too at 7 Central with Emma and Matt.
Whoa,
Yes.
Awesome.
crossover episode. Appreciate it.
Thanks, David.
Talk to you tomorrow,
Thanks,
David.
man.
I do have to ring the
Take
bell.
care.
Oh, we got a bell ringing.
Term.
Give me a second.
Not that bell.
What we got here? Oh, we got to get a different type of bell mechanism. Gonna make it easier.
I like this one.
No, I like the bell, but I want to be able to just bing it like this.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got?
It literally sounds
So-
like the
so-
NFL draft.
So this is what I was gonna say, but the AP and a few others still have yet to confirm, but some election outlets are confirming are at least calling the race for Josh Shapiro already, given the vote tabulations against Doug Mastriano for governor
That's
in
good.
Pennsylvania. The Rhode Island 2nd Congressional District, it looks like Seth Magaziner, the Democratic candidate, will pull through in that open seat against Republican Alan Fung, and Summerlee does seem to have won against the other Mike Doyle. So just to give a few
And how
updates
about
there.
this for Georgia? An update from Decision Desk.
Let's see the bell again.
Bradley.
We gotta do this.
The pick is in.
We paid a lot for that bell.
Georgia, for now, has decided to hold on to its pick and draft Raphael Warnock. Not yet, but all right, 62% in. Warnock's extended his lead.
Warnock has extended his lead.
Yeah, it's 51.3 to 46.9. That's significant.
I mean, and how much is in now? 64%. I mean, they got to be honing in close. Like once you start to get up like 60, 70%, 75%, it becomes a lot easier to assess where the extant votes are. And if they're, when you're talking about like a 5 or 6% distance, if it's 5 or 6% difference between the two of them with like 80% in, they'll come close to calling that race, I think. I don't know. Maybe that's about as obvious as it can be. I can tell you this: when 100% is in, they're going to call that race. But then just work back from
Right.
there.
Bold prediction.
Yeah. Well, we start off with the smaller ones. And you
Get
build
hot
on it.
takes
Yeah,
on
you
this.
I
sort of
think Zeldin has a chance to beat Hoko.
Is Dave Rubin doing a live stream? Can we zoom
That's
in
a
on
good
what
question.
he's
I
not
just want to
talking
say,
about?
He's probably too smart for that.
if you're still in line in Maricopa County, stay in line.
Stay in line in Maricopa
If you're
County.
in fact, get in line.
Yeah.
If you're in Maricopa County, get in line.
Actually, if you are looking to vote for a Republican in Wisconsin, go to Maricopa County.
Go right now. Hop on a Greyhound.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
He
wow.
is
Do
doing
it.
one.
Yeah, here he is. I forgot the
Nice.
lights.
At the
For now, we're back in studio tomorrow. See ya.
This looks like honest.
just
No, we can go back. Go back. Go back.
Guys,
Oh shit! What's happening in AOC one?
This looks like every Wall Street guy approaching you at a club that you don't want to be at.
You know what's amazing about this? Hold on, pause it for 1 second. We're gonna go back anyways. Just pause. This is a multi-million-dollar operation, the Blaze. And the motherfuckers couldn't get a light.
He's not lit.
He's not lit.
Why isn't he?
Are you kidding me?
Why isn't there
They
a
don't
light
give a
on
shit about him compared to the rest of their staff.
Dave, listen, we're still trying to work our way through this whole thing where you're having a kid. And so maybe just for tonight, we're not going to use a light.
Hey, but Glenn got a light. Glenn got a light.
New York One reporters bring their own light with them when they go by themselves to report somewhere.
No, I've literally done that. Attach a light to your phone.
Let me tell you what you do. Here you go. That's it. I mean, come on, look at that. That is pretty nuts.
Should we sample some of the?
Oh yeah, let's do that.
And I really want to be there for that because he doesn't play all the time. So he said, I hope you'll vote red. I hope you'll support me. And I hope you don't take offense that I'm going to get going. And he just left. And I thought it was actually really nice and human and decent. And I don't know if he made any money that night. I don't know if his campaign people weren't thrilled.
Who's he talking? He's talking about
But he's been
DeSantis
through the
fundraiser.
ringer, right? The guy's run for president. Trump banged him up pretty badly when he did that. You may remember that. But Trump's in
Rubio,
Tennessee
sorry.
now, and he won by a landslide here in Florida tonight.
Now he's going low.
And Ron DeSantis is now up by 19 points. He owes me, I am getting the tomahawk from Governor DeSantis. I wish we had it on video. I'm telling you, I swear to God, guys, I said to Governor DeSantis on June 2nd, I said, you are going to win this state by 15 points. He laughed. You know when he does that really loud laugh? He said, no, 6 or 7.
I mean,
6 or
you can
7.
wipe your mouth
It
off
looks like
first, dude.
19 points. And you know what? It could get wider because that's widening right now. We're
Well,
about
you know what? I would
15.
suggest that it's all going to get
It's
wider
widening
with
because
the amount of,
obviously Republicans.
muscling that is going on here. That is wow, that's impressive. I mean, he's been a big DeSantis fan for quite a while, and of course,
He moved. Jeez.
He moved down to Florida.
Yeah.
Just to be closer.
It's going to be great where his kids get suspended from school for mentioning the fact that they have two fathers. That's going to be fun to watch how he reacts. To be honest with you, I like the fact that there's some discipline at school, and I think that's important.
Certain hierarchies, you don't want to completely upend them.
Yeah, I really explained that, it's not. Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
I'm an example that proves the rule, actually.
Completely fair. Just because my kids are now outlawed, it's okay. Look, it's important that they learn life lessons. Whoa. John Boozman.
John Boozman.
In Arkansas Senate. Well, that's not. I'm not shocked by that. Peter Welch.
I feel like we've seen the Peter Welch breaking news 40 times.
I mean, I can't believe a Vermont senator looks like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. He looks almost like 2 years younger than Patrick Leahy.
They look like brothers.
Oh my God.
Oh. All right. Well.
Let's see. None of your business. Please stop framing the vote counts as if later results are influenced by earlier ones. All the votes are cast. The person who is ahead at a given point of the night is solely a function of the order in which the precinct reports are results.
Dude, we're just joking around.
But I don't even know that we're not doing that. As if later results are influenced by earlier ones.
Isn't that what the Charlie Kirk people are saying? Or no, I don't even know.
And if we're saying it, we're mocking them. Just, no, you have a stick up your ass.
I think we're jeez.
Sorry.
I think we are basically saying that we don't know which precincts have been counted.
Yeah.
But I do believe, I guess my point is this in terms of whether the race is going to be called. When you start getting up around 80% of the votes in, it's much easier for the analysts to assess where the votes have come from,
right,
because there's less extant, and they have a better sense of what the dynamics are from that specific precinct or county that the votes are coming in from, and their projections are easier. I don't think we're implying that. I don't even know how that would work. Earlier votes influence later votes. I mean, I guess theoretically, if you were to declare, to show these numbers in the middle of the day, maybe less people would show up for voting.
Well, right. That was a thing.
Doing that.
They stopped doing that. That was a big thing back in
2000.
2000, yeah.
4%. Mandela Barnes is up. I mean, polls closed at 9 p.m. Eastern in Wisconsin. That would be a particularly sweet one to win.
That would be really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it would be.
I saw someone the other day walking down the street with a T-shirt that said "I miss Russ Feingold,"
mm-hmm.
and that was really upsetting.
Yeah, that was a real heartbreaker.
Yeah. J-Man Raps. I think Gretchen Whitmer will be looking to run for president in 24. I think she can be destroyed by a leftist candidate, however, former lobbyist. After all, I enjoy you guys having fun. F the haters.
It's going to be the governor's Democratic primary. You're going to have Newsom, Pritzker, Whitmer.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. I don't. It'll be old-fashioned. We haven't had a bunch of governors try in a while.
I know it. It's true.
Yeah.
Weed legalization is winning so far in Missouri, says Sam's mustache.
Again, if you could put weed legalization, if you could somehow make it into a human and
if
run
the candidate could be first name weed, last name legalization.
F-weed-R.
We'd be looking at the Jeb Bush meme.
But all the crime ads, whatever.
Tim Union Rep says later counted votes aren't dependent on earlier counted votes, but they are most certainly correlated. Yes, assuming.
I feel like you were misunderstood here, Sam.
We were just messing around.
But many people are saying, Jules Winfield says, tell them it's okay. They can remove the stick from their ass now. So they can, folks should do that after one point. Devoid reality, Emma just broke out the Chablis glow.
Yes.
3 times hand clap.
Sure.
Let's take a phone call. Calling from a 386 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Zach. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Zach, what's on your mind?
Hey, I've been trying to call in. I actually have a couple of questions that I'd love to talk to you guys about. But thank you guys for doing the show tonight. I'm enjoying listening in.
Good.
The first question is, I'd just like to know what you guys think about news and like what you guys do as entertainment. I've been listening for a few years. I used to listen to TIT a lot, but I just kind of feel like that I listen to your guys' program as just kind of my entertainment that I do, during the day. And I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I just kind of want to stop listening and do something more productive with my time, because I don't feel like listening is very productive.
Okay.
I mean, personally, if you get what I mean. But I don't know if that ever...
It's a little insulting, but sure.
I mean, look,
No,
listen.
That's not how I mean it,
No, I'm
messing around.
I think that's something that you're going to have to assess for yourself, in terms of what's more productive. I think from my perspective, I want this show to be entertaining. Well, let me put it this way. When Matt came in to apply for this job, he told me that he was taking Nixon tapes and putting them to music. And that was his podcast at the time. And I'm like, well, why are you doing that? And he's like, to get my friends to listen to the Nixon tape. And frankly, honestly, I thought that was genius. I thought that was genius because, I do think there's a lot of value in people hearing those Nixon tapes. And so, I think, I hope that we're at least somewhat entertaining. I don't think we're as entertaining as necessarily other programs. But the hope is that you absorb, I don't know, we had, I think we've had some we had an important guest on today to talk about what's going on in Israel. I think what's happening there is important, both if you're like remotely interested in the world, but also even, domestically. I think this is something that's happening around the world. And if we can be entertaining and, some knowledge seeps into you, I think that's good. But as far as is it worth your while? I don't know. What else are you doing?
Like, I watch Real Housewives for entertainment, but that's not giving me any value in my life. At the very least,
disagree with that.
Well, I mean, we could talk about women's stories are important, yes, but the reality of the situation is you're at least learning about politics a little bit when you tune in. I hope so.
Yeah,
Yeah, totally. And
go ahead.
No, go ahead, Max.
I was just going to say, when people say, I moved to the left of your show, it's either I'm listening to different podcasts, which is, fine, I guess, or it's I'm actually doing something in the community, involved in my union or organizing in some form. And that is great.
I mean, if you're not,
totally.
let's put it this way, if you're not sharing any of the information and you're not acting on any of the information you hear here, I would say yes. Stop listening and go do something else, because you're of no value to it's not valuable to anybody. I don't want to say you're of no value to us. I think you're a very special person, but honestly, if it's not causing you to do anything, educate other people or advocate with other people, or when you're at work, I don't know. I mean, that's basically what, that's the way that it can work, is that you people do something with what we provide here. I think for other people too, there are people where just having entertainment or, having a voice that they hear every day is, helpful because they're going through a stressful time or something to that effect. But that would be that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just want to say, I didn't mean at all that.
No, I take it personally.
What you guys are doing.
No.
Really, we're just messing around. But if you enjoy the show, that's all that matters.
Yeah, of course. And I love it when you guys get calls from people who, people who used to be on the right, whatever, and have come over to the left from listening to your guys' show. I think that's definitely a great value in the show. For me, who's someone that's exactly like what you're talking about, Sam. The thing is that I'm just not doing anything with it, and I think sometimes I wish.
How old are you?
I would, but I'm also 34 and a father of 2 young kids.
Oh,
and
all right. Well,
working full time.
Yeah, you're doing nothing.
Yeah, seriously, good luck.
Just the father of children.
You're doing a lot, man.
well, you know what? I mean, maybe, hopefully, if it's impacting like what you teach your kids, I don't know. I mean,
get involved with the school.
That's one thing, because we actually just moved back to the USA. I was living abroad for about 11 years. I would kind of like to get involved with the school, but we're in Central Florida, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Oh, dude,
I don't know how
honest.
well.
No, but you should.
You need us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna
kids
say, yeah.
And they need
Florida?
you.
Are you
They-
kidding?
they
There's
need
nothing.
you,
I don't
right?
think. Don't feel like. I'm just gonna say, don't feel guilty about just needing a voice of sanity to listen to, right? Like, don't feel guilty about that. And,
Yeah.
And I don't know. You Central Florida. I have my assumptions about what it's like over there, but yeah. If you're listening to Sam to just like a voice of reason, and to feel like you're not the alone out there, then that's perfectly justifiable.
Your kids are going to thank you.
Unless what you're listening to is reactionary or racist or bigoted, you shouldn't feel guilty about anything that you consume for your own like actual, entertainment or sense of community.
Yeah.
It's just life's too short to worry about that kind of stuff.
Right, totally. Because I think that's the issue for me, is that on the one hand, it feels important to stay educated about what's going on in the country and around the world. But then on the other hand, just in day-to-day life, I just don't see that effect. And that's what kind of makes me wonder, like, how important really is it for me personally to be, spending my time listening to this or that when I don't know.
You're going to have to make that. You're going to have to make that choice. But you do understand the sort of like the irony of you asking us if we think it's worth your time.
I'm curious if that's something that, I'm curious if that's
I like to think it's worth people's time
with,
to listen, but I can understand that people would think differently. Sometimes I don't want to look in the mirror, and I'll choose to do that now. So I appreciate the phone call.
All right, I'll save my other question then for the next time. Then thank you guys.
Yeah,
for the
okay,
time.
deal. Let's spread it out. All right, thanks, man.
Should we ring the bell? Do you need it, Emma? Or?
Oh, I guess yes. I did.
Oh,
send
hold
that.
on. I should just say, Libtardo1 says to us, "I hope that ding dong music you're playing isn't under copyright."
I gotta get my lawyer on the phone. You gotta hear from
What could
me.
you possibly be talking about?
You're not gonna hear the end of it.
Very litigious.
Wait, we got to do it?
Yeah.
We got something? All
Yeah.
right, let's do it.
It's not that good news, right? All right. Well, JD Vance is taking the lead with 46% in.
Oh,
Okay. I'm sending this.
all that money we spent on being able to ring that. Wait, what?
You do have good news?
What's happening? Like, you
Why are you guys changing seats?
So
Matt's about to pass out. Matt's afraid he can't operate the border. Oh my God!
Per Daniel Nichanian, who we just had on, a Mitch McConnell-backed opponent in a local circuit court race in Kentucky was defeated. So that's some small good news, but also a 50% reporting in Marcy Kaptur's congressional district.
Charge.
A 50% reporting in Marcy Kaptur's congressional district in Ohio against Patriot ass kicker J.R. Majewski, and she's up 17% so far.
I have some new suggestions for his what do you call it? Pronouns.
What, eagle bummer?
Ass kicked.
Loser.
Yes.
Well, we'll see,
Exactly.
obviously, but
My pronoun is loser. That guy.
Someone's going to clip that.
Yeah.
Just
They certainly will now.
Just a heads up.
And of course, that's all right. That's all right, folks. It's a deep fake. We all know it is. That's Lackawanna County. Let's listen to what they're saying, because I want to get a sense of like they're breaking down Lackawanna County, where Biden won this 53%. We got to figure out a new a way for you to see that.
That's, yeah.
What Fetterman is trying to thread, now we skipped into the House.
That's
come back
congressional
here to the
seats, right,
Senate,
okay.
You know, what the needle Fetterman is trying to do is run it up in the blue areas and then cut into the Trump support in places, this is Latrobe. Latrobe is here, where Oz was at the rally. Fetterman lives right here. So he wants to be the guy who can, yes, get blue-collar Democratic votes, but also get those blue-collar Republican votes, the white working class voters who've abandoned the Democrats. So I talked about the needles. Oz wants to thread. You raised the other one, which is can Fetterman cut into the Trump base
Turn the
a little
volume
bit,
down for a second.
by saying,
Alex,
"Hey, I'm one of you."
you're
That's his whole thing about
professional writer.
Mhm.
Is that threading the needle?
I'm not. I think I used that very phrase earlier, but I don't think that would not be how I would use it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm somebody that messes up, like, is it idioms?
Yeah,
Idioms?
that would be, yeah.
I'm somebody that messes up idioms regularly. So I'm going to give your employee, John, a pass there.
Yeah. Well, John, all right. Just John's going to go away for a second, and we'll just let's see. Gotta say, refreshing to see Alex in good lighting for once, says Drew Peacock. Because usually you're on the
Yeah, I'm on.
camera.
Yeah,
That's
all
really
right.
good. Spanberger very likely to win Virginia 7th, according to New York Times. This is incompetent fool. But now I'm
What
not,
a turnaround.
I'm not sure I want to take incompetent fools.
All right,
word for this.
I'm going.
But we should check on that. Fred, formerly at Conn College, there's a video of Lee Zeldin's election night party at the Hyatt Grand Central is using a bus lane for parking. Speaks volumes about his campaign.
Of course he is.
Maggie Hassan is continuing to expand her lead with 30% in.
Oh,
just so
that's
people
good.
know.
That's good.
She has an 18-point lead with 30% in.
I mean, again,
It's hard to disaggregate, but at the same time, not a bad sign, obviously.
Since listening to Elon Musk parody, since listening to the show, I've talked extensively to my boss about politics. As recently as last month, he admitted to me that he unsubscribed from Greenwald's Substack. On the negative side, he sent me Babylon Bee article today, so I don't know.
All right.
It's a mixed bag.
One step forward,
Exactly.
2 steps back. There you go.
What's the Greek thing of rolling the
Sisyphus?
Sisyphus.
Yeah. Oh my
Well,
God. Can't believe I got any type of literary reference before that did. We know what's going on here tonight.
You're enhanced. Matt is just kind of like more low key at this point.
Yeah. Don.
For reasons.
Don Ignacio. I've been listening to the Majority Report regularly since 2015 and have you to think it helped me seem at least somewhat informed when I talk politics to my family and colleagues. I just want to say I live for election nights to watch your live commentaries. I wouldn't want to be any place else. Thank you. That's very sweet. Cory Bush and Rashida Tlaib win. You know, what's interesting is, like, remember when Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, wasn't so much as Cory Bush, but AOC, when they won in 2018, right? There was a sense of like, they're going to be gone in 2 years. And they have all held on. And
Cory Bush ran in 2018, lost, ran again in 2020 and won.
Right.
And they're hanging on and they're winning like comfortably. Bennett in Colorado. That was one of those
nice.
That was one of those things where you kept wondering, like, could this be an upset? Right?
Yeah, is that a thing?
Well, we should do the breaking news really quickly.
Yeah.
We have.
Look at Matt trying to work this thing. No, poor Matt. He's trying to do it. He can't.
Ready?
I don't know how you play your video games. I really don't.
Premium member while you're.
Shit!
There it is. So breaking news. Emma, go ahead. Michael Bennett wins.
Michael Bennett. Michael Bennett has won re-election in Colorado. Beat John O'Day, who
Joe O'Day.
Jesus.
Sorry, Emma.
Yeah, Joe O'Day.
It's all the Anglo names.
Who I know I'm missing Mark and Matt or
Mike.
But O'Day was a candidate that Mitch McConnell was really enthusiastic about and had been backing financially because he was one of the Republicans who was the least insane running against a Democrat who they perceived as vulnerable. But this is a pretty quick winner declaration for Michael Bennett, the incumbent here. So this is like one blue seat that we don't have to worry about flipping in the Senate.
Bennett and O'Day are missing one letter from their names.
That's true. It is true.
Yeah.
O apostrophe DEA and BENNET.
I think both of them.
Michael Bennett, who also, by the way, is former New York Times op-ed board head James Bennett's brother.
Yeah, the brothers Bennett.
Sam's pronoun is loser. Do you guys feel like what you do is a waste of time? We do have like one of the funnier audiences, I think.
For sure.
A Square signing off early, guys. Hoping night gets better. Sam, Emma, what a way to wrap up the months leading into today. Certainly, you've talked about the right-wing fascist march in Israel, but this interview today and one yesterday left me bereft. Feels like what Malcolm X said, the chickens come home to roost. America has supported these right-wing racist authoritarians, and now here they are fully formed. This hope is not a strategy, I know. So I phone bank, donated, and voted. Thanks all of you and regular contributors for being a light and giving us the knowledge and insights we need to keep up the fight. Gracias. You know, I got to say, like, the Bennett thing is one of those things that just makes me feel a little bit like a little bit, probably maybe more confident than we should at this stage. But you know, Bennett was one where, like, if Bennett goes, like, it's
if it was gonna turn out to be a complete nightmare disaster of a night, it would be a thing where, surprise, Bennett lost.
Bennett and Nevada.
Bolduc won
and
too.
Bolduc won, and
I should say quickly, it seems like right now the New York Times Needle, and now I've lost it, but they have Maggie Haas on in a comfortable, like, probable situation.
The interesting thing also with Colorado there is that O'Day, I think, also just got a bunch of media coverage. One, because he was, like you were saying, Emma, the so-called, like, sane Republican running in Colorado, and also as a result, like, Trump hated his guts, so he also always made him like a.
And that's why Mitch McConnell was funding him, honestly.
Absolutely. So I wonder, honestly, if the media also inflated, thinking maybe there will be a shocker when
like the press wants that kind of candidate to be competitive.
Yes.
They want them to be competitive. Yeah.
Right.
So right now we're looking at if Masto holds on in Nevada, and New Hampshire shapes up like it is, you're basically looking at the Democrats holding the Senate and maybe picking up a seat or two, right? I mean, I don't know where else. If Bennett's safe and Hassan is safe and Masto is safe. Now, we don't know that those last two necessarily at all. But if that happens, then you're looking at like a Fetterman win, and, you know, I guess it really comes down to Georgia too.
Yeah.
I forgot about Georgia, but yeesh. I don't know where that second win could be for the Democrats. Could, you know, theoretically be in Wisconsin, but I think that seems like it's a little bit tough. I don't know where that second one would come. North Carolina doesn't look like that's happening. Florida does not seem to be happening. I don't know of anything more frustrating than having 51 votes in the Senate. Right? I mean,
having 50?
I don't know. Is 51 any different from 50? I mean, now, you know, at least you were 2 away from getting a break in the filibuster.
I feel like it's in this environment, it's functionally the same. But
be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Libtard forever. Kristen Gonzalez and AOC win. I can't believe that about AOC. I really thought that her.
I really think she has a chance.
I
to
really
go down.
do think she had a chance. Let's see. The crazy progressive. Check out Florida 13. Anna Paulina Luna on the crazy side of the MTG scale. Holden Tutkis. Yeah, Ohio maybe, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Right-wing Twitter, just Twitter now, seems really pissed for stirring the shit pot at election time. Thoughts? I'm not sure what that means. All right, let's talk about this. For a moment, let's say they, I guess Iowa, I don't know about Grassley, but let's say Democrats hold on to the Senate. You know, Chuck Schumer just spends all his time on judges, right? But the Republicans get the House, which means literally 24/7. That's why I don't know if you got that joke. I sent you a text. You said, "What? I don't know what color the wave is."
Yeah,
Hunter Biden green.
Yeah,
is what the wave would be.
Yeah.
If the House gets, if the Republicans get the House,
right,
it is going to be, and they are so much better at this.
Yeah.
Like if you think January 6th was like they made a big to-do of the January 6th hearings, you haven't seen anything yet. I don't know if people remember Benghazi. There was 6 different like special committees on Benghazi. And they're going to do like, it is going to be wall to wall Hunter Biden coverage. And they're going to impeach Joe Biden.
Yeah.
100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
And they're going to have impeachment hearings. They are going to, and that's going to involve, a lot of resources dedicated. Now, unlike, let's say, like the Trump administration, which they had no agenda.
Right.
I mean, they really had no agenda. They want to steal some, documents and that's it. But there's a lot of stuff. It's a lot harder to do stuff like with the DOJ and antitrust and labor and this and that. But this is going to be a situation like where they may recall, like staff that are like at.
Yeah, they're gonna be tying up the DOJ completely. Like they're gonna be jamming them. Like that's gonna be a huge part of these endless hearings and an impeachment proceeding. Like just preventing the agencies from working is gonna be a huge part of it.
And you know who has a big incentive to prevent them from working on stuff?
Who?
the titular leader of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
And those people in the House, they're so thirsty.
Yeah.
To have Donald Trump tell them what to do.
Yep.
That's the dynamic that's going to be going on.
You're going to be hearing a lot more from now anonymous House members like Byron Donalds from Florida and Kat Cammack from Florida, who will really be flourishing in this new House majority if there is one. Got to ring the bell again.
Ooh, good.
Jennifer Wexton appears to be holding on in Virginia. NBC News called the race
She's
for
in
her.
in the second.
She was the 7th, the 5840 Biden district. She, I think, is winning by essentially.
She's in the second, Virginia second.
Sorry, 1 second. She is in Virginia's 10th. Sorry.
Okay,
Virginia's
that was the landslide Biden
Yes.
district, and she's winning by how much?
by about 1% or
Eesh.
2. And so a formerly 5840 Biden district. She's hung
no,
on.
that was not a 5840 Biden. That is Virginia second is 5840.
That's what it's saying here.
Oh, it is?
Let me just double check that.
I thought Virginia 10th
Maybe
was
they're
like
both.
a 20, like almost like a 20 point.
I mean,
Biden.
okay, either way, significant Biden district in both
Well,
both
20
instances.
is different than 2.
Yeah.
I
Daily
think
Coast.
I was
is
doing 18.
Oh, sorry. Daily Coast was saying GOP released a poll showing a tight race here, but this 5840 Biden seat was always a tough reach for the GOP.
I think that's got to be I mean, why would a 50-48 Biden district be a reach for the Republicans? I find that
5840.
Oh, 58-40. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
sorry.
thought you said
no
50,
58.
Yeah.
50 to 40.
58-40,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, an 18-point spread, and she's only up by 1.
Right.
That's not a good. The numbers there are not good.
Other pieces of information coming out. Bud is in the lead with 78% in. I would imagine that holds and expands.
What's happening in Iowa?
I don't know, but
Not
I will
much.
also just quickly say that J.D. Vance now has a 6-point lead with 59% in.
God, that prick.
I know.
Honestly.
I cannot believe we're going to have to deal with him.
Hey, we're going to
Also-
see what
It appears that Chuck Grassley is likely to win re-election in Iowa. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, I want to wait until a blue-checked, news source kind of, hey, Elon, verifies it, but
Blue
you
check
know,
member of the ruling class.
political polls, which is always pretty on point, says that he's going to win re-election.
Nicole Malatakis from Staten Island wins re-election, defeats Max Rose.
Oh, that's not. Yeah,
He
that's
followed
not
me
really-
on. He followed me on Twitter the other day.
Did he?
That's what
Spanberger is gonna projected to win, so that's pretty good.
That's good.
Because that was again, like I think the way that Weigel characterized that seat was like not necessarily a seat you would imagine that Democrats would win, but bad candidate.
Validation for centrism.
Even if two of the three competitive Virginia seats hold on for Democrats here, that to me seems, even if they don't end up holding the House, that to me means that it will not be a wave, because even if they lose Luria here, they were potentially going to lose all three. So.
It's too early to say, but right now the worst case scenario seems to be kind of like, at the very least, being abated right now.
Yeah. Mike Aretz, joining in later. You're taking IMs.
No.
You'll have to answer that question yourself. Wonder Brother. Guys, the metro area votes are mostly sub 75% counted. These margins aren't nightmarish yet. I don't know what it's referring to. Not Kowalski, still from Nebraska. Honest compliment, but Alex looks 10 years younger in the vaunted MR studio. We set up the lighting that way. Folks would not recognize me on the streets of New York City as I hobble along with my walker. Believe me. Let's see. Minutes away from closing in Nevada. Let's go to this. This is interesting.
Did we announce Huckabee Sanders won?
Yeah, Huckabee Sanders won.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Governor.
And the Huckabee dynasty continues.
This guy's doing a great backwards walk.
He is. He's doing a great back. Yeah, this is great.
Hour and 15 minutes, an hour and a half. One other thing we want to tell you about results here in the state of Nevada. There are 17 counties.
He's a pro.
Including this one, Clark County, where more than 70% of Nevada's population lives. We have been told that until all 17 counties have processed their votes, none of them are to report their votes to Carson City, the state capital. So the results will all come out at once when all 17
actually filmed this in
done.
reverse.
So that could take a long time. So the polls close officially in 7 minutes.
This is okay,
but
go
we should not
video.
expect results coming for a long time because of what I just told you.
And when you reverse
I can't
what
believe
he's
you're
saying,
walking
it's
in
something
that line
satanic.
the entire live shot.
like
That
Spy
is indeed
Kids.
a long line. Let's go to Sarah Seidner, who is in Phoenix, Arizona, Maricopa County.
She's like, I can't follow that.
Getting a sense of what's going to happen
Of
there.
course in
Obviously,
Vegas
Sarah,
they
we've
vote
been
in like strip
reporting some of
malls.
the problems that have been
I was
happening in
gonna say.
Maricopa County. How are things now?
Maricopa County.
We're told that all of those problems have been resolved, but as you know, the polls did close at 7 p.m. And we have heard from the chairman of the County Board of Supervisors, who apologized for the problems that happened earlier in the day, but said that every single vote will be counted. Rest assured. He
Don't
wanted
believe
to make
it.
sure
No.
that voters knew that very clearly.
That's what they
in
say.
about 6
That's what they
minutes,
want you to
we're going to
think.
have some of those first results just rolling in. And remember that in this county, about 85% of people vote early. And so those vote counts that you start hearing in just a bit here are going to be from early voters, people who came to the polls before today or who mailed in their ballots as well. And so that is what you're going to start hearing. By Friday, we should have all of the early votes, about 95 to 99% of those votes counted, and we will know what those numbers are, according to officials here. One thing I do want to stress is we asked the chairman of the County Board of Supervisors whether or not those issues, those tabulation issues with the printers that happened here in several different voting centers were going to make this count last longer, and the answer was no. This should be as per normal. Jake?
All right, Sarah.
I
is that
can't
Mr.
help
Gates
but like
from
listen
the
to her
Maricopa
talk about
County,
this and just
Board of
imagine
Supervisors right next to
like
you,
the
Sarah?
vectors that are going to be drawn on that video by like Gateway Pundit, and when they try and prove that she's actually like George Soros.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Breaking news. Come on.
Dude, when she does this,
hit
you
the
gotta hit
button.
the bell.
At the voting desk. Brianna.
Yeah, let's take a closer look here, Jake. A judge.
One shot.
Maryland has voted to legalize cannabis.
Hey. F we dar.
That's very
All right.
nice. Yes.
I think of terrapins thing.
Did you know this, which I found out the other day, that Biden can't unilaterally, via executive order, change the classification of marijuana?
The scheduling, he can't do it.
He cannot do that. It
I
either
was
has to be-
convinced that that was
I
the
was
case.
too. It either has to be statutory change or the DEA
Right.
has
right,
to do
right,
it. And
right.
he, you know,
He
now
told. Yeah.
he could give a directive to the DEA, but you
Yeah.
know, the DEA head, it's probably someone who's like, wait a second.
The Drug Enforcement Agency
What?
wants to enforce more drugs.
What am
so.
I supposed to do if I can't do pot busts? Like,
Yeah,
wait a
what-
second.
There goes half the Christmas bonuses. for
Yeah,
our
exactly.
team.
I mean, come on, man. Let me. We get. Oh, she is? Okay, great. Let's bring her on. Ladies and gentlemen.
Are we
do
gonna be
need to
able
take
to-
a break?
Yeah, we should be able to. We can do it live. We'll just take a second before I get her on.
Okay. Heather will be right with you.
How are we going to work this with Alex?
What do you mean? How are we going to do it? Work it with
I
Alex?
don't know. I just we have a 3-shot and we have the.
It's a 3-shot. I mean, we're all going to look tiny. It's going to be like the Brady Bunch.
All right, you want to fight
on the
about
screen.
it, or
That's all right.
Yeah.
There we go. Paul Lynn in the center square.
Sweating.
For the.
Sorry, it's hot in here.
We got her.
It is warm under these lights. That make
Yeah,
you look
I
10
have a
years
little
younger.
fan. Do you mind if I put that there?
No, go ahead.
Oh my God! Here we go. Whoa! All right.
It would get progressively better. We're just
All right, we're right there.
iterative.
Heather Parton or Digby? Wait. No, we get special coverage tonight. We don't need to do theme songs. Heather, we're here with Alex Pareene's here, Emma, and I. And
Alex.
so, Heather, what's your sense from California?
Well, from California, the polls haven't even closed here yet. So, we're meaningless to all national, kind of coverage at the moment. But, I was on the other day and we were talking about how nobody knows nothing and we didn't know what was going to happen. And, I still feel that way. This does not appear to be a red tsunami. I think we can say that safely. That the big huge wave, and we know this not necessarily because of the races that have been called, but because the margins are what they are. All the prognosticators say that is indicative of at best a regular wave rather than a tsunami wave. So that much we have going for us. And obviously Florida that was a Ron DeSantis special, and he managed to personally gerrymander the state to ensure that they picked up 3 House races. And that's, the Democrats only have 5. So,
right.
A 5-seat majority. So that, that's kind of an indicator of where we're heading in that race. I would like to think otherwise, but I'm not convinced. And the Senate just seems to be like what we always thought. It was going to be close races in all the states that we've been talking about. And the governor's races actually look pretty good. But I do have one thing that I wanted to just sort of point out that I was watching it. It looks like finally the Democrats have figured out that if you vote for Democrats in blue, if you vote for Republicans in blue states for governor, you're an idiot, or really for anything. But particularly in blue states for governors, because in Massachusetts and in Maryland, they've, thrown out their nice, alleged team normal Republicans, and they have voted for Democrats this time. It's about time that they figured out that there is no margin in, trying to say that, well, some Republicans are good and we need to be nice and sort of accept that. They're realizing that this is now, it's kind of hand-to-hand combat on a really important ideological level. And they have, figured out that it doesn't do them any good to do that. So that's some good news that I see coming out of this, which is that maybe the Democrats have learned something, at least in blue states, that it is, there's nothing to be gained by that. And, in Maryland, the guy that they voted for, he's, only the 3rd African-American governor in history, which I think is pretty damned extraordinary. And the woman who Healy up in Massachusetts is an out lesbian. So Democrats are finally kind of saying, hey, look, we have a team too, guys. This is our team, and we're not going to start, we're not going to be throwing them to the side just be out of the some misplaced sense that we need to be bipartisan. So that's my little rose-colored glasses, half glass full insight for the moment. That's about all I've got.
I mean, I think there's something to that. And I will say, like, if you think about what the absence, what we did not hear in the past 3 or 4 weeks, which, it's a low bar, but we didn't hear the good Republicans out there. Like, we didn't hear an explicit, like that formulation. They didn't go, Biden and whatnot didn't go as far as I would want, but they
used red lights on a speech.
What's that?
They used red lighting on a speech.
Yes, they did do that. That was crazy.
Oh, no.
But they are like there was no specific formulation
No.
about like the good Republicans, which is like somewhat encouraging.
He stopped using the fever will break language, the like, I'm going to get to work with these, I'm going to get, Trump, everything will be bipartisan again. He stopped using that kind of language, basically.
Yeah. And it's fairly recent that they stopped
Very
using
recent,
that.
yeah.
Quite recent, and it must have been, somebody just sort of saying, "Hey, look, this isn't helping." Especially since when I would argue that Team Normal, the alleged Team Normal in the person of someone like Chris Sununu up in New Hampshire who won today, he's been going on TV and sounding like a Trumper. Basically saying, yeah, well, there are questions about elections. We know that.
Yep.
And, they had whoever those are. Nikki Haley's been out stumping for election deniers. The great white bread hope, Glenn Youngkin, was down there with Carrie Lake, of all people, wearing his red vest in, 82-degree heat in Arizona. I mean, these people, this so-called Team Normal, we know what team they're really on. And I think maybe that's become a little bit more obvious to the Democrats. And recognizing, and to the administration in particular. I mean, I know, I know legislation, it's sausage making, et cetera, but what good did that do them in the last session? It really did nothing. And in fact, they were ending up battling their own, Republican lights in Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. So none of this kind of stuff is relevant anymore. And Team Normal has betrayed what they really are. I don't think anybody's questioning, even Larry Hogan, the supposed guy who's out there, or Chris Christie, they're all out there stumping for election deniers. And if you're doing that, as far as I'm concerned, you're anti-democracy. You're obviously a member of the insurrectionist caucus, and there's nothing normal, at least in my view, about that.
Let's just speculate a little bit about what things are going to look like on the other side of this. We were starting to go into this a little bit about let's assume for a moment that the Democrats managed to hold on to the Senate. They don't get 52. If they don't have the House, it doesn't really matter anyways at that point. But let's assume that they hold on to the Senate. They lose the House. What happens? I mean, do we get more from let's say a Biden in terms of here's another 10 grand in student debt relief, assuming that can go through? Do we see an amped up antitrust and labor department, when they basically realize we have no legislative agenda? That's not happening. Or let's even start with this. Do you think in December, they're going to get rid of the debt ceiling? Are they finally going to slay this thing? Yeah. Because if they do that, it seems to me that we have moved into a new era of the Democratic Party leadership sort of recognizing that holding on to these norms for no reason is stupid.
Well, actually, I hadn't thought about this, but now that you mention it, I think it's that those two questions, the debt ceiling, but doing things like student loans and antitrust, I think they might be two different things. And here's why. If this isn't a red tsunami, this isn't just a huge, crashing wave, and it looks like maybe these margins are pretty narrow in some of these districts, and maybe a little bit of tweaking here and there, they might have done better, all the kind of analysis that'll come, the autopsy that comes after this. But in any case, you have to look at this and recognize that it should be a great election for Republicans. Everything historically says that, the president's, very unpopular. We've got inflation going through the roof. Nobody knows what to do about that. People are unhappy. They're sour. The whole post-pandemic PTSD is here. I mean, if the Republicans don't pull off a big, what did Trump called it, or Bush called it a thumping, and Obama called it a shellacking. I don't know what it is this year, but it doesn't look like it's going to be either one of those things. Big, huge wave election. Then I think that might embolden the legislative side, or the executive power side of it a little bit, recognizing that, going into 2024, that, that maybe there's not such a chance of overreach, and maybe they can do things like more student debt, maybe really, lean hard on antitrust and some of these things that are, and energy. I think that's another one where you might see more action, maybe on climate, maybe regulations, that sort of thing. Certainly on judges, just pump as many judges in there as they can get. So that might be a positive based on this margin difference. On the other hand, I'm also afraid that something like the debt ceiling, which Biden's already signaled that he doesn't want to do. He said this earlier.
And by do, you mean he doesn't want to get rid of the debt?
He doesn't want to get rid of it, and it's like, I don't know why. I mean, maybe that was just him, having a bad day. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, he. I'm sorry, Digby, but he believes in debt as a, and like the concept of fiscal responsibility. He's always been the credit card senator from Delaware, right? But I do think that maybe you can kind of split the baby and just say, we're going to raise the debt ceiling to, they wouldn't do this, but like 600 trillion. You don't need to do that number, but you can raise it to something where you have more to work with, and it kind of nullifies nullifies the Republicans holding Social Security hostage, for example, if they do take back the House.
I think, why put a number on it?
Yeah.
A number can be reported. If you just get rid of it, I mean, like
right, but he's not going to do that.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe he's saying that before the election because he's saying that before the election. Like,
well, here's the thing. Will Joe Manchin do it? Will Kyrsten Sinema do it?
They've got to vote for it. Like, there's no way to do that with 50 votes, though, is there? Yeah.
I think I don't know. I mean, I think you could theoretically do it maybe under because they only used up one of their
reconciliations.
One of their reconciliations that they were allowed. I don't know where those rules.
Good thing they just held one of those in the tank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Why not hang on to it? It's not like we need to do anything.
Hold on. You never know. You might need it later, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe they could do it on that. But it seems to me that one of the things they could maybe persuade people, since the Republicans have been so open about planning to use the debt ceiling to hold hostage, everything, and potentially crash the entire world economy. But Social Security, Medicare, all that stuff, you might actually be able to persuade them, at very least in the lame duck, to raise the debt ceiling and say this is good for the next 3 years and take it off the table with this new Congress. Maybe they could get the 50 senators to do that. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that if Mark Kelly defeats Masters handily enough, that it changes Kyrsten Sinema's calculation in terms of whatever she thinks she's been doing? A, that's question number one. B, with Manchin's numbers in the toilet in West Virginia after he signed on to that thing, and him starting to contemplate, like, I'm not gonna win re-election. 2 years from now is Manchin. Is he 2 years out? I wonder if he doesn't, like, the Republicans are pissed at him, and it seems personal with the Republicans.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly with some Democrats, but more so with the Republicans. They were pissed at him.
You work on the side with us,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
in secret with Chuck Schumer, the leader of your party.
Wait, he's up. He's up in 24, right? I mean, does Manchin like? Does he start thinking like, well, wait a second, if I'm going to go into lobbying, maybe I need to make some friends on the Democratic side of the. I'm not joking. Like, I mean, this is part of the. This guy is pretty transactional, and if he's going to come back and represent what he wants to represent without actually having a vote there, I mean, he's going to lose to a Republican. So, there's going to be a Republican voting for him there, and he may need to swing a couple of Democratic votes. I'm just thinking as a lobbyist now for him. Maybe he is a little bit more like amenable to some type of filibuster carve out. I mean, I'm just operating under the assumption that this guy is completely transactional.
Well, I think, it's certainly possible. We've watched him be transactional this whole time. And of course, he's completely capricious and just kind of, one day to the next, you never know what transaction he thinks he's, conducting. And just recently, when Biden went to Pennsylvania and told the truth and said that coal plants are closing.
He said it was disgusting.
He had a fit. I mean, a total meltdown over that. But that's coal plants, and he's West Virginia. I mean, he kind of, I can see why he said it. But that's a good question, and I don't know. I do know one thing though. I think Manchin is like 76 years old. Does he really need to have another career? I mean, can he just retire? He's multi-millionaire.
You're talking about the senator, right? Like, we have Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley's 89, and he's about to serve another 6-year term.
I mean, I could see maybe that he would want another term. Being a senator is a very special job. Being a lobbyist, not so much. I mean, why would he want to be a lobbyist? I mean, I guess he might.
But I mean,
they've
can't
got
be
to
the
do
center of
something.
attention.
Why wouldn't you just I don't know, do something different if you're Elon Musk? Like honestly, how many billions of dollars? I don't know. Go find a video game that's really challenging.
Well, there's
build yourself an entire video game set on a beach.
This is what I
I don't understand.
This is what I think when Berlusconi runs for office again. I'm like, you want to run the Italian government again?
Honestly,
you're already just a guy who parties.
That's what I'm saying. If Tim Pool can build a skate park in his subterranean West Virginia mansion, then I'm pretty sure that any of these senators can just build their own prism of their own hobby, but they're addicted to the power and the attention.
There's speculation that Manchin potentially also might, instead of running for Senate, run for governor again.
I could see him doing that, actually.
Yeah, for sure. He liked being governor. I think he really did.
Well, you can really.
Did he term limit out of the governorship there?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he might have. And he might win it. Well, he
may have grandkids who need to have a fake degree and then get a job.
Yeah, they might need one.
So
I'm sure they do, actually.
Let's see. Do we get any?
Yeah, I'm
Max
checking.
Rose
I'm checking now.
Down, Nicole Malik.
Well, we have an official call. I guess we did before about Shapiro, so that was a while ago, right? But Decision Desk is calling it now.
And Spanberger won. That seems
looks
to be,
like that's
she's
being
getting a
projected.
check.
Yeah, that's official. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then there's no red wave. There's no red tsunami. She was one of the bellwethers, and they all said it. All the mavens, Wasserman and the rest of them all said, keep your eye on Spanberger because that's the indication of whether there's a tsunami. And then what about the other one up there in Virginia? What's her name? Weston?
Oh yeah, Jennifer Wexton. Yeah,
that's Virginia 10th, and I think she is also confirmed to win. Right?
NBC News projected her as well. Yeah.
That's pretty good news for Democrats. I mean, it doesn't mean they'll hold the House, but it does mean that probably that it's not a huge sweep. And maybe we can hope that in places here in California, where somebody like Katie Porter, who's a great representative, was in trouble in Orange County, maybe that's kind of a sign, because that's kind of a similar situation where it's really a traditional red district that went blue in 2018 and kind of stuck there, but it's always been very close. So maybe that's a good sign for the Democrats, that they won't lose some of their best people. Not that Spanberger is one of my favorites, but I'm glad she's there, whatever. But but Porter, I would really hate
Porter. We like Porter.
We like Porter. Yeah,
we're rooting for Porter
and her whiteboard.
But she's good. She brings something to the table, I think.
And again, this may be whistling past the cemetery a little bit. Oh God, Van Jones. Sorry. I got distracted.
A glimpse of Van Jones.
Actually, that guy Don Winslow he's like a writer or something like this, and
he's a novelist
too.
Yeah, I never really followed, but I saw he was like somebody retweeted a video of Van Jones as a Republican, and it was one of the most satisfying things I've ever seen.
I'm going to look that up.
I will say this, I remember this distinctly, and I can't remember, everybody can attest to, I can't even remember who we interviewed last week. But I distinctly remember interviewing Van Jones. It was a pre-tape. I did it in my basement. And, when the show was just audio. I remember interviewing him. This must have been about in 2011 maybe, or 2012. And he had just been at Netroots Nation, and he was making a big deal of going after Glenn Beck. And I thought that's a little bit sort of slumming it a little bit for him. I thought dude, Glenn Beck is a joke. He's like a joke. What are you doing? And,
when you say going after him, you mean with dialogue or
no? He was literally
him?
Gave a speech about I will debate Glenn Beck, and I just thought this is even pre-YouTube culture. And I'm like, well, like what?
Talk about casting your
Well, because this guy was just like,
fine.
he was very well respected going into the Obama administration. He was like, if not like an avowed Marxist, he was like supposedly like a secret Marxist, right?
Yeah.
Who was
He's
in
like
there,
a former Maoist, I think.
Yeah, who was like the Green New Deal guy.
Right.
And he was a casualty of the Obama administration being terrified of being seen as hiring
radicals,
Democrats, essentially. and I remember interviewing him, and he was starting a new organization to push back against the Tea Party. And I can't remember what it was. It was something that was a little bit too like clever by half. And I'm like, well, okay, well, so who's the villain that you guys are going after? Because it was clearly, particularly, this is like 2011. This is, I think, before Occupy even. Just on the verge of it, but it was in the air. And it's like, who are you going against? You're going against like the winner take all people, right? And he's like, oh, no, there's no villains here. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, who is it that, what
are you?
It's like you're raising money to develop an organization to shadow box. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. And I was always like very sus of that guy after that, like very, very sus.
I remember that period, and I also remember that my favorite Van Jones is that he was the first guy that I remember saying. Remember, Donald Trump came in and he gave a sort of an ersatz State of the Union speech that wasn't a real one, but it was right after he got elected. And Van Jones was the first person to say Donald Trump became president.
Yep.
Yeah. Very first one.
The very first one. Well, that says it all.
79% in, and it is like a dead tie almost in Georgia with Warnock and Walker.
Although, look at that, 41%. Kelly, I know, again.
41% in, but Kelly's up by 15 points.
Yeah.
15 points, yeah.
I wonder if, like, what Kristen Sinema, I mean, if she has a plan,
That's a good question.
this can't bode well for it.
I mean,
She
all
did
of
not
the
stump for Kelly. She did not stump for him. She did nothing for him. So if she had any friends in the Democratic Party, in the establishment of Democratic
This is what she might do, Digby. She might be the more high-profile version of what we're seeing with Tulsi Gabbard. I
think you may be right. I think so. She's coming at it from the right, but it's the same concept. I think
it's more lucrative. I mean, there's a full understanding with some of these, frankly, female Democrats, where I think that they feel like there is like a better opportunity for them on the right to be the person that turns on the Democratic Party. It's more lucrative for them.
I will say this: earlier in the evening, I said, what's the difference between 50 and 51? And the difference between 50 and 51, it occurs to me, is that it makes the threat of Kristen Sinema switching parties.
Yeah, suddenly less.
Some type of last, like, I don't think Manchin would do that because he is like the Democrat who doesn't vote with Democrats.
Yeah.
Right.
But Sinema may make a calculation that maybe it makes more sense for me to jump to the Republican Party, or at least in the short term, or whatever it is. And if it's 51 votes, it basically negates her ability to swing the Senate to the Republicans. And I think that's important, because someone like that, like, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, obviously not hugely relevant until, Trump, floats her name to be a VP, but it shows, like, on some level, what she did was so calculated that the difference between 51 senators and 50 senators who are Democrats could be the difference of her deciding whether she's going to switch parties or not. I mean, I think it's still, I've been doing this for 18 years. It's still hard for me to accept that, like, people are willing to influence the sort of like daily lives of millions of people based upon, like, this seems like a decent job opportunity for me, or something like that. It's just sort of like shocking to me still that people operate in that way, but it does. Like, Joe Lieberman, because he was, I don't know, pissed that because of, like, some bloggers were mean to him, he's going to say, like, no, yeah, sorry, no buy-in to Medicare for 55
Yeah.
years old, like impacting the lives of like 20 million, 30 million. I mean, like endless of millions of Americans for generations.
Do we have the breaking news thing? This is not really breaking news, but it is, I think, something notable that we need to watch.
We got a perfect sound drop for that.
Oh, good. And the first pick in the 2022 NFL draft, Adam Frisch is leading Lauren Boebert by 4 points with 63% reporting.
Wow. That's a lot more percent than I expected you to say.
Me too.
Like, I mean, 53 to 47, essentially.
Wait.
I mean, 63% reporting, and the New York Times still says she's likely to win. But that could be an interesting race.
Well, they said that they were polling that it was a lot closer, and suddenly Boebert, I don't know if anybody noticed this, but hopefully you have better things to do than to notice something like this. She was, in the last month or so, spending a lot more time talking about roads and bridges in her district than she ever has before. So she was definitely feeling the heat from some kind of internal polling that showed that she needed to work a little bit harder. That would be thrilling to me if she got dumped. And also up in Alaska, if they could finally put her career in the grave, would be really, really a nice thing. And there's a good chance that they will. I mean, Peltola up there it may very well do it. There are a few people like that, Boebert being one of them. I mean, she really is an awful, I mean, we'd all love to see Marjorie Taylor Greene take a hit, but that was never in the cards. But maybe maybe Boebert can take the hit. That would be a beautiful thing to see. I mean, some of these people are just, they're so obnoxious that,
right.
Of course, she'll fight it, right? I mean, we're all waiting. Any of these races that don't go their way, you know that it's going to be, fraud and,
of course.
I feel like Boebert,
I mean, this goes without saying.
Boebert's got a great memoir to write. I have a feeling there's a lot of stuff that she could put into a book.
I mean,
rather titillating.
Yeah.
She can give people tips on how to skirt around regulations if they have a small food business.
Then get evicted from it for a dispensary. And
yeah.
She's already written one. She's had to explain her significant other's sort of
sexual assault at the
misdeeds.
bowling
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
Lots
the
of
bowling alley incident.
Lauren
Without the name
life
of the book?
hacks. Life hacks.
Chapter 4, the bowling alley incident.
Fetterman's up by the way, significantly with 57% in, which is not something we necessarily anticipated.
Pennsylvania's always,
I mean, it's weird, but I think thought that the blue votes would come in later, right? Because of the absentee and mail-in
we're still waiting in
ballots
Maricopa.
counting.
Everyone's in line in Maricopa County.
And some slight updates here too. The Indiana race that also seemed to potentially be a bellwether. The first district, Frank Mervin's district, he's still up by 3% with 82% reporting. And the Connecticut district that we were following earlier, Sam, Johanna Hayes' district, the 5th district in Connecticut, she's up 5% with 17%.
So Democrats are up in those bellwether seats.
Mervin's is 83, so he's got most of those votes in anyways from any direction.
And less happy breaking news is that Greg Abbott's officially won re-election. But
Hey. What about Sean Patrick Maloney's district?
Oh, that's a good question.
And here's another one that's really interesting. The 19th district, Josh Riley is 39% of the votes in. He's up like 57-42. Now, I know the 19th. I vote up in the 19th. And first time running for Riley, Molinaro had run in this district, which was, he had run in this district in the old 19th against a guy named Pat Ryan, who's now running in the 18th district. And Molinaro lost. And it's really interesting because Riley was a lawyer on the Judiciary Committee, working for Al Franken. He's from that district, but this was a district that a lot of people thought was not going to go Democrat. Now the race is not over; only 40% of the votes are in, and presumably they're going to come in probably from Ithaca, which is a Democratic city, and a lot of that district is pretty rural. It's a very strange district. It's huge in terms of like the area that it covers geographically and very different, diverse within like a rural type of setting. But it's going to be interesting because that was not, I can assure you, like there was Democrats in New York State thought that district was almost DOA because of the sort of like just the generic situation that was existing. And maybe that was pre Roe v. Wade, but being repealed. But this is it still looks pretty good here for Riley. I mean, that was the big bellwether that everybody was talking about, that special election in August, filling in for Delgado, who became lieutenant governor.
Right.
Well, oh, sorry, Digby. Go on.
No, I was just agreeing. I had nothing.
What do
more
we
to
know
add
about
there.
Sean Patrick Maloney?
I just looked it up, and that's why I was poking Pareene here, but he's down by 9 points, 54% in. But New York Times still is forecasting him as still likely to win. So in terms of what's been counted, it seems like it favors Maloney, but
that's a big, but you know,
54 to
we know how
46.
slow New York counts, though. I mean,
that's right.
New York counts slow.
Let me say this, that if the Democrats are going to lose the House, I'm happy for him to go.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
F that guy.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, I know.
He's the head of the DCCC. He goes and Bigfoot's Mondaire Jones. He goes into a district that wasn't his. He eliminates a progressive right there, boxes him out. In many respects, that had like a knockover effect into that Goldman race.
Yeah.
Because Mondaire Jones was searching around for a place to go.
Looking for somewhere to run, yeah.
And the guy sopped up a bunch of money that the Democratic Party should have been spending in other places. I mean, what's the chances we can get him and Hakeem Jeffries out, and then we can start?
At the very least, I mean, his job was supposed to be to elect the most Democrats possible, and he actively suppressed that for his own political ambitions. But this is like, again, it's Nate Cohn, so just take it with a grain of salt. But we are seeing some positive indicators here. And Cohn tweets out of the New York Times, Democratic chances of winning the House have slowly started to tick up. Now up 29%, up from about 21% to start. They're favored to win 208 seats, up from 203 in our poll-based starting estimates. So a better night so far than I think a lot of us feared.
And what the media was has been pimping for the last 2 weeks, and certainly in the last few days, it has been seriously. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. This idea that this was going to be a big sweep and the Republicans were coming back, and that the Democrats peaked last summer and all this stuff. And I was looking at all the polling that was available, which granted, much of it was Republican polling, but nonetheless, I'm not going to, say the polls were skewed or anything, but it just didn't show that. It did not show ever that this was a sweep for the Republicans. It did not show that. It wasn't obvious. And all the punditry that was going on was just, making this assumption based on historical models. And I don't know, frankly, I think their hopes that this would be a real, this would be a more exciting story to tell if the Republicans really, they love that.
Yeah, the bias is always for drama. I mean, there are other biases too, but the bias is always for drama. But,
Absolutely.
And I would, I mean, my I don't know. My impression is that it's not that massive red wave. Before you get too excited, I don't. I mean, it still seems unlikely the Democrats hold the House. Yeah. I think, but it's not going to be. But it's not going to be that sort of overwhelming, like
2010 situation.
We're not going to have to hear about fake mandates.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we'll
but
hear
I'll
about
tell you,
voter
Heather,
fraud is what we're going to hear about.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing. You said this on Friday, and it really, really stuck with me. They have set up a scenario, a win-win scenario with these expectation games. And then, subsequent to your saying that, we heard Ben Shapiro sort of echo the same thing. You never know what's going to happen. But if the Democrats actually do well, that's very suspicious. And, I mean, it was sort of fascinating. He's going just because there's a 55% chance to win, that means 45 out of 100 times the Democrats win. But I feel like it will be weird if the Democrats don't get slaughtered. This is the facts over feelings guy, but it's a win-win, right? I mean, it's a win-win. The best case scenario for Trump is this sort of like Republicans take over, maybe not, I don't know, but at the very least there is at least enough of a narrative that something went on at Maricopa.
Oh, absolutely.
Something
I mean,
in Maricopa.
I figured like do it even if they won, you know. I mean, it seemed to me like they're so hooked on this voter fraud thing as an organizing principle. I mean, they're bringing their people in and keeping them together based on this idea of Democrats cheating in elections. And so I figured that it would happen no matter what. And certainly, you know, one of the things that they've done very skillfully, and they've always done this goes way back as long as I can remember, that the you know, this bandwagon effect, which is that they always say that they're winning big in the final days, and then, you know, and then if it turns out that they haven't won, well, you know, nowadays it's because the Democrats cheated. And there's always been a little bit of that too, you know, because there's always been this idea of voter fraud and we need voter ID and all this stuff. It's not like Trump invented that stuff. I mean, the Republicans have been laying that groundwork for a long time. So it is win-win for them. You know, they no matter what happens, they end up, you know.
It's definitely a reason why we got to roll back the whatever remains of the Voting Rights Act. But we have a bell. This is a good one, Heather, and then we'll let you go.
Maggie Hassan has
Yay.
won.
Oh, that is good. That is
good.
That is really a
Great cheers.
huge relief.
Massive.
Now we can keep the kitty litter in the schools, which is what I've really been doing.
Yeah, exactly.
So awesome.
I'm so glad you revealed that after she won. After
And now the truth can be told.
Yes.
Compulsory.
And look, and I will say this, you know, we had talked about this earlier, but there, you know, and I would have believed it even if Maggie Hassan had lost, but it validates the strategy of elevating someone like Bolduc, because not only does Maggie Hassan win, but how many minutes were devoted on national television to Bolduc going back and forth on this whole that paints the entire Republican Party.
Yeah.
And you know, you got to measure the value of the bet, but also sort of like what's the downside risk. I don't think there's a difference between the way that Bolduc votes in the Senate or that Morse guy would have voted in the Senate.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the rhetoric is different, but that rhetoric actually sort of, you know, ends up helping you. So
I agree with you 100%. And I'm really glad to see this validated, because it seemed obvious to me, but everybody's going, oh my goodness, no, we can't be doing, you know?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you
there's a
think,
little bit
you
of
know?
what we used to call concern trolling. Maybe we need to bring that term back a little bit.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe
also,
we
I think
do.
so many people were introduced to the concept in the context of Hillary Trump.
Yeah.
And they only see it backfiring. So
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I mean, the Pied Piper strategy, it's not inherently a bad strategy on its face. It just was a bad strategy with Hillary Clinton being the candidate, with all the baggage that she had.
And there was a lot of other things that were
That too.
involved in that. But
Yeah.
Heather, I know you got to go.
I do,
I know
yes.
the reason why. I don't know if it's okay
That's
if I
fine.
can say.
Yeah, that's why it's my wedding
Happy anniversary.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Oh,
What a
I
wonderful
love
day.
today.
Happy
Isn't that
anniversary.
Your
sweet?
husband must be
Isn't
so
that
happy
sweet?
that it's happening in the
Yes,
midterms.
we're going to watch the returns together and
Yeah,
you know, toast a Democrat winning a House race.
There you go.
That's
Yes.
how we
You guys can-
celebrate. And I'm not kidding. It's kind of sad, but it's
I mean, Heather, thank you so much.
Thank
Always
you,
a pleasure. We'll talk
everybody.
to you later.
All right, bye.
So this is, I mean, I'm going to celebrate because the Democrats are probably going to lose the House. Probably.
Nate Silver says House races rated as toss-up now, lean Democrats 17 to Republicans 7.
Oh hell yeah, I'm pro needle now.
We're picking our Nates. We're just gonna pick our Nates.
There you go.
Whichever Nate is giving us the best news, we're gonna go with them.
Hey, I'm just a filter for information here.
All right, I'm going to get
I'm not
a little,
making a value judgment about
I'm going to
the
get a little
Nates.
soda water.
Oh.
And also some other, it's not.
I
as
feel
bad
like
as
my
we thought.
chest is getting red, which is an indicator that I've had at least 2 glasses of wine. Oh, hey, close up here.
All right.
I don't like this shot. Yeah, there we go.
Where's the line between us? I was much more comfortable with the.
I know. I'll read some IMs. How about
right.
that? Not Kowalski from Nebraska. Bobert knows how to write. Sorry, cheap shot. All right. Cascadian
Doesn't know how to cook pork sliders, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
At least not in the middle.
Blake Master says, I lost, so I gifted 50 MR subs to Twitch. Thank you, Blake. It might be a little preemptive.
Blake, that's one step on the road to coming back into the fold. So
Yeah.
keep it up. But
We're de-radicalizing
we
him.
appreciate that, but it's a step.
Dave from Jamaica says cinema girl bossing for the incels. Stan Chera says she's not as hot as Tulsi. All right, well, maybe just take some horny be gone and then IM us again. I'm sorry. Stan Chera also said, God, I love Digby's energy. We all do here. All right, Sam's back, so I don't
All right, we're back.
have to do that anymore.
Let's go to the phone.
You did good.
What's
Yeah,
that?
thank
Were
you.
Calling from a 847 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, it's Josh from Chicago.
Josh from Chicago. Long time no hear from. What's happening?
Yeah, well, it turns out when you're stuck at home and you have the flu, you have all the time in the world to call into your favorite.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, you're glad I have the flu?
No, but I'm glad that you're spending your time calling into the show.
Oh, okay. No, I'm following the New York results, and it looks like, Hochul's doing okay. But it seems like a lot of this her sort of failures and was less to do with the tough on crime stuff and more the fact that she didn't really take this campaign very seriously. Even though it looks like she's going to win, well, there's no blue check mark by her name, but I'm presuming there will be. But I think, to be honest, part of that her problem is synonymous with the Democrats, and that they just didn't know how to campaign and didn't know how to run on issues, which seems to be just the biggest issue. I think Fetterman did a really good job. Hopefully he hangs on to win. So that race is tightening up. But I don't know, from my standpoint, I don't know how you all feel. That seems to be a real issue that they don't know how to campaign, and then they shoot themselves in the foot with infighting towards progressives. And also, Emma, how about Justin Fields?
Well, save it for ESPN, buddy. But
Call in, Josh.
We talked about it on the show.
We have
and
so many Chicago fans on the show.
we gave him a bunch of praise.
Just
I love
with
Justin
Bears
Fields.
fans on ESPN.
Yeah, so check it out.
Oh, call in. I'll have to call in, or I'll
Yes,
check it out,
please do.
But yes, anyways, I think Democrats just are clueless right now in terms of running campaigns.
I think there's some truth to that. I think part of it is that because and I think it's actually going to get worse, because the more that progressives gain strength within the caucus, the more this fighting is going to happen a little bit. I'm looking at Robert Costa earlier. It's so funny to watch them all run to sort of they already that Clyburn says to CBS News that Democrats need to conduct a real good assessment of the party and figure out why it has, quote, an inability to horn in on a message that better connects. This guy's one of the leaders of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, didn't he go stump for the anti-abortion pro-gun candidate in Texas named Henry Cuellar? Yeah.
He's also 82 years old.
That's maybe why the Democrats don't have a good cohesive message. So,
if you want to talk about Hochul, she isn't good at campaigning. All other political abilities aside, she was selected to be.
Well, that's the other thing. She never run a campaign.
She was selected to be a name on a ballot.
Yep.
And nothing else, and has no experience running downstate, no experience running in New York City. She never would have won the nomination if it weren't for an incredible set of circumstances.
Cuomo picks her because he knows she's not going to ever be a challenge.
She's not going to be a challenge to him.
And they weren't close. She even acknowledged after he went down, she literally was like, we don't speak that much. She's like, we don't talk. I don't really know the guy.
She's like Veep, but on the
and then as she gets no support from the city machine because the city machine's a joke. They don't turn out. They don't do anything.
Josh, appreciate the call. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Drink a lot of fluids, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. Calling from an 818 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Greg in California.
Greg in California. What's on your mind, Greg?
Hi. Well, first I'd like to pay a compliment, and then I have a question.
All right, but keep the compliment short. Let's get to this.
Okay. So I was a low information voter, and then Trump got elected, and then I got into Pod Save America, and then I felt like they lacked imagination, and then I got into Chapo, and then I felt like they didn't really care if I voted or not, and then I found you guys, and you are everything I was looking for, and I've been a huge fan ever since. So thank you so much. It's entertaining. It gets me out there. It gets me talking to people. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So my question. I agree with your prediction that we're going to have sort of a balkanization at first with, states' rights. And then if and when the Republicans are in a position to do so, they'll conveniently forget their states' rights arguments and enact federal bans on abortion, trans health care, same-sex marriage, same-sex adoption. So assuming that happens, is there a chance that blue states decline to enforce those bans? And if so, how does the resulting conflict play out?
I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah.
If you're an attorney general in New York State and there's some type of federal ban, where you see I will tell you where you see the closest thing to an analogy that we've had, which is where you see local authorities refusing to cooperate with ICE during the Trump administration, so that I don't, in ICE is one thing, right? They've got ICE, cops in every state. I don't know how you prosecute. What would happen? It would be like a U.S. attorney in the state who's working for the DOJ, that might go after like a doctor
Yeah, the case is going to be something like someone travels from Texas to California for an abortion, and then it's like California authorities, basically refusing to hand him over or something like that. That's going to be the kind of case we're going to see. And this is a real question. I don't know. People are debating this right now. This is going to be a showdown that we're going to see if the courts keep trending in this direction. We're going to start seeing it in places like California and New York.
Yep. It's a good question. Well, I guess we'll have to find out.
Thank you.
Thanks for the call.
Was Ohio 9 one of the districts that we were supposed to monitor? Because Marcy Kaptur just won re-election.
It was, yeah.
Okay.
This was a seat. This was a seat.
New pronoun for that dude.
Yeah. Oh, big loser.
Oh, that was Majewski's.
It's Majewski's race. Yeah.
Yes.
Marcy Kaptur is one of the longest tenured incumbents in the House, and Ohio for years has been aggressively trying to gerrymander her out of existence, and she hangs on again after the Patriot ass kicker was not able to kick an old lady's ass.
I'll be honest with you. If I was to place a bet on the candidate most likely to do something horrible in the wake of his loss,
oh God.
it would be
Majewski.
Yeah.
Majewski.
Well, you know what he's going to do? He's going to fudge his record to say that he actually is a congressman.
Tim Ryan, I know you're watching.
No one checks these resumes anyway.
That dude's on the brink, and I honestly, if it's,
I fear for his house.
I feel
back undercover.
I feel like the best case scenario is he tried to he just ripped off some 7-Eleven or something like that.
Yeah.
That would be the best case scenario. All right, so Mandela Barnes is ahead with 52% of the vote in. He's in. It's basically a tie.
Fetterman's still ahead.
Fetterman is ahead with 64% in by
74,000 votes.
Now in neither Wisconsin nor Pennsylvania, there's no runoff. So this is just a straight
it's a straight
win.
plurality. Yeah.
Georgia.
The only difficulty is, as we were discussing before, the Pennsylvania state law that some mail-in ballots will have to be counted after Election Day. So there might be a bit of a delay in some
I gotta
jurisdictions.
think that those ballots are going to help Fetterman.
Yes, almost certainly.
based-
Just by how they skew usually, I think mail-in ballots are more Democratic than otherwise.
The Times Needle has him at over 70%, if that matters.
Whoa,
at all.
pro needle again. We're back.
Just looking for
back
every
on the needle.
indicator.
Back on the needle.
Yeah, that's why I wear long sleeves. I'm sorry.
I was wondering.
completely inappropriate. I
Walrus. Hey, just busted my ass as a poll worker today. Can I get a shofar? Yes, you can. There you go. Teacher Lauren, how are we feeling about New York 19? I'm looking at the numbers, and it's hard to know. My assumption is that Ithaca comes in first, and there's tens of thousands of Democratic voters there, but I'd be surprised. I think the odds are with Riley right now, which is a little bit of a surprise, but that's good. Let's go. Should we take a phone call here? Calling from a 505 area code. Who's this? Where you calling from?
Yo, is this me?
Yeah.
I am. My name is Nate from New Mexico. How's it going?
Good. What's on your mind, Nate?
I just was wanting to talk about our elections, especially New Mexico's 2nd congressional district. It's Yvette Herrell versus Christian Vasquez, and all week it's been looking like the media machine has been really pressing that Yvette Herrell was going to win, but it's really looking like Christian Vasquez is pushing for an upset, and it's very exciting. I think that New Mexico is really going to make a strong stand as a Democratic stronghold, and I think we're going to keep pressing that forward. I just noticed that you weren't talking about New Mexico a lot, and I think that this is a big swing. I think we're kicking out the election denial from the state, and I think it's very impressive. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
That's impressive. I mean, I don't talk about New Mexico much, to be honest with you. I barely think about it.
Great food.
It's a common sentiment.
Sorry about that.
There's nothing wrong. It's where people take wrong left turns.
I've seen pretty pictures of the state.
But caller, was this Xochitl Torres Small's old district?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
See?
So this is kind of a back and forth, not like Deb Haaland's district, but this is a back and forth from like kind of a more swingy district.
Definitely a swingy district, and also it just got reconstructed in the last census, like it got redistricted. So I think it's definitely this has been a big proving ground for what the state's going to look like electorally going forward.
That's good. I mean, there's a Ohio 1. Can we check on that? That there's a couple of things, I think one thing that Weigel had said to us a couple of days ago, I repeated this many times, but it seems to be like a greater weakness in bluer states where there isn't a threat there's no direct threat or implications to the Republicans in the way there is in a purpley state. And it's hard to know whether, what the numbers are. And I guess we're going to find out after the fact. Someone in 4 or 5 months is going to take all that voter files and figure out wow, there was, a 20% bump in the number of women who voted in this district, and et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, maybe.
No, I'm very excited to see. I think that I think we're going to see a big number on how many voters turned out in New Mexico, especially for the gubernatorial race. We had an old weatherman running for governor, Mark Ronchetti, and he was standing really strong against our incumbent governor on Roe v. Wade and stuff like that. And I think the turnout that we're going to see is a really strong referendum, and I'm hoping that we're going to see New Mexico go from a purpley state to a stronger blue state. But thanks for taking the call, guys. Thanks for the election coverage. I'm really loving it tonight. Keep up the great work.
Thanks for the call.
Bit of an update, just so people are paying, attention to this race. One of the ones that many pundits have flagged as the most important to kind of pay attention to.
I love that. That's gonna be the new opening of the show.
It should be. Pennsylvania's 17th, which has Chris DeLuzio and Jeremy Schaefer. Can you
open seat?
Open seat. But the Democrat is up. nearly 55% to.
Oh, sorry, Deluzio is the Democrat. Sorry.
Right.
Okay.
So 81% in. That is a potential, Democratic, I guess maintenance, right? In
yes,
that district.
a hold. Yeah, it would be a hold.
Or a hold. Yeah. So
also, Sam, for Ohio's first, Steve Chabot, the incumbent's down 3%. And Chabot's a Republican, yeah. So
that's good. I guess I don't know. We'll see.
That would be crazy because he's a long time incumbent in the Ohio delegation.
I try not to get my hopes up, but every piece of breaking news that I'm seeing for the most part is positive.
It's more like the Senate that I wish would be a little bit
right. I mean,
rosier,
except
honestly.
for Herschel Walker still maintaining a lead in Georgia.
Grassley is a confirmed winner now. That dude is going to be 95.
Yeah.
When his term is up.
Are we taking bets on who's
He's
out first,
getting
him or Feinstein?
Yeah, he's gonna be at Strom Thurmond age, Grassley. But,
I hope that he still like the senior on the what is it on judiciary? Is he senior on judiciary?
Yeah, he's on judiciary, I think. Yeah.
Is he still the senior? A Republican? Because I hope he grabs onto that with like an iron.
Yeah.
Like we cannot relinquish it whatsoever.
Then we do actually have a counterpart to Dianne Feinstein.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Either each of the people combined 200 years at the head of the committee.
We put them into a room and allow them to negotiate. Oh my God.
I want that footage.
Oh my God.
All right, polls close in 7 minutes.
We got the West Coast in 7 minutes.
Cattletown Napper. Rather unfair for y'all to keep drinking when some of us have to stop because we hit our calorie limit for the day. Thanks for the election night coverage.
There's no calories in drinks.
Yeah,
everyone knows.
Rural Blue Farmer just finished 2 weeks of running a canvas office in operation in rural Wisconsin County. Our team knocked over 2,000 doors. Shout out to every listener there who left it all in the field this year. I am going to give you this, and let's just hope. God, I would love Ron Johnson to lose.
Yeah, canvassing in rural Wisconsin sounds
83%. Warnock down by a full point and
1 point
and change.
Now we're hoping for a runoff.
Yeah, I think you're just rooting for a runoff at this point, but.
And but in Kansas, Sharice David's an incumbent Democrat, another potentially vulnerable Congress member. She held on, so
that's big.
So, 3 races: the Rhode Island scene and Spanberger and Sharice David's all were potentially expected to fall tonight. They've all held.
Rich Stench wants us to report on states that codified abortion, and the last I saw.
Let me check on the Kentucky.
That Kentucky, the no vote, which is actually like keep the abortion ban out of the Constitution, was winning. But I haven't seen an update on that. I mean, the House is looking. We've not heard from John from San Antonio tonight, but he some of his predictions are starting to look like. Maybe we're gonna have to like props. He could have some major bragging rights. Like he really could have like.
Come on, John.
Handed it to
take a victory lap.
We'll see. It's still early in the night.
78%. Well, wait, damn it.
Yep. All
Bradley.
Right.
All right. Sorry. No, it's not that big. It's not like actually breaking news. It's just a polling update.
We have a perfect one for that.
Oh. Wait, what is that?
That's the same one, but slower.
It sounds like funeral church bells.
Bum, bum, bum.
Adam Frisch has maintained his lead with 78% in against Lauren Boebert.
It's crazy.
Oh, you know who's super psyched about that? Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
She's
true.
just
She gets to be the
seriously.
queen.
I am it.
Yeah.
There can be only
I
one.
am it. There can only be one. Khaleesi.
Yeah, it's like a TV show that like we can't really carry 2 stars.
Oh shit! Someone just said that J.D. Vance just won. Did someone just call it
Free
for J.D.
speech,
Vance?
baby.
I'll check it now. I don't want to think about it, but
Sorry, you guys hate free
I
speech.
actually thought that would be the sleeper.
Yeah.
me too.
Um,
I mean, he's
so.
Tim Ryan ran a perfect campaign, or
Yeah.
a really, really great campaign.
Is Masters still looking bad, or is that still too early?
NBC News reported the.
Because I just wanted
J.D.
one of
Vance
those guys
winning.
to lose, to be honest.
oy. And Johnson seems now to be sort of like easing into the.
Yeah, Johnson's
line it
gonna.
up.
Yeah.
My God, I don't understand how someone like. I guess I can get J.D. Vance, but like Ron Johnson, I guess I understand that dynamic too. It's Walker. Calling from an 818 area code. Who's this? Where you calling from?
Hi, is this me?
Yep.
Oh, hey, long time, first time.
All right. What's your name?
Matt from LA.
Matt from LA. What's on your mind, Matt?
Well, I thought it'd be fun if you asked me a question as a common plebe observer layman, because you guys
Matt,
have been so.
I just did.
But
didn't I?
But I will say this:
that was the
as a
first
G-
thing I said to you.
You did. You got me there.
Actually, I asked you 2 questions. In fact, 3 questions.
You did.
What's your name? Where are you calling from? What's on your mind?
What's been on my mind is your guys' coverage has been so full. I don't have any questions, so I figured I could do like a reverse Uno card and make you ask me a question, like it was an interview. You know, you go in and you make them interview you.
All right. Why did you do this, Matt?
Because you guys' coverage, I don't have any questions. I wanted to compliment you on I don't have any questions.
All right. Well, Matt, that was very much appreciated. Thanks for the call, man.
Long time love. Peace.
Nothing better than having a audience that is completely in the bag.
Wait, I wish I could have like actually internalized what just happened, but I think we have some breaking news again.
Okay, brother. Yes, please, the slow one.
Matt, just incidentally, we should tell people, has got like an iron butterfly poster on the wall that he's just staring at.
I mean, not to call you out, Matt, but your eyes are really red.
I had these gummies, so.
Well, good news for labor. Illinois constitutional amendment guaranteeing workers' rights to unionize is like leading significantly right now.
Awesome.
I thought we were calling it. No,
We're not calling it yet, but it's currently drawing, quote, strong support.
Then I'll get one of those. No shofar yet, but
The Workers' Rights Amendment, if adopted, would assure the right to collective bargaining while banning any right to work laws for the private sector. Right to work allows people to avoid union, blah, 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 blah. The amendment would pass if it means one of 2 tests: approval from at least 60% of those voting on the amendment or from a majority of all persons voting in the election. So we just need a majority here in the election.
What's Ben Shapiro a minute ago? Candidate, period, quality, period, matters, period. Who's he talking about?
Elon, Kanye, Trump.
I mean, he's complaining without
Oz?
trying to alienate. Yeah, he's trying not to alienate his audience, but saying like, the Trumper candidates are problematic. Bolduc is a perfect example.
Cry more, bitch.
Oh,
I'm sorry. This is what happens.
This is what happens.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Call me out. Fine. I'm sorry, Matt. I only did it because Sam started it. So I'm a follower. Yeah.
Cabernet Sauvignon. Let loose. It's not Cab. What is it?
It's Sauvignon Blanc.
Oh, sorry. Sauvignon Blanc. Yes.
Right.
Excusez-moi.
Yeah.
Let's
Enchanté.
Call from a 614 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Hello?
Is this me?
Yeah.
It really is hard to avoid doing that. I apologize. I'm Dylan from Australia.
Dylan from Australia. Where in Australia?
Yes. I'm in Victoria, Melbourne. I know you said I think you lived here for a little while.
I did. Not for too long, for about a month. It was fun.
In Sydney or in Melbourne? Or
in Melbourne.
Doesn't matter. Right. Oh, well. Anyway, I live out in St Kilda. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Anyways, the point of my call was about we have like an Australian, obviously we have a bunch of, I think about 80% of our newspapers are run by Rupert Murdoch, but there's a small consortium, the Fairfax papers, which are now owned by a company run by the former treasurer, Peter Costello, and the Nine papers, and their American correspondent wrote a piece over the weekend about Joe Manchin and about how he said it's a disgrace about the coal in Virginia, where it's an honest statement by Joe Biden about we need to have some sort of energy transition, otherwise we'll kind of further the recession and continue along, obviously, the kind of state capture of he makes $550,000 American dollars a year from his coal mines in West Virginia against $173,000, which is a lot of money for a senator, obviously. Anyway,
oh yeah, he's got a lot of different sort of side hustles, as it were.
It'd be admirable if he wasn't destroying the planet. Anyway, the point of coverage was that they made no mention of any of this, right? And so I was aware of it from listening to your program. There was a guest that you had on. I don't know if they were journalists, maybe, but you had an extended discussion in the regular program portion of the show. And I just, I messaged that journalist and I tweeted at them, and they had previously discussed it because they used to live in Melbourne, East and Oban, this stuff with Joe Manchin. And for whatever reason, didn't get past an editorial board, or it wasn't even seen to be necessary to the conversation to mention that this is all said within the fact that if coal is stopped in West Virginia, he'll be $500,000 poorer, and his $3 million in assets from his coal companies will be worth less money, and then he will return.
And that's just money directly in his pocket. You what you can assess is how much money he's making for other people who are putting money into his other pocket.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That goes back to the question about whether or not, if he leaves the Senate, he goes into trying to make money out of those connections to become rather than maybe having tens of millions of dollars in maybe cash assets and maybe a little bit more in equity, to be able to go I have on paper $100 million or more, and because I've just engaged in the destruction of water or whatever in West Virginia and all these kind of things, and the history of the Battle Blair Mountain, all these kind of things within that state of the country. I think it's kind of fucked that he kind of is I'm going to try and put my foot on the scales so we don't get 51, 52 senators, because I want to be able to retain control of an the talks happening in Egypt at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm literally going to try and kill us all, but I'm going to make a bit of money and I'll be all right, hopefully.
Well,
because I've got to make enough money.
Listen, in his defense, I don't think he's thinking. I don't think he's thinking I'm going to try and kill us all. I do think that he thinks he's going to survive.
Sure, exactly. That's exactly it.
I think he might be thinking I may kill a lot of you, but I'm going to be okay.
Yeah.
And so at the very least, in his mind, he's acting rationally. Maybe if not. Oh, somehow I hung up.
Sorry.
Oh, wow.
Oh, sorry about that. He's still on though. So hold on.
You're having a conversation with somebody, and they're just I literally believe the opposite thing of the thing that I said live on camera not 20 seconds ago. Of course I do. I'm a smart person. I know the truth about things, but I'm here to make money as performing very well against you in this debate club about something that is untrue. And you personally, you're like me in terms of lack of ability to just go, sure, you're very, you ask too many questions to be able to do that, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
You're too inquisitive, and it self-internalizes as guilt. You can't engage in that kind of sociopathic lying, I suppose. which you can make a whole shit ton of money. You had a very different career in media if you and Janine, or if that entire radio infrastructure ceased to exist at Air America. If somebody had to come along and go, I will give you $50 million if you sabotage Air America, and let's say it was financially successful as opposed to the circumstances it was in. You're the kind of person that would go, no, who are you? Okay, I had evidence of you saying this. I put this on the air because it happened to me or whatever.
I will say I do have a bad habit of recording people without their permission.
I was going to say, you would have sabotaged Air America for half of that.
I would have done it. Give me $750 and like a gift card, and we could talk. As soon as I see someone waving around that kind of money, I get suspicious. I start thinking, like, am I going to have to transfer money into your bank account just to pay the lawyer for the transactional fee or something? All right. Well, listen. Yeah, I mean, I get your point. I appreciate the call. Someday I'll tell the story about what I saw at a Fitzgray. Was that it? Fitzgray?
It's Fitzroy.
Fitzroy. I was at a Fitzroy football end of season dinner. And
Aussie Rules.
Yeah, Aussie Rules football, and it was one of the more disturbing things I've ever experienced in my life. But I don't think I can. Even
in what way?
I can't.
Sports culture in Australia is very toxic. It's very. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, that explains it. That's how I would. I mean, it's only been 30 years, and I'm still not over it. But I appreciate the call. It was about. I think it was about 30 years ago, and
I mean, you're like making everybody very curious now.
I honestly like. Okay. So at one point in this, like, it's like an end of the season dinner, and I don't know how I got there. I guess this guy I knew was like buddies with these guys, and we went out to the dinner, and it was in like not quite a banquet hall, but like, sort of like the banquet room of like a hotel or something like this. It wasn't particularly fancy. And at one point at the end of the meal, one of the players basically. This is really, I mean, I guess gotta say, he pulled down his pants and was showing everybody how he had basically, through friction, created a hole in his foreskin.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Holy shit, that's way worse than I thought.
Yeah, I mean.
I thought you were going to say, like, there was an orgy at the
Can we get this?
party.
Can we get this?
No. Yeah, can I get that ding dong? Let me just breaking news. Breaking news. 30 years later, I'm still haunted by what I saw at that table. I mean, I still
have to mark this one.
Honestly, like
I would have taken his word for it. He wouldn't have had to show me.
No, I didn't even like. It was so quick. It's not something that you assume, like, even if someone was to actually say that, but he was articulating it as he was showing it. And I'm just like, wait, what? What's going on here? And honestly, like,
he did not ask for your consent.
No, it's like, and there was like, I don't know, it was like 15, 20 people there. And I seem to be the only person, like, I don't know what the look on my face was, but I was like,
that's a lot of friction. Like, that's just, sorry.
I can't even tell you, like, I can't even think about it.
I didn't bring it up.
Well,
can I break some news?
Yeah. Ring the goddamn bell.
Chris Pappas in New Hampshire, another seat that was potentially vulnerable. He has, they've called it for him, election outlets, and
who?
Chris Pappas in New Hampshire, and Tim Ryan's old congressional seat. Decision Desk had it rated as a likely Republican seat, won by a Democrat.
Wow.
Oh, all right.
Which seat?
Tim Ryan's old seat.
Oh,
that he
how
vacated.
did J.D. Vance win?
Even that's what's crazy to me is like a red to blue flip in Ohio with the J.D. Vance result. So like Youngstown essentially voted for the
maybe he didn't run
candidate.
a good campaign in the way that we thought. Like,
or
maybe
there was just so much money.
Yeah, there was a ton
poured
of money
in on behalf of J.D. Vance. I mean, these are like extraordinary. There was double the amount of money spent in this midterm elections over the last highest record.
Yeah.
There's so much money.
It's absurd.
And we probably don't even know how much money was actually spent. We're going to see that reporting in the next coming a month or two, right?
Yeah.
Like we haven't even had the last quarter of expenditures. Nuts in terms of the amount of money. Calling 540 number. Let's just pretend none of that happened before. What were we talking about?
I'll
540.
never be able to forget it.
Well, believe me, it would have been a lot worse had you seen it. 540.
Hey.
Yeah. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Jim from San Diego.
Jim from San Diego. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, I wanted to express like my how much of a kinship I feel with Emma. So, well, let me just back up. Have you guys heard of the term LOL? Internet term.
Lots of love, right?
Laugh out loud.
Oh,
yeah, that one, right?
Okay.
LOL, LMFAO.
I coined. Thank you.
Bro,
I coined that term.
dude.
Back in 2007, I coined that term, and nobody believes me.
Wait, what?
You coined that term back in 2007, and no one believes you.
Back in 2007, and nobody believes me.
Just like the Astros guy that coined the high five.
Dusty Baker.
The Dusty Baker,
Manager.
yeah.
In what context did you first? Did you?
And just like Emma, who the Wednesdays.
Yeah,
you guys give
Hump
her,
day.
Hump day.
You, Sam, give her crap, poo-poo every day, every Wednesday. You tease her about that, and you know what, Emma, I believe you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm the one who
I
says that she
believe-
coined it.
But you're doing it in your little snarky, smug way that you do, Sam.
Let's see where this is going.
Okay?
Yeah, right.
And I see it, and I don't appreciate it because I also am the inventor of a very prolific internet term, and just give Emma the credit she deserves without being like such a dick.
Such an elitist.
All right, fair
right?
enough. Fair enough. I'll take that under
But
consideration.
this is not
Such a media
I have an
elite.
actual question.
Yeah.
I have an actual question. Though.
Okay.
This is for you, Sam.
Okay. Thank you.
Who do you think you are, sir? And I'm saying this in the context of
You don't want to follow this up.
how dare you Digby? You didn't play her song. I thought you were about to hang up on me.
No,
I took a pause there because I thought you were about to hang up
all
on
right.
me.
I'm about to hang up on you.
You didn't play your song. You're about to hang. I love you, but hey, no, I have an
I love you too. You're my favorite caller.
I have an actual thing about the election.
You're my favorite.
I
caller
have
No,
to
I
say
love
it
you.
tonight.
And I apologize, but I do have an actual thing about the election.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you
It's gotta be
standing up
quick.
for me.
It's got to be
Thank
quick
you.
now.
I don't really have anything about the election.
Appreciate the call.
I love you guys. No, I love you guys so much.
No, I can tell. I know.
We love you.
Now
Yeah.
it's getting a little too intimate.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Leach, I coined the term "bussy" on my Gay Gamer podcast, like in 2005.
Sure.
All right.
I don't know what that is.
Don't worry about
All
it.
right, fine.
My God. Hochul is one in New York State. You think Palantir can't hack a single state's machine, especially Diebold, Ohio? I mean, it would be pretty hard to believe that they couldn't, but I just imagine they wouldn't.
I would, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a run at actually trying.
You don't actually think that that Peter Thiel would do anything that was in any way
anti-democratic.
I have some more news.
I've dropped the ball. Sorry. Go on.
We may have to speed that thing up.
Kathy Hochul's been confirmed the winner of the.
Good.
New York
I just said that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, he said it.
Oh,
said it like a minute ago.
I'm
Well, we have Dave Rubin's predictions if we want to.
I'm moving at halves. I'm moving at 1.5 speed or 0.5
Like the
speed.
bells.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, we may have some technical problems soon. Just FYI, we should let you know. So we still have now 87% of the vote in.
Oof.
Walker winning by 49.5% to 48.4%. Let me put a decent spin on this. If it goes to a runoff, you saw the Kemp-Abrams numbers. Some of those people who voted against Abrams are going to stay home.
Yeah.
More so than those people who came out to vote for Warnock. Maybe that's hopeful, but I mean, you can't look at those numbers and think that there weren't people out there voting specifically against Stacey Abrams. I don't want to cast any aspersions, but if you look at like what's happening in Wisconsin, Evers has won. I don't know, has he been confirmed a winner? And Barnes is struggling against Ding Dong. I can't remember his name right now. Ron Johnson, and I think these states are states that have issues with electing black candidates, and particularly when they have a choice between a black person and a white person, and I think also in terms
Georgia,
of black women.
Yeah, right.
And it's going to be a heavier lift, which is not to say that I think that entire difference between Abrams and Kemp is a function of that, because I do think that Kemp got a bounce for being perceived by Republican voters as like a guy who stood up to so I think there's a lot of that there, but I don't think that accounts for the entire 12% deficit there. And so you had people who were coming out voting against Stacey Abrams for whatever reason that will not be as motivated
to come out and vote.
Vote for Herschel Walker.
If it's just Herschel Walker on the ballot, they're not going to be.
I think it's going to be the best case scenario for Walker is he's surrounded by a lot of other people voting for the Republican, and so you can bet the Democrats are going to be heavily motivated to come out and vote, particularly in a red state again, where and Warnock's going to get a round 2.
Yeah, redux. Just really quickly too, as well, the New York Times estimate for New York 17 is now leading against Patrick Maloney, Sean Patrick Maloney.
Jeez.
So, if the
MAGA Mike Lawler is leading.
In their projections.
And
that was one of the many MAGA conjugations focus groups by Sean Patrick.
Oh,
Maloney.
good.
Ultra MAGA, Super MAGA, Giga MAGA.
Ryan has now called Vance to concede the Ohio Senate race. Oh, God.
That one sucks.
Also, Ted Cruz is feeling like there's a lot less pressure on him now to be the biggest asshole in the Senate. So,
or they're going to be just competing even
Vance
harder.
hides it better. It oozes out of every pore for Ted Cruz.
Let's hope that Georgia goes to a runoff. If obviously,
I think that's
because
that's what you got to hope for. You got to hope for that.
Benefit Warnock, and let's put it this way too. We didn't follow local media there. The only thing I saw of the Walker-Warnock race was really the debate, and I feel like Warnock must have felt that he didn't bring it hard enough against Walker in that debate, because the next day or the next a couple of days later, they had that other debate where just the libertarians showed up, and Warnock went a little harder at Walker.
And no one watched that one, though.
But the point being that there is stuff for Warnock to do in a round 2. There's not really much more for Walker to do. Honestly.
Well,
he's just hanging in there, and hanging around and not messing up, essentially.
And maybe he kind of, when it's a winner go home scenario, abandons the desire to appear senatorial, because that I feel like was so much of what was holding him back the first time around. I'm not going to go there. I'm the incumbent. I'm not going to go there. But that's silly. It's not what politics are in the modern era.
Yeah, I think like going into overtime, essentially, it is, Walker's just going to try and make sure he doesn't, third person doesn't show up who you forced to have an abortion or whatever it is. I mean,
he's going to try to make it through a runoff without paying for an additional abortion. You mean?
And also
discovering another
consider
child.
This.
It'll be dicey.
Consider this too. It is conceivable at this point that could be the 52nd seat. Right? I mean,
well,
no, I guess that would be the 51st one.
51st,
unless
I
there's
think.
another pickup somewhere.
Unless I don't know where the pickup would be anymore.
Because
Ohio's not going to be it.
Ohio's not going to be it.
Iowa. The only opportunity you have, I guess, is really Wisconsin. And that seems, who knows, but that doesn't seem likely.
Should we turn this on because they're talking about Nevada, or no, they're not actually. They're
not
doing a
talking.
general map.
John, come in here and just tell us what you're talking about.
Let's get John on there.
John, speak up.
Republican seats, 49 Democratic seats, and we go again to a Georgia runoff in December, assuming none of the candidates gets above 50% there. That's what makes, as we watch the outstanding, that's what makes this math first so important, assuming if Republicans are right and they can take Nevada, and we're not counting votes there yet. If Oz can come back and win this seat tonight, then you come out in this scenario. If nothing else changed on the map, Republicans would have a majority, and this would be for the extra, and the best Democrats to do is 49. Again, that's assuming Republicans are right. They're very confident about Nevada, and that Mark Kelly holds on in Arizona. But it just gets you, if you just come back to where we are, it just gets you into the map that we are in a very narrow chess game for control of the Senate right now, and we have fewer pieces in play, in the sense that we're waiting on Pennsylvania,
Pause it for 1
waiting
second.
on Georgia, and then
I know this is live, but we still got to pause it. It's not a chess game. It's not. He's really been horrible with the analogy.
No,
tonight.
it's not. It's not a chess game.
It's not chess. This is checkers.
What percentage do they have up there?
In
or-
fact, it's so not. It's not even checkers in the sense that what happens in any one of these races does not implicate the other races. It may influence like control of the Senate,
right?
But if Masto wins, it doesn't change the. It's not chess.
Yeah.
It's just not chess, John.
Decision desk has 95% in, and they have like it being between less than 1% here. I don't know if CNN has the same.
With Walker under 50.
Yeah.
That's the key. It's
Walker's still under
49.28.
50.
Yeah.
Walker's still under 50. All thanks to this libertarian guy, right?
Chase Oliver.
Ooh.
What?
95% of the votes in, and now up in New York 19, Molinaro is up by almost 2 points. That's 95% of the votes in. A little bit over. Oy. Molinaro looks like he's going to pull it out in the 19th. Well, there you go. Everything in between Ithaca and then Columbia County and Ulster. I mean, essentially all the rural space in between. He didn't win a single county in there.
But we might have another flip. Ohio 13. Did you say that already?
Is that the Tim Ryan one? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Damn it. All right, never mind.
You didn't ring the bell. It's okay.
Okay.
Well, that's too bad about the 19th, for sure. Very close. Far closer than it probably should have been, maybe, but I don't know. That is a plus 4.5 Biden district. Riley won on both ends of the district, which is interesting, but nothing in the middle. And that is a very, very, it goes literally half across New York State in its widest point. So we'll see.
Did we say that Kathy Hochul's officially won?
Yes.
I'm
North Carolina
fine.
Senate race
Ring the
is
bell.
going to go to the Republican. What is the story with Nevada?
That's what I wanted to look up. Yeah.
They're talking about Masters and Kelly right now.
Nothing reported in Nevada yet, per the Times.
Oh, right. They were just saying that whole thing about the mall. They're not going to
Yeah.
report a single vote until like they're all in or something like that.
How dramatic.
Yeah, that is a little
Depending on who wins, that's either suspicious or practical.
Are there any exit polls
Well,
in
Tony
Nevada?
Evers is not winning by that much at this point.
No.
I thought it was more earlier, I guess, but they're at 70%, and Tony Evers is up by about 2 points. Whitmer up by 5, but only with about 40% in. So that also, we'll see. The Senate is the big issue. The House seems unlikely that the Democrats are going to maintain, and part of that is going to be losing a couple of seats in New York State.
Yeah.
And, you know, this goes back, you had mentioned earlier that the New York State Democratic Party is full of a bunch of incompetents who are there as just sort of like patronage seats. And part of that is because Andrew Cuomo is such a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
The implications of that are, last year in June, was it? They had a race, they put like 5 referendums on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats control the state. They put 5 referendums on the ballot. They told no one it was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we barely found out about it except for maybe a week beforehand, which, you know, I'm on a lot of lists.
Yeah.
and it was so under like pushed. And one of those referendums was allowing the legislature to redraw the maps.
Yep.
And people, we went through this in real time. The New York State legislature redrew the maps. There was going to be 3, I think, to 4 pickups by Democrats, at least. And then it got reversed, and you had to have a special magistrate come in, and it really destroyed the New York State map. It caused Sean Patrick Maloney to Bigfoot Mondaire Jones and that whole thing. It changed the 19th. We lost a half of a percentage in terms of like what Biden won by. The new 19th was a lot more challenging. I mean, it's just sheer incompetence.
Yeah,
There was
and it
a
was
couple other ballot measures too. I can't remember what they were, but they were very important in terms of expanding early voting and et cetera, et cetera.
And they didn't do any campaigning for it. They didn't do any.
None.
They did no education on it. They did no. And it was a slow motion. It was like a sort of a slow motion catastrophe too, because you have no urgency about the maps from the party for years, and you have no one explaining the importance of it, and then the judge throwing it out at the last second. Cuomo really not doing anything on this at all for years, and I mean, this was a completely preventable disaster.
Totally. Total self-own.
I mean, this was also something that Cuomo was presiding over, right?
Yeah.
Where there's very little interest in expanding Democratic power as opposed to just maintaining like the status quo, so that there's somebody who's has a ball and chain on progress. Yeah.
Really depressing about that. Hegemony Cricket. Are you guys doing a show tomorrow? We are. So we're going to wrap this up relatively soon. By that, I mean in 2.5 hours. Let's take a phone call here. Calling from a 203 area code. That's Connecticut. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi there, this is Fred, formerly at Conn College, calling in. Just wanted to let you know I'm eating an apple as I've been watching your show. I don't know what type, though. There's some fruit vendor that stands outside of Whole Foods, and I respect that hustle. I have no idea what type.
I'm just gonna bet it's a Gala. I mean, that's when you get a generic apple these days, that's what you're getting. But I appreciate the call.
It tasted like a Gala, I suppose, but I don't know. Here's my question. Regardless of how Dems overall do tonight, regardless Senate or House, I'm a little bit worried going forward that there just isn't a big talent pool of good candidates heading into 2024. And again, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but
I mean, not to interrupt you, caller, but I made this point just when Obama was on the campaigns, he was campaigning for Mandela Barnes. You just see how stark it is, regardless of how we feel about how he governed as president as a centrist, that he can actually speak and orate and communicate points. We don't have any candidate at the forefront right now that can do that.
Well, let me also add, though, since we're talking about Obama, the reason why there's nobody on the bench is because of Obama.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 state, local, legislative seats lost over his tenure. Within that 1,000 was some state comptroller somewhere, was some state treasurer, was some lieutenant governor. Those were the people that were on the bench, and they're gone. They left politics, and that's what happened. It was like a lost generation of politicians. And so, Whitmer just won, apparently.
Good.
Gavin Newsom won. Shapiro won. Those are your next sort of potential presidential candidates, for better or for worse. Who knows after that? But yeah, you're right. There's a real deficit.
I mean, I just feel like I hate to say this, but in 2 years, Pete Buttigieg could very well be one of the more exciting candidates. And, I hate to say it, but
yeah, I hate that you said it, Fred.
Yeah. I mean, I think also when you look at the more progressive crop, they've all seemingly been so distanced by leadership in the party that I just don't, putting aside an argument about whether the left is truly large enough to make a huge difference, there's just nobody that, has those sort of chops. I mean, I guess.
Pritzker
not
also.
Sheldon Whitehouse.
Pritzker also, somebody just reminded me. Pritzker.
Right. I forget who's, not Whitehouse, Sherrod Brown. I mean, he's probably the one that is probably closest to mainstream politics and progressive politics, but I just don't hear the enthusiasm for him.
My sense is that he has reasons he doesn't want to run.
Yeah, I kind of get that too, but also they can't spare him.
And that's the other problem is that people are going to be like, dude, Ohio. But yeah, no, I think that is a genuine problem. But, Pritzker, watch Pritzker in this situation. Watch Whitmer, right? They're in the second term of their governorship. This is when this is how it happens.
And yeah, Pritzker's been, he's been kind of.
He's going to be your new favorite billionaire.
Yeah, he will be.
Is he a billionaire or just a hundred millionaire?
Yeah, he's a proper billionaire.
There you go. So that guy's going to come in and
but he's a big guy and has a raspy voice, so he's a presidential candidate.
He's got a real blue collar feel.
Vibrationally, he's going to run. He's just purely presidential material.
Fred, good to hear from you.
Have a nice night. Thanks for everything.
Thanks.
Should we get to some news?
Yeah, let's do that. Although, let me just do this. Aaron is not cool. Says Josh Shapiro does a spot-on Obama impression. That's what I was saying the other day. If that speech, his closing argument speech about that's not freedom, it was like this guy's doing John Ossoff doing Barack Obama.
Doing Pete Buttigieg doing Barack Obama.
The Russian doll of Obama.
It was really amazing.
Yeah.
That's not freedom. It was like crazy.
No, it's creepy that there's a huge crop of Republican candidates and Democratic candidates copying
doing
each of their
Obama.
former presidents,
It's
right?
the Obama thing.
What are you doing?
Just taking a picture of Matt. This is really just taking back. It's like Mr. Spicoli. Did you order a pizza here? Oh my God. All right, do we have news? Let's hit the bell.
So
incidentally, we're only doing election coverage for the rest of the year. Just so we can keep using that bell.
Another race that prognosticators were like, if it's a really bad night for Democrats, this might go the other way. Patty Murray's race in Washington State was called in literally 20 minutes.
Yeah, they called that one right away. Patty Murray.
Same thing in Minnesota. Tim Walz pretty easily was called. He won re-election for governor in Minnesota over Dr. Scott Jensen.
Let's go, Minnesota.
And Hennepin County.
What was it that Jensen?
What happened in Hennepin County?
Hennepin County, the prosecutor, the public defender running, Mary Moriarty, she won the race.
Oh, God, thank God.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool as well.
Yeah, that Scott Jensen was a nut.
What was it that Jensen? What was that really bizarre?
Jensen was also a litter boxer.
Yeah, he was.
That's
he was.
And with his running mate was another football player.
Matt
too.
Burke.
Matt Burke, Super Bowl
the
champion,
woman.
Harvard grad Matt Burke.
Yeah,
Harvard grad Matt Burke,
smartest center in the
NFL. And we have like a 94% in Pennsylvania, which I feel like we thought we were going to wait a lot longer.
Yeah, that is
and
a
we
lot.
might, but Fetterman, 49.29%, Oz 48.28%. That's basically a full point percentage with 94% in.
Well, there's like a really old.
And remember, they have a lot of
yes, and
ballots to
it
count.
seems
Undoubtedly
it seems like
gonna
it's
break
right.
Democrats.
And somebody I'm not sure I can. Brendan Keefe, he's a reporter out of Atlanta, said that the largest vote outstanding as of 10 minutes ago is in DeKalb. And that should net Warnock 18,000 or more. Walton should net Warnock 19,000 or more. Still some small red counties where Walker could add a few thousand here and there. Only 4,000 net votes left for Warnock and Fulton. Just basically.
But the question is that going to get him over 50%?
I don't think so. But the point is that in terms of just
keeping Walker from under 50.
Yes, it seems like the outstanding vote totals
and we
favor Warnock.
The rules are scrambled because of what we were saying about how conservatives are trying to like hack the vote now, but like we know that like big urban centers always take longer to count. We just know that, and that like those votes come in later. So it's like that's going to be the case.
Is that true though?
I mean,
it's counterintuitive, isn't it?
No, I mean it's true in places like Atlanta where they're usually longer lines, and it's true in New York where the BOE is incompetent.
Right.
I think Philly usually takes a long time. Yeah, because they got they haven't upgraded the computers that are making up the votes yet.
Right. They're still using those what are those?
Bill Gates Windows 95.
They're using Windows 95 computers, Pentium processors,
Texas Instruments,
type of
computers. Do we have an update on the cannabis? There were 5 states where cannabis was on the ballot.
I think Matt has an update on cannabis for us.
About half the bag left.
Sam Tight Pants says it's pronounced DeKalb, not DeKalb.
That's not.
How do we pronounce the Brooklyn?
Yeah,
street?
though
I've always pronounced it DeKalb.
I know. I just got off at DeKalb Avenue to get here.
Yeah.
So.
The subway stop. How do you guys say it?
I said DeKalb.
DeKalb.
Yeah, DeKalb.
I definitely do a harder L.
Okay. Yeah.
Maryland, as we said, Maryland's definitely passed. I'm just looking to see if there's any info on the other ones yet.
Fake John from San Antonio. Currently, Walker is up by 756 votes in Georgia. So, I mean, again, if I will take the runoff. I'm not. That is. I mean, it's not a shoo-in, but that to me seems pretty good.
So I wrote down. So Virginia 2 was another district, right? That we were supposed to be monitoring officially. The bell. Ring the bell. Decision Desk says that Jen Kiggins will win. Oh,
the Republican.
Yeah, the Republican. So they'll flip it.
How much?
To beat Elaine Lurie.
By how much?
I'm not seeing it. Hold on.
That was a
tried to
plus
click on
2
it,
Biden
but-
district.
Yeah.
Which of course is going to fall. I mean, if New York 19 is falling, that's going to fall.
It was 52-48.
So.
Oh, it's a plus 4.
Yeah. For Kiggins. Kiggins won 52-48.
Oh, okay. So she was like a 6-point turnaround, and that would make sense.
Yeah.
If you're talking, I mean, you look at New York 19 is a plus 4.5 Biden, and it looks like Molinaro is going to win by 1.5 or so. Then you start to get a sense of what's going on here. The dynamic is a plus 6. You basically a 6-point handicap for Republicans in a lot of these states, and but I think in the bluer states, Like Ohio, there was a flip, right? And
Yeah.
so Ohio 1 flipped to the Democrats. I think that dynamic where if it's a redder state, there's Democrats are overperforming there because of it's bringing out people worried about an abortion ban.
Well, Warnock has also taken the lead now again on decision desk with 97% in.
On decision desk. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Warnock, 49.06% to Walker, 48.93%.
Still under 50,
What's this
but
dude saying about this? It's so there's 28% of election day extant, 25% of mail-in uncounted, but Warnock has
Never mind,
a
everyone. I'm gonna click
It's
off
almost
here
a
the election day
double.
vote. These two categories of early vote, the mail, early in person, combined, we expect to be the larger share of the overall vote. We expect that to make up about 61% of the overall vote. The election day vote, which is the Walker category here, where he's beating Warnock by about 19% now with the election day vote, that we expect at the end of the day is going to be about 40% of the overall vote. So we don't think it's going to make up as big of a share as that early vote category in Georgia.
Very interesting.
All right, pause
Very
it for a second.
interesting.
Well,
So
okay,
you look
turn
at
it. So
David's point about
if
the proportion,
60%
right?
of the
So
vote
bulk of the
and
vote.
Warnock is winning like an overwhelming amount of that, he's got like a 30% lead, 36% lead in 60% of the vote versus Walker having a
On election
19%
day,
lead in 40% of the vote.
Right.
I'm not good at math, but that looks good.
And also, if the assumption is the conventional wisdom bears out that those mail-in ballots would more likely be for Warnock than for Walker, yeah, those proportions only seem
And we
beneficial.
know-
to
This feels like a Maricopa County
Yeah,
situation.
it might be.
yeah.
It might be Maricopa County.
this is a classic Maricopa
We
County
all
right
remember
here.
Maricopa County.
I mean, that we could wake up in the morning and Warnock could be the winner, over 50%.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just. Let me see if I can actually like. I
get-
don't have
I
the
get
ability to figure
stitches.
that out. I mean, the amount of
Little
math that's
stitches.
associated with that is just forget it. But if you're winning by 40% with of a chunk of 60% of the vote, I know there's a way to figure this out.
And the
in terms
train
of
is
math.
going 30 miles per hour.
Exactly. Like, I'm sorry. Too many things are moving. There's too many moving pieces here for me. Somebody's got to be good at math in our audience. But they're all, I'm sure everybody who is completely wasted at this point.
Oh, and well, should I ring the bell again, or should I?
Ring the bell.
Bo Hines, if you'll recall, a very young candidate in North Carolina, who in a podcast interview said that the U.S. was becoming like a banana republic, which is an embarrassment to banana republics all across the country.
Oh, right,
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good line. Yeah.
He lost to his Democratic opponent Wiley Nickel in a Biden +2 district. So, and Trump endorsed Bo himself. So it's a little bit of this one is definitely seemingly a missed opportunity for the Republicans. In that.
Yeah.
Did we mention Proposition 5 in Vermont?
No, I don't know to my knowledge.
Well, they codified abortion. They codified abortion rights into their constitution.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bolduc losing pretty substantially.
Yeah. That Bo Hines quote.
What was the other race where there was where there was one in Michigan and there was one in Washington State or Oregon? I know we asked these exact same thing today.
What, for Senate?
No, in the House where the Democrats
juiced the Northeast ones.
Where the Democrats juiced the Republican candidate who was the more extreme.
Oh yes. So it was Peter Meyer's district in Michigan. Old district is because he lost his primary. That was John Gibbs, and then it was Bolduc in New Hampshire.
And how's Gibbs doing?
Let me check now.
That Hines quote was, "I think that's an insult to banana republics across the country. I mean, at least the manager of Banana Republic, unlike our president, knows where he is and why he is there."
Yeah, I did. Yeah, no, I mean,
fucking amazing.
That's good.
Yeah.
With 29% of the votes in, Hillary Schulten is up on John Gibbs in that Michigan district, 51-45.
Yeah, all right, that's too early to tell. But I mean, the Bolduc thing. I don't know why that I don't know why that strategy was so controversial. The bottom line is you want to win.
I had a
And-
debate with Jenk on TYT, and I mean, I feel validated now.
And also,
like the Pied Piper strategy is not inherently a bad strategy. It
Right.
just was in that context.
And also, Sam mentioned this a bunch of times, but it is true. Like, these weren't ads where it was like, everyone should be voting for Don Bolduc. The ads were literally like, Don Bolduc is a threat to democracy. Don Bolduc is like a really
Right.
is
No,
radical
the
extremist.
ads were the same ads you would deploy
In the general, in the
Right.
general,
It's just
yeah.
that you did them in the primary because you wanted to embolden the worst element, the most marginal element of the Republican Party.
And can you blame them for Republican voters wanting that?
It wasn't
they
like
just
the
want that.
It wasn't
They
like
want
the
that.
DNC
It's
took
okay.
out
Like-
his opponent
Yeah.
in a hit. Like they just kind of made it clear. Wow.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I understand why people think it's icky. It's just ask yourself why we don't hear as much about it when Republicans do like fake pro-weed candidates.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're
Which they
literally
do all
doing
over
it
the
with
place.
APAC. I mean, it's not necessary. It's not directly connected to.
They had a guy named Mike Doyle run after Mike Doyle left office.
Right. We're not going to
We can't do
unilaterally
it.
disarm.
Duber, read this drunk, and I'll bump up my membership. Metro North Sexual. I'm good at math, a CPA, and a math teacher. Warnock would be over 50% if that holds as mail in is counted. All right. Metro North Sexual.
It's my kind of
Also,
math.
I'm wasted. Hegemony Cricket. Arizona governor update? Question mark. Happy Camper, also free school meals passed for all K through 12 students in Colorado.
Good.
Raising taxes on those making $300K or more. Awesome.
Good.
48% in. Katie Hobbs is up on Kerry Lake by 13%, but that's, I guess, still pretty early.
And I know that
under 50%.
And Maricopa.
And lest we forget Maricopa County.
I don't think we officially said this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that Summer Lee's officially won. Do we have that?
Did we say
We mentioned that she was
winning.
up.
Looked like
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
but
that's awesome.
CNN
That was the big, and that's at least there is like one sort of like time where APAC loses in this cycle. And so that's good.
We'll savor that.
Yeah.
Before they, triple down and do the same thing next.
Before they
primary
run a
cycle.
Republican named Summer Lee against her next, next round.
Ilhan Omar wins.
Yeah, Ilhan won.
Again, she was somebody who was almost like do people remember this? Like in 2018, in the first month that the Democrats controlled the House, they stepped all over their big legislation, number one. I can't remember what it was.
HB1, right?
HB1, which was their big sort of like democracy expansion package.
Yeah.
And they stepped all over the passage of that because they were spending their time demonizing Ilhan Omar.
Yep.
And I mean, people forget this. Like they were not wanted in this caucus. They are still not wanted in this caucus.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to pick up at least, so far it's 3, and they're probably going to pick up another 2 or 3 who are going to be sort of like part of like the sort of like genuine progressive caucus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Within the progressive caucus.
And this is why it's not like unilaterally retreat from the Democratic Party and support the Greens or the People Party or whatever. It's just continue to stay the course and elect more so that this coalition can then exert power. Having them come into Congress and, changing the Democratic Party from 2018 on was an unrealistic goal in and of itself. It was the beginning of the goal, and we're in the middle of it. So just keep electing more Greg Kasars and Summer Lees and Maxwell Frosts, and then hopefully we can gain some power.
I mean, to add 5 or 6 to that coalition, which is only 5 or 6, strong anyways.
Yeah.
We just lost one in Mondaire Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, he was adjacent, as you say,
Yeah.
but
Calling from a 610 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Oh, hi. This is Andrew from State College. How you doing, Sam?
I'm doing pretty good, Andrew. What'd they do? They put you in the trunk?
No, I'm just a full-time grad student up here at Penn State.
No, I was actually just like sort of mocking the sound of your phone. It sounds like you're in like.
Oh, sorry.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, no, sorry. Sometimes I move the microphone too far from my face, so yeah, it sounds like really damp and like faint. So yeah.
All right. Well, now
Yeah.
you know.
All right. So yeah, I mean, apparently, Doug Mastriano is celebrating his win over Josh Shapiro here. I saw
Is that true?
I saw a tweet. Yeah, there was a tweet from like OAN. He said, "I'll be celebrating my win in 2 hours." I'm like, "Oh my gosh." No.
I would love to go to the Mastriano celebration party. That would be pretty fun.
Apparently, they
Yeah,
changed
oh my
the
God.
channel from Fox to Newsmax because Fox had called for Shapiro and Newsmax had
They
it.
didn't want to hear about it.
Oh yeah, but anyway, my question is, how do you feel about the future of PA politics? Because I know Shapiro won handedly. However, we have PA Senate's kind of controlled pretty heavily by Republicans, and all it takes is for at least one Republican or at least one seemingly moderate Republican to kind of win governor for anything for a very restrictive abortion bill or any kind of large gerrymandering that kind of happened, or basically become like Ohio kind of.
I mean, I have never understood why Pennsylvania was able to go to their Supreme Court and get their congressional districts ungerrymandered, but they can't do the same thing with the state Senate. I've never understood. I've asked people, and I have not gotten an adequate answer.
It's insane.
I don't know what the answer is with that, other than I feel like Fetterman at least understands this, and I feel like Shapiro might understand this. And I just feel like this younger generation of Democrats understands that when you get into power, one of the first things you should do is try and increase your power.
Oh yeah.
Right? That's something that Democrats fundamentally have never seemed to do. So
no, they want to think that they're above politics, but honestly, you can't obviously you can't really I don't want to say reason, but you got to realize that they're also trying to Machiavellian in ways, just trying to get as much power and grab as much power as possible.
Well, but the Democrats don't tend to do that. I mean, to their detriment. And I'm not saying this in any way of in terms of flattery. I'm saying I think it's foolish. And generally for Democrats, it just so happens that more often than not, consolidation of their power also means democratizing certain aspects of our society. Whether that means enhancing labor laws or expanding the franchise to vote. I don't know what can be done to sort of rejigger what's going on in Pennsylvania in terms of the state Senate composition. But it seems to me that Pennsylvania is becoming closer to reliably blue.
Statewide, yeah.
Statewide.
But without being able to...
I don't know.
Yeah.
But, in terms of when people come out to vote, and so at one point, something's got to give, and the legislature has to start to reflect that, it seems to me.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I honestly, I don't really know what it is, but it's just, every time I feel like I've got to vote every freaking election, because it's just, I know you guys should do it regardless, but everything always just seems to be a hanging by a thread. Whether it's
dude, that attitude right there,
Betterment.
honestly, that attitude, you should take that, if you can somehow turn it into an NFT or something or whatever it is, and put it on the wall, because that's exactly the problem that Democrats have. And just center to the left, the intense desire. And I don't want to sort of cheapen it by saying go to brunch now, but the intense desire to go to sleep. I watched it after Bill Clinton was elected. I watched it after Barack Obama was elected. It happened after Biden. The intense desire to say we voted that person, now I can go back to taking a nap or do whatever I want. It is a real dilemma, because normal people, liberal people, I'm not using that in the sort of current pejorative sense, but the idea of people who are open to different ideas in society and are interested in culture for culture's sake, and want to watch movies or read literature or see a play or meet people from different countries or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
They just want government to work. They want to vote and then walk away, and then 4 years later come back and vote. And that's what they want to be because they have other interests. As opposed to really the conservative mentality. It's like we're under attack.
Yeah.
And it's like Masada here. There's no time to go and, tend the garden. We've got to be at the walls with boiling oil and that type of stuff. And so, but all right, got to go, bud. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, no, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Another flip for the Republicans. Wiley Nickel elected to the House in North Carolina's 13th, so that's a Republican to Democrat flip. So basically, what we guessed is happening.
We have more. Try to ring the bell. We have more news.
Porter seems to be up pretty well so far, 43%.
Fetterman now has a 95% chance of winning on the needle.
Oh, all right,
95.
Good.
And Adam Frisch in Colorado is still beating Lauren Boebert.
I know. I keep checking on that, thinking something's going to change.
And Paul LePage has lost again. Janet Mills will have his second term as governor.
Paul LePage lost. All right, good.
That's good. But I do got to say, like, Paul LePage was one of my favorite. The story, do you remember the story where his lawyers had to pull him aside because he kept inviting in these sovereign citizens to come and tell him?
Yeah.
And they were basically telling him, like, you're allowed to assassinate the leader of the House. And really, all of the authority lies with the county sheriffs. And the lawyers had to grab Lepage as soon as they left the room and be like, dude, that's not true. None of that is true. You're going to get in trouble if you listen to these people.
And also, Kentucky voters just defeated Constitutional Amendment 2, rejecting an attempt to ban all abortion in the state.
That's good. Really cool. Please give Summer Lee a shofar and a shofar every time AIPAC loses a race. Yes, actually, that is well earned. MSNBC Seder. MSNB Seder. Sam, now that you're drunk, marry me. All right. Well, I mean, okay. North Pigeon. Shout out to Mid-Hudson Valley DSA for electing a socialist, Sarahana Shrestha in upstate New York to the state assembly. Incredible ground game here, beating a 25-year incumbent. Same overlapping district as Pat Ryan. So that's like down like in the Dutchess County and I think Greene County. Illuminati kids. Yeah, but back in 2018, Ilhan Omar implied that AIPAC is overtly powerful and throws money around, which of course has no basis in reality.
In fact, it's anti-Semitic.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, Warnock is speaking right now? Is that true?
Yeah.
Let's pull that up.
He's not on CNN. It's not going to bother.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Why would you?
We'll show Trump's empty podium.
We haven't seen hardly anyone, have we? Like, CNN hasn't cut to anyone.
Are we not live on CNN? Should we check? We're live? Okay.
Yeah, they weren't doing any victory or.
They might be
DEFCON
on
4
delay.
Jewy. Minimum wage increases are on the ballot in Nebraska and Nevada. Since 2009, the last time federal minimum wage was hiked, there have been 12 state ballot measures to increase minimum wage. All 12 passed. 7 of those were in red states. It's a popular policy. Warnock wasn't doing any favors in the debate when he was asked if he supported a federal minimum wage, and he didn't raise his hand. Well, I mean, I'm not defending that, but your argument is more consistent with him saying I favor a statewide referendum on minimum wage. I'm pointing that out because I'm getting a little pedantic this time of night.
What polls are closing at midnight?
Lant, your idea of letting the worst win. What happens when they win? If you're talking about like juicing a bull duck, like I say, The difference between the way that Don Bolduc would have voted and Michael Morse, whatever that guy's name was.
Chuck Morse.
Chuck Morse, the respectable Republican.
Would have been nil.
Would have been absolutely zero.
Yeah.
One would have been more obnoxious, which may have helped more electorally in the future. Like, I don't know. Like, what's the difference between Marjorie Taylor Greene and, I don't know, pick any other Republican congressperson? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Except for Marjorie Taylor Greene becomes like a way of basically messaging and nationalizing the Republicans. Snarkanorski. I hope the jerky and pemmican are coming in handy during this marathon. That jerky is amazing.
It really.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
New York Times says Sean Patrick Maloney's district leaning R. Going to be pissed if it gets this close, costing us the House. I don't think it's going to be the one that costs us the House. But honestly, F that guy.
It would be poetic if that's what happens. Yeah.
He also was the one who essentially ran interference against Zephyr Teachout.
Yep.
In the AG race.
All of a sudden, he jumped in.
He jumped in to deny her because she was particularly strong in the Hudson Valley.
Hudson Valley, yeah.
And he jumped in to deny her that upstate vote.
Yep.
And I don't know if that was the differential.
I mean,
and I'll tell you something. That's also what made me a little sus of Beto. Because Beto endorsed him.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's,
and it's
yeah.
Dude, you're in Texas.
Yeah, then that whole that house fraternity thing, gotta endorse our house buddies. Like, screw you, stay out of this
And it
New
wasn't
York
even
race.
like he was running for real.
Yeah,
he was
exactly.
Just
He was a complete
stalking horse.
Yeah, he was just it was a complete joke.
And by the way, just another update really quickly. 98% in, according to Decision Desk. Fetterman expanding his lead now, or at least maintaining it around 1% still. So.
Well, good time to short Regner's stock.
What?
Regner's.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The supermarket chain.
Dr. Oz's flood.
Good time to short that stock.
No, we're confusing Regner's and Wegmans. We've had this debate this whole the past month.
He said Regner's.
He messed it up.
Oh, okay. So I'm the idiot. All right, it's 12:03
Well, the
in
point
the
is,
morning.
Without Dr. Oz on the national stage, Regner's is going to go right down the tubes.
Yeah,
and I'm
you're
saying
right.
if I could short that stock, I can make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I missed it. Sorry.
That's this is the financial advice portion of the program.
So have you been messing with me when we've talked about Wegmans a
No,
few
you
times by
keep,
calling
like,
it
you-
Regmans? Okay.
Oh yes, I've been saying that as a joke, and you have not picked up on it.
This is the first time I'm realizing it.
You missed that whole massive controversy.
I did.
That almost defined the entire race.
Yeah, I mean, it may have turned out to define the race.
I thought it was the veggie plate thing.
Veggie plate.
Metro North Sexual still hammered. Voted for him in the 17th, but F Maloney. Honestly, I think that's the
right attitude.
I honestly think
Metro
that's
North
the best
Sexual
attitude. If he was my congressman, I would have voted for him too, just because you have to. But if he loses, it's on him.
You want to see Mastriano
not conceding?
Not conceding?
Oh yeah, definitely. Are you kidding? Now is this live? Because if Jesus comes down, I want to catch this.
There's about 30% of the vote still to go. So obviously we got a ways to go. And so, but have faith. We're gonna, of course, we're gonna have faith and have patience. We're gonna wait till every vote counts, right? That's right.
Maricopa.
That's about.
Woo!
God, I wanted his wife to come up and take the microphone and just go isn't it clear the Jews are doing it?
And you're the real anti-Semite for suggesting that what I'm saying is anti-Semitic.
Absolutely. Well, God, that's good. Let's see.
Not even close for him.
Wow.
Source: Biden has been watching results.
MSNBC's latest decision desk estimate is Republicans 219, Democrats 217.
Jeez.
Holy shit.
If that happens, that's...
And it's Sean Patrick Maloney.
And it's Sean Patrick Maloney?
Poetic.
Oh, jeez.
All right, Nick from Philadelphia says, Oz said Wegners, not Regners. You're both wrong.
But that's in a New Jersey accent.
It's still totally inexcusable that I like completely forgot that, but I remember the veggie plate part.
Let's see. Rich Stench, California votes yes for abortion rights. Not my Pope. Decision desk has New York 4 going Republican after a 13-point Dem victory in 2020. That was Rice, right? Rice's seat?
Yeah, 4. Let me just double check.
Wow. Woke fetus. I mean, it's interesting. It really is that, the state where people were not worried about abortion.
Yeah.
I mean, New York Dems are just too, they've got to get on it. Really bad.
It's just such sclerosis, like you guys said. It's like the husk of Cuomo's
Mhm.
establishment.
Yep.
Woke fetus. Checking on the Daily Wire live stream, they are all discussing about ditching Trump for DeSantis and blaming Trump for a lack of red wave.
Please tag me on Twitter in any sort of infighting related content, please.
Yes, we need to see that badly. That's fascinating. I mean, that was, what that tip was Ben Shapiro was sort of, he was subtweeting.
Yeah.
Bad candidates. Where'd they come from?
I mean, it's going to be super interesting what's going to develop on the Republican thing. I'm curious as to whether DeSantis actually has, he's going to jump in. It seems
obviously, yeah,
but it's going to be fascinating to watch. And this is,
well, I know. I think it's interesting that I think we've seen Florida move separately from the rest of the country, politically. The Democrats seem much deader there than they are everywhere else.
Yeah.
And I wonder what that means for the DeSantis appeal, because
that's a really good point.
I don't really know how much it translates.
That's a really good point. I mean, DeSantis has been living almost in the same world that, I think a conservative, a media figure does.
Yeah.
Which is they're so insulated.
Rarefied
They never
air.
have
Yeah.
to. They never have to justify anything.
Nope.
I've been saying this for months on the show. I feel like he is emptying the clip with all of these stunts ahead of his actual moment in the sun in the Republican primary. And I just don't know if there's going to be the memory for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then Trump gets on stage with him and it's just all right, rip off Ron DeSantis.
He's already threatening to blackmail him.
He's
already doing it. He's already saying, I know more about him than his wife.
Things about him.
It's
Super sanctimonious for a guy who's got a lot of skeleton. Ron the skeleton.
yeah.
That's what I call him. Ron the skeleton closet.
But it's that whole era when the Patriots were winning the Super Bowls for 20 years and we were
Take
all
it easy.
Hold on.
Take it easy.
Before the season, everyone was like, "Ooh, could it be this team? Could it be this fun team?" And it ends up always being the Patriots. That's how I feel about Trump. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
It's an inevitability.
I appreciate that.
Well, the starting quarterback and the head coach have an affiliation
But
with him and
here's-
an affection for him, so it
here's-
does fit actually.
Here's the difference. Let's assume for a moment that the Democrats retain the Senate, which, operationally is because it was clear that there wasn't going to be a lot of legislation passed, right? Unless they pick up 2, there's absolutely no chance for legislation to be passed. Essentially, they've hit the wall. Maybe there's one or two small pieces. Someone's just saying Medicaid expansion leading in South Dakota, which is also awesome. But assume a razor thin majority for Republicans in the House. They're only doing Hunter Biden hearings, which I think ultimately it's really going to, and the impeachment is going to tie up Biden. But in terms of the public, I find it really hard that there is a big appetite to examine the corruption of Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
And nothing could, I mean, the only, like, if anything's going to push Joe Biden to run again, it would be that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
his numbers are going to go up. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
That if they start doing Hunter Biden hearings, you will see Joe Biden's approval numbers go up like at a rate that I think it could be unparalleled. I don't think he's going to go into the stratosphere,
No.
but he's going to just go up to 50% in like 5 minutes.
What are they going to play? His voicemails saying "I love you,
I
son,"
love-
and I
yeah,
hope that
yeah.
you get
Yeah.
help.
Right.
Like, she's
I mean,
like-
they've been. Well, the thing is, like, they've been unloading this on the Hunter Biden stuff for so long, and like they haven't yet realized that like, normal people are just
Don't
put off,
care.
or don't care, or are put off by it.
Yes. I mean, remember, this is what happened on some level with Bill Clinton. Like
Yeah.
Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton wasn't particularly popular, even, amongst
Yeah.
Democrats until the impeachment started to happen. And because they were like, they didn't particularly appreciate like what he was doing policy wise, but the impeachment created a lot of sympathy for Bill Clinton. And so you're going into the 2024 elections. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, there's going to be a fundamental difference with the Republican primary versus last time. Nobody even for a moment contemplated attacking Donald Trump until like March or February of 2016. Like the first 4, 5, 6 months that he was in the race, 7 months, nobody would attack him because they just thought like he's going to fizzle out. I'm going to be the recipient of his votes.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen this time.
Yeah.
DeSantis is from day one is going to have to fight him.
Yeah.
He can't pretend that like, oh, it's okay. He's calling me DeSanctimonious. It's okay.
It's just a competition. It's like, no, it's not. It's mine.
And so it's going to be a very different, like, it's going to be, honestly, if I'm Joe Biden and I know that I'm not going to get 52 senators, I don't want the House. I mean, as a political matter, it's going to be a huge pain in the ass to deal with those hearings.
So then you're gonna have
But you're going to have somebody to run against.
Yeah, you're gonna have something to run against the whole time. Yeah.
I don't know.
All they've been doing is talking about my son for 2 years. When we have this problem, that problem, this problem, I've sent legislation to him. I mean, it writes itself.
Well, we don't want Joe Biden to run again, so.
No, I'm just saying. I'm.
But he's
From his
if this-
perspective, I understand what you're
If
saying.
this turns out
but-
the way it does, though, no one's gonna stop him.
No, exactly.
But Republicans have been kind of in this like Chinese finger trap of like they kind of feel like they need Trump to have any sort of like chance at winning or association with Trump, and then but like not a whole lot has really borne that out since 2016. Like the Trump endorsed candidates are mostly losing tonight, and he lost in 2020.
Well, right. He doesn't have a magic touch except for himself.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
like-
The magic touch is him and him alone. Really.
Yeah.
It's not really for. It doesn't really extend to anybody.
Yeah,
else.
well, I mean, it's just like when he actually does those rallies, it's always about himself. Do you remember when he was campaigning for that Arizona Senate or Martha
McSally.
Like, gotta be
Well, that's
quick,
a-
Martha.
yeah,
get
gotta be
here."
quick. He's like, "Hurry it up,
And he literally goes, "No one wants to hear this,
Yeah,
Martha.
yeah.
Get off quick."
All right, look, we got. Let's do another 6 minutes, and then we'll call this. Is everybody okay with that? Because we're going to be back tomorrow, and we will give you a check-in at that time. So, folks, we're not going to have time to call for any more calls. We'll read a couple IMs, and then where are we in the final? Like, where we're at now? Do we have a U.S. Senate, Democrats 46, Republicans 46. Democrats 156 in the House, 185 for Republicans. Those are ones that have been called. Whitmer, they have not called that race yet. There's only 52% in, but she's up by 4 percentage points. In Wisconsin, Johnson is now with 80% in, a full almost 2.5 points ahead of Barnes. That doesn't look good.
Yeah, wild because it looks like Evers is only he's only gotten stronger as the night's gone on, and Barnes is still trailing.
MSNBC Seder, Michigan right to abortion has been approved. I am telling you folks right now, like Whitmer is going to be, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to hear a lot about Gretchen Whitmer because, Michigan is not a slam dunk whatsoever when it comes to these things. There's a large swaths of Michigan that are full on like militia, frankly.
And the people they nominated were kind of the biggest psychos, like Christina Caramo for Secretary of State. Matt DePerno was at January 6th for Attorney General. Tudor Dixon. Like, this was a slate of really wild candidates, and they might be losing handily tonight.
Congressional baseball fan Carrie Lake is speaking right now, and she's going all in on the election was stolen from her, but that she's also still going to win. I mean, that's pretty good. Chris Burdick, I'm ready to call it now. It's going to be Mondale. I read his autobiography.
Oh,
I feel like I have to admit that. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I feel like you've said that before.
Yeah, of course. People my age repeat themselves all the time. Not from Kowalski, still from Nebraska. Nebraska minimum wage passed. This is the amazing thing that, like, you wonder at what point does this, like, sort of get through the conventional wisdom?
I know.
You and I have grown up in this sort of world where the conventional wisdom has been, this is a conservative country.
Yep.
But every time they put a ballot measure on there that is to the left of center, it wins.
Yeah, especially if it's just like a really easy to understand universalist pro working person thing. It just wins.
But not just that. I mean, what we're watching with abortion rights.
Yeah. And that's, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, across the board, expansion of Medicaid.
Yeah.
Has there been a referendum where the expansion of Medicaid has not passed? I don't think so.
Curious to see what happens with those New York ballot referendums as well.
Oh, yeah.
The New York City ones.
Yeah.
There's only one statewide, and that was to float a bond basically for green, like
the
greening
environment.
the economy, essentially.
You guys remember Mayra Flores, the candidate who won that special election in Texas, one of the first Republicans to win in the Rio Grande Valley?
That started the whole sort of like,
wow, like look how much gains the Republicans are making. She just lost by 6 points to Vicente Gonzalez.
Oh, good.
And she's out of the house.
So is that's a flip?
Yep.
Yeah.
Vicente Gonzalez got redistricted out of his old district to run against Flores, but Flores picked up the seat because Philemon Vela retired. So it is technically a flip, but literally she spent 5 months in Congress. And Tucker Carlson and others were literally heralding her as like the next
future
wonder
of
the Congress. And
it's amazing because it was
months.
literally like a month and a half of like.
She was on Tucker's show 4 times.
But also, like, the
best.
conventional wisdom was like, Democrats have a massive problem at the border now.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, yeah.
And Cuellar held on, and Vicente Gonzalez is there. Not two great Democrats, don't get me wrong, but they didn't lose.
All right, folks. I want to thank everybody for joining us, and particularly I want to thank Alex Pareene for being here all night. That was pretty awesome.
Of course.
Julie, thank you for the meatballs.
Thank you, Julie.
Yes, thank you.
Again, just a reminder, folks. Oh, it's too late.
Crap, I forgot about it.
We forgot to remind me on the Sunset Lake Seder. Yeah, but keep trying to go over there. Head over there and see. Maybe it still works. Maybe they can give us an extra 20 minutes, but I don't know.
I was going to say on the West Coast, but I guess no, it ends on the East Coast time.
I don't know about that.
I mean, we're only 20 minutes past.
SunsetLakeSebede.com. Go over there, 30% discount with the word election. Want to thank them. Hopefully, a lot of folks bought stuff. We can give a big donation to Planned Parenthood. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be a little bit sleepy. Bear with us. It'll be sort of a loosey-goosey show. I think we're going to have Adam Green from the PCCC on, give us a sense of like how they are going to. Here is the, there's two different things that happen: the results, and then who owns the narrative to impact the Democrats, impact the Republicans, impact the media. And one of the things that in terms of like we're going to see in terms of this narrative is that Adams by the way that he exacerbated this sort of notion that New York City has turned into some type of like, this is the Warriors, essentially. And you can't go outside without like guys dressed up in makeup wearing Yankees uniforms with baseball bats. That ended up like dragging people down because you're feeding right into that thing, and that's and that's good. And then the other one is going to be like what the entire sort of narrative of like two left. Clyburn's so chomping at the bit to blame, and it's almost like this. Even if they lose by 2 seats, folks, that's nuts.
Yeah.
Because if you go and look at like the John Sides type of guys, like all those like sort of all those like deep academic data people, they'll tell you there was no way that Democrats could even come remotely close to losing anything less than 10 seats. And that's a big deal. And the fact that they're going to lose, if they're down by 2 and they lose 2 New York seats.
Oh, God, yeah. That's going to be.
It's going to completely like change the entire narrative. And it's going to, this is a real opportunity as the Democratic Party, like, some of this leadership ages out and some of like there's a real opportunity to sort of like reassess these things. They won't take it, but that's Matt, Bradley, Emma, great job tonight. Alex, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you about maybe coming on Friday. We can sort of like see this from a distance.
Yeah.
Folks, thank you so much for watching. Jack over at Free Range Wines, thank you so much for getting us drunk tonight, to the extent that some of these other people did, and whatever dispensary. And we will see you tomorrow.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I know